Test 1 2 1 2 3. Test 1 2 1.
Good morning, everyone. If I could ask you to take your seats, we're going to start momentarily. Thank you. So it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to the second day of the conference. And we spent yesterday discussing the main structural transformations that are looming and the dislocations that they may cause. We talked about past transformations and structural reforms, how they may have caused discontent and why some economic structures and institutions are under threat today. We talked about how implementation of structural transformations and reforms is constrained by incentives faced by politicians, voters, private agents. And we zoomed into the challenges facing the world trading system and globalization in general, both in the last session and also in the fireside chat with the IMF's first Deputy Managing Director. Now, an important takeaway from yesterday is that the transformations that we're confronted with cannot be successfully navigated without complementary policies. And recent history has shown us that reforms and transformations leave many behind could threaten democracy. We talked about this in the opening session yesterday. We've seen how it's complicated to design policies that steer structural transformation without getting locked into outdated strategies. We've talked about middle-income traps. We talked about the need for international coordination for many of these things. Now today we have to focus on solutions. We have to focus on policies to steer structural change and getting the most out of the transformations that are lying ahead of us. Now, the intellectual map for the first session this morning is to focus on the roles of policies in setting the stage for a broad overview of the policy toolkit and trying to distinguish between policies that aim to induce and steer structural transformation, such as industrial policies, and policies that aim to mitigate the consequences of structural transformation, minimize adjustment costs, such as the tax system, social safety net, active labor policies, and the like. I mean, one of the things that struck me yesterday is thinking that it's kind of interesting that a lot of the focus of the opposition is on the trading system, is on rising protectionism, when in fact a lot of the issues we're dealing with are distributional issues that could be addressed with domestic tools, but somehow that's not how it's presented to voters, and that's not how it's addressed. So we have four very distinguished speakers for the session this morning that will guide us. In alphabetical order, we have first Kaushik Basu, who is professor of economics and Karl Marx professor, not the same Karl Marx, professor of international studies at Cornell University. He served as chief economist of the World Bank and chief economic advisor to the government of India. And from 2017 to 2021, he served as president of the International Economic Association. Now, his work is very influential and spans the fields of development economics, game theory, and moral philosophy. The next panelist is Brian Kovac. Brian is a professor of economics and public policy at Carnegie Mellon University's Heinz College. Very fond of Carnegie Mellon. This is where my daughter just graduated from. Brian's research focuses on labor market impacts of international trade, migration, and technological change. And his meticulous empirical studies offer valuable insights on how policymakers could mitigate the negative consequences for workers. Now then we'll hear from Célestin Monga. Célestin, I think, is over there. Teaches public policy at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, among other academic positions. Prior to his current life in academia, Célestin held various board and senior executive positions in financial services, international development institutions, and served most recently as managing director at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and vice president and chief economist of the African Development Bank Group. Now, Célestin has published extensively on various dimensions of economic diversification, structural transformation, and political development in Africa, and offering valuable perspectives of emerging markets and developing economies to this panel and this audience. Now, the final panelist is Nobel laureate Joe Stiglitz, professor at Columbia University. Joe is also the co-chair of the high-level expert group on the measurement of economic performance and social progress at the OECD, and the chief economist of the Roosevelt Institute. He was senior vice president and chief economist of the World Bank, and a former chairman of the US Council of Economic Advisors, known for his pioneering work on asymmetric information and many other topics. Research focuses on income distribution, climate change, corporate governance, public policy, macroeconomics, and globalization. And I think that's very much what we are discussing these days. So without further ado, let me ask Kaushik to come to the podium and deliver his opening remarks, and then we'll go in the alphabetical order. Kaushik.
Pierre-Olivier, Maury, Adam, I don't know who invited me. Thank you very, very much. Not for the opportunity to speak as much as to be able to listen in. It was absolutely fascinating, given the state of the world. Before I plunge into it, I should tell you that the Karl Marx, who endowed Cornell with the chair, when you spell that Karl Marx in Indian script, there's no distinction between that Karl Marx and the Karl Marx. So when I travel in India, I'm treated as the Karl Marx chair holder. We are in the world at really a very, very difficult turning point. I know people point out that human beings have a propensity to say that about all times, whenever they are. But I think there is something more than that. And especially if you look at the last sort of 5 years, starting with the pandemic, the Ukraine war, supply chains being cut off and prices being affected in faraway places, the Middle Eastern war, the world is in turmoil. But for the economist, These are just proximate causes that are causing the turbulence, but the causes beneath this are structural, building up over time. And I think over the last 30, 40 years, it is the industrial revolution type of revolution, but a different one this time, the digital revolution, which is changing the nature of the economy and posing us with a challenge. I will try to look at the brighter side of it, and I do believe that this is one of those junctures where the mind is important, the analytical ability is important, and I'll start with one analogy historically, the Industrial Revolution, which at the end of it, say roughly 1750 to 1850, 100 years, at the end of it, we came out growing faster, doing well, all the data, Angus Madison has given us the data, we've come out fine. But we forget that the first 50, 60 years of that was a period of sheer turmoil because the landscape of the economy was changing and we were not in a position to cope with it. There were two things that happened. One that gets a lot of attention, the other that does not, but it's the second which is important, and I'm treating this conference as a call to that. The first were the revolutionary policy changes during the Industrial Revolution, which now will not appear revolutionary at all. But if you look back, they were stunning. The income tax I take to be the most major thing. In 1842, the income tax coming in as a new form of taxation in Britain was at that point of time virtually unthinkable. How can the state take away a part of people's incomes? Now we treat that as normal, that will have to happen. How much is indeed questionable. There were laws pertaining to work, and since I was very interested in child labor, I know that literature very well. There are discussions saying that if we don't make our children work, will the working classes develop character when they grow up and they become adults? You would never give character to your own children through 8 hours, 10 hours of work per day, but the working classes, you did want to build character. There were laws that came in. But there was the other change, which is in terms of thinking, understanding the economy. I take it that those 100 years, roughly coinciding 1776 to 1874, I'm taking from Adam Smith to Walras, the great works, really helps us understand the world that we were grappling with. And I do believe this is time for novel theory. And by theory, I don't mean mathematical theorems, but it is understanding the economy because of the following reason, that there are assumptions that we economists are very aware of. We write them down explicitly, then we do empirical tests, we throw them out or hang on to them. But there are also assumptions which are so deeply embedded in this discipline that we are unaware that we are using those assumptions. Since Joe is here, I can tell you, and Mike Spence is here, asymmetric information was one of those observations. I mean, we took information to be symmetric, built up all our models and analysis, then realized that there's another assumption that we don't write down explicitly because we always take the economy to be that way. You realize that and you unearth it, it gives you another perspective. The biggest example of that a timely discovery, it comes from geometry. My favorite example is Euclid and the flat earth. Euclid wrote down all the axioms explicitly so that you can see the axioms on which his theory is built. But there were some axioms so obvious that you don't write them down as an axiom, that it's all being done on a flat surface, which was fine using that algebra stemming from Euclidean geometry when we moved around slowly over relatively flat spaces. But if we had not discovered that there was an implicit assumption below that and changed our algebra when we began flying across the world, there would be disasters. We are at a juncture of that kind, and we need some of the deepest thoughts to be brought in to parallel and look at this. I'm going to give you a couple of examples and try to illustrate the importance of this. You know, since I mentioned Adam Smith and mentioned Walras, an assumption that they made, which they write about explicitly, the invisible hand. Adam Smith describes the players, the ones who are buying, ones who are selling. How do they come together? How do they trade? It's left murky. It's the invisible hand of the market that brings them together. By the way, I should put in a footnote over here. Since most people today outside of economics and even in economics, they know nothing else of Adam Smith but the invisible hand. Adam Smith himself didn't realize that that will be the only thing that will be remembered, because when he prepared the index of the wealth of nations, he had not put in invisible hand. It came in later editions. He didn't realize that will be the only thing that will be remembered. Walras describes the buyers and the sellers. Who brings them together? The imaginary auctioneer. Think of the contemporary world where we have buyers and sellers. The auctioneer is no longer imaginary. The invisible hand is no longer invisible. It is Amazon, and it is Uber, and it is Airbnb who brings them together. And not just that the imaginary auctioneer now is there. The imaginary auctioneer is a profit-making agency, profit-making corporation. If we take our standard analysis and think in terms of policy, we will begin to run into a shortages of policy because the landscape of the economy is changing dramatically. And in this case, the appearance of big corporations that bring these players together causes a change. And I will try to give you a verbal account of one kind of change that takes place. You know, this, by the way, I should mention that this is work that I've done some, but it's ongoing work with a student, a former student, Aviv Caspi, and a law professor, Bob Hockett. Three of us have been doing this. We've done one. We plan to do more on this. Now, if you look at some of these corporations, for instance, Amazon, we know that over a long period of time, the first 7-8 years, Amazon was making huge losses. What it was doing was capturing the market. Once the market is captured, then the scope arises for making the bigger profits after that. And the reason is, the best illustration of this that we in our paper talk about is with Uber. In the olden days, you'd go looking for a taxi, and the taxi would be cruising around looking for you. You meet up and you go. Now a platform arrives where they are going to bring you together, and people have reservation prices. If the Uber charges too much, I won't take it. And the person driving the car also feels that depending on the profit I can make by just driving a private taxi and Uber, I will not get into it. But as the platform begins to capture more and more of the market, if you're left outside the platform, very few people who are looking for a car, very few car drivers looking for people, the transactions cost is going to go huge. So it is like being marooned from the economy. And at that point of time, the corporation's capacity for taxing, making a profit out of this becomes huge, and individual buyers, sellers, including small retailers, are at a big disadvantage. And there are people now, Cass Sunstein, Suresh Naidu, a whole bunch of people who are aware of this and saying there are different sides of the markets of small players at a disadvantage. This forces you to think of novel policies. So once you get the structural insight of the invisible hand now being a corporation, you begin to get policy insights that you have to think of very different kinds of policies. And I can just give you flavors because I think the research agenda that is being opened up by the kinds of discussion we are having really is an agenda for a longish time. We were stuck with it, and we've seen this during the Industrial Revolution. The research took a long time before we got on top of this. 2 policy footnotes over here. We've written about this very tentatively, that antitrust law, beyond a point, cannot make a difference. You do want to make it as effective as possible, but a part of the advantages of these platform corporations is the size, which gives economies of scale. And the Sherman Act, right from 1890, takes note that there are situations which are natural monopolies, where the whole advantage is a monopoly. There you can't break it up into 1,000 firms competing with one another. Platforms have that trait. What do? There are 2 options, which one is allow mega profits but have dispersed shareholding rules. That, well, in the beginning, for the first 14 years, all the profit can go into the 10 pockets that started it. After that, have very well-crafted laws that the profit has to go into many pockets, so that even if this corporation makes a lot, it gets distributed to many pockets. There's another more, at this point, it looks like a radical suggestion, but we have to live with that and allow for the fact that it may be needed. You know, some of the biggest corporations where you have to get onto that platform to survive in the modern economy, if that is the corporation, you have to think of more radical policies. The best example of that, this comes from money creating authority, the central bank. When Bank of England is set up in 1694, Bank of England is being set up. What many people forget is that it was a private entity with 1,200 shareholders making profits out of that. It was a Reserve Bank of India also, when it is set up in India in 1935, it's that. After some time, you realize that this corporation cannot be a private profit-making corporation, because for anyone to survive in the economy, you have to get money, which is being controlled by this. So for the biggest corporations, where to enter into the economy, you have to pay a price, can it be left as a profit-making entity, or should it be something like a public utility, some form of non-profit? You have to be careful. Autonomy is needed, space needed, is worth thinking about. And there are in economics models, we forget, these are early models of Walter Roy talking about Disneyland, that for the Disneyland, you pay a price at the entrance, and then very low price, you take all the joy rides. The entrance is controlled by this big corporation, and he worries that that corporation's profits can rise to mega heights. So we have to keep that in mind. Another topic that has come up a lot, let me just touch on this, and I will stop. The second one also, I have a paper on this, and I'll give you a glimpse, and I will touch very briefly on another. You know, supply chains, we've talked a lot. Supply chains are, again, changing the landscape of not just economics and politics, because of the following reason, that we all understand that if a supply chain is running through many countries, cutting off the supply chain is one of the biggest weapons of war. It is really comparable to a military intervention if you threaten to cut off the supply chain, because you're going to disrupt this. If you now think of a model of industry, this is the reason why I, again, invite theoretical thinking. Model of industry, our standard model is a very ancient one. It comes to us from 1838, and it still lives with us, and which has influenced American antitrust law. I'm talking of Cournot's work, where you think of the 100 producers of automobiles, each producing 1/100th of the automobile cars in the world. If one closes down, 1/100th of the production stops, and prices go up. Now, in a supply chain economy, what's happening is someone becomes very good at producing all the tires, someone very good at all the engines, someone very good at all the brakes. So the automobile industry may have 100 producers, but each producing one item, one sitting in Taiwan, one sitting in India, one sitting in Brazil, all being linked up, and the final product comes out. There are interesting things you can do, and this requires a little bit of pen to paper. If you write up an industry with 100 such firms rather than 100 firms in the old-fashioned Cournot style, consumers in the end could be very often, there are a few conditions, worse off. The smaller players, the firms, would be worse off when it's the 100 firms who are vertically serrated rather than horizontally, like in the standard model. Also has to be kept in mind, which is why the French shoring and such literature comes up in a very, very big way, is that for any country or any big corporation, the threat can be the threat that I'll stop production. In the olden days, by doing that, you would cut off 1/100th of the output of the global economy. Now you'll bring everything to a stop because you've got this plug over here. To understand this structure will again push us to think in terms of novel forms of regulation, and we need to do that. And one word, and I will end because I'm hoping there'll be opportunity to get back again. I do believe in taxation. I know Joe has been very active in this. Taxation is very, very important. And I have recently written about what I call is an accordion tax. An accordion tax is the following idea, that for the very rich, you compress the income at the top like an accordion, so you don't change any ranks, you just press them down, and with the collection, you spread it to the poor, again, the poorest person gets the most. What this is taking note of is that when you're super rich, you're not worried about really whether you'll be able to buy another yacht for the sake of the yacht. It is because your neighbors have 2 yachts that you want the 3rd yacht. And if that is what is driving your motivation, if you compress that, but leave the relative rankings changed, the economist's eternal fear that you will damage incentives you will not damage. Because it will still be that Bill Gates is trying to overtake Elon Musk, or a better example, the other way around. It's in Once Upon a Time. It's these relativities will remain the same and the challenges will remain the same. I am currently working, this is work not done. We were told to bring this to as rosy an end as possible. You know, Jorgen Weibel and I have been working on a paper which we call the dinosaur risk. And the paper is the following, that the world is in an economic situation where the economy, the political economy, could be the reason why we are destroying the world, because we are not keeping up. The structural changes are not being matched by our understanding of the world. And so we talk about the dinosaur went extinct, perished. But we human beings have one capacity that the dinosaur did not have: the ability to step back, think, and restructure their own lifestyle. We must use that. We are taking very long with this paper, and we were just recently exchanging messages that if this goes on, the world will probably go extinct before we finish that paper. We are trying very hard to do it. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much for the opportunity to be part of this excellent event. I've been asked to discuss policy tools to support workers through periods of structural change where the industry mix, occupation mix, and optimal skill mix might be changing more rapidly than usual. And in my own work, trade liberalization has been a useful way to think through structural change, because we can see the policy changes driving those changing incentives and understand their consequences for workers. And while much of the discussion around structural change tends to focus on frictions or barriers to adjustment, it's important to note that there is scope for worker support policies, even when you're in a perfect frictionless neoclassical world. The Stolper-Samuelson theorem in the classic textbook Hector-Ohlin model suggests that some factor owners will lose in absolute terms with freer trade, and often some of those factor owners are workers. And so, for example, when a high-income country liberalizes, we expect that less educated workers will lose from that freer trade. And so in order to make everyone better off as a result of freer trade, there is scope for some kind of compensation. Further complicating the picture is the clear evidence that labor markets are in fact rife with frictions. Firms and workers face search frictions, human capital specific to particular jobs or industries or occupations, and reskilling is costly. Employers are imperfectly able to monitor workers' effort. Industries and occupations are spatially concentrated, and it's costly to move across locations. A case in point is the large literature on the local effects of trade shocks. In many circumstances, liberalization or increased imports lead to surprisingly persistent effects on individual workers or local labor markets facing the largest increases in import competition. And so here are some figures from some work that I've done with Rafael Dix Carneiro on Brazilian trade liberalization, showing that not only do relative earnings and employment outcomes degrade for workers or local labor markets facing larger tariff cuts, but those effects are persistent and even growing over nearly 2 decades following the start of the liberalization episode, making very clear that there are important frictions in these markets. You see similar kinds of growth in those regional or worker level effects when studying the well-known China shock in these papers by Otto Dorn-Hansen and co-authors. More broadly, the effects of job loss can be extremely negative and long-lasting, particularly so when workers are displaced into a slack labor market. So there's really credible empirical evidence that job loss leads to large earnings and wage declines, persistent unemployment, lower wealth in the longer run, even lower educational achievement of children. So these shocks persist across generations. It can lead to political polarization and even increased mortality for the workers that are displaced in the year or so after their displacement. So these are really negative outcomes, and things get even worse when that displacement happens in a weak labor market, which is likely to be the case when you're facing large structural changes, at least in portions of the labor market. Now, I'm going to focus my remarks on policies targeting working age individuals because I think that's a good fit for our conversations today. But before I do that, I just want to make clear that if you were going to spend $1 of government funding to try to get the maximum amount of benefit for that investment, a particularly effective way to do so is to spend those funds on people early in life, so children and young adults. So here's an example just showing the essentially cost effectiveness on the y-axis. There's a better pointer. There we go. So cost effectiveness on the y-axis, that tells you the social value of $1 spent. And what you can see is a lot of these extremely high value programs are focused on relatively young individuals. Okay, so I want to acknowledge that, but since the topic is a little more relevant for today's discussion, I'm going to focus on worker support policies. And frankly, I'm not willing to just abandon a couple of generations through a period of structural change because there are people that are working today that might face displacement that we just described. All right, so there's a huge literature on active labor market policies. One could do a literature review of literature reviews in this area. And so I've listed just a few of the recent ones up here, but there are many more. A challenge in this area is that there's really wide variation in the measured effectiveness of worker support policies. So policies that look basically the same to the researcher can have vastly different outcomes, even when they're measured using randomized controlled trials. So we don't think there's a problem with causal inference. Nonetheless, there are some stylized facts that emerge from this literature. And so one is that public sector employment subsidies seem to be the least favorable. They tend to have zero or negative effects on average. But other policies like job search assistance, worker training, and private employment subsidies are a bit more favorable, although again, they face that substantial degree of variability. However, there's two big points that I gleaned from recently reading this literature that I want to share with you. And the first is that worker training appears to be quite a bit more effective than it did in the past. So I was in grad school in the 2000s, and sort of the received wisdom at that point was that government-funded or even government-funded worker training done by private organizations just doesn't tend to work very well. And I think there's been a bit of a shift in the evidence since that time period, and for three reasons. First, that survey paper I cited by Card et al. Shows that the effects of worker training tend to take a few years to emerge. In the first few years following training, the effects can be slightly negative or close to zero. But then a few years after that, they start to become substantially positive and look like a decent return on investment. So just as our databases have gotten better and we can track workers for long periods of time, we can see those positive effects emerging. Secondly, there have been substantial improvements in research design. So a lot of these evaluations were done making assumptions about selection on observables, assuming that observably identical workers are also identical in terms of their unobservable features. And I want to highlight two examples showing sort of improvements in that area that lead to very different and more positive findings. So Ben Hyman has an excellent paper on job training under the US Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, and Humlum, Munch, and Rasmussen study a classroom training program for displaced workers in Denmark. And in both cases, they use what's sometimes known as a judge stringency instrument. So in these programs, you get randomized to a caseworker. Some caseworkers assign a lot of people to treatment. Some caseworkers assign very few people to treatment. And that randomness can give you causal identification for the effects of treatment. Okay? And in both of these cases, they find very positive effects. So in the case of TAA training, cumulative earnings increased by about $50,000 over the 10 years following the training program at a cost of about $10,000 per worker. And in the case of the Danish classroom training example, hours worked increased by about 25%. And so in both of these cases, the effects disappear when you go back to a selection on observables design. In fact, in the Danish classroom training example, you find negative treatment effects because the selection on observables assumption just simply doesn't hold. Okay, so these innovations in research design can give us more convincing evidence, and in these cases, they give us more favorable evidence. So the third reason why recent evidence, I think, looks more favorable than it did in the past is that in some cases, we're just finding better ways to train workers. So Katz et al. Have a nice survey paper in the Journal of Labor Economics showing that there's a particular kind of suite of training approaches that when used together lead to very positive outcomes. The first is targeting skills in growth industries and occupations. So in the US context, this has tended to be things like healthcare and information technology. Secondly, they focus on training workers for credentials and transferable skills of the sort that firms might be reluctant to train workers in, because those are general skills that can be brought to another employer. Okay, so the firm has an incentive to underinvest in those skills, creating scope for a productive intervention. And then finally, the programs involve worker screening at intake, looking for drug abuse problems and trying to ensure that the worker is motivated to work and actually wants to engage in the program. And they provide consistent wraparound services throughout the workers' throughout the individual's engagement with the program, right at the beginning, during training, following training, helping with job placement, and even after job placement. And that latter point is important as well, because since these agencies are contacting workers who've already been placed in jobs, they have a direct conduit to understand what skills are most useful in those jobs, and that also makes the programs more nimble, and they're changing their curricula all the time to try to keep up with the demands that are happening out there in the private sector, which was a problem that we saw with some publicly funded training programs 20, 30 years ago. So a second point that I take from this broad literature is that programs that incentivize employment by increasing the returns to work have tended to have very positive effects. So I have three examples here. One is the Illinois reemployment bonus experiment from the 1980s, in which when a worker is reemployed relatively quickly following signing up for unemployment insurance, and if they keep that job for a certain amount of time, they get a cash bonus at the end of a certain time window. Okay, so this just incentivizes workers to search harder, get employed more quickly, avoid the negative consequences of long unemployment durations. And secondly, some co-authors and I have studied wage insurance under the US Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, and I'll give you a bit more detail on that in a moment. And then the Canadian Self-Sufficiency Project, which combines elements of the previous two. In all of these cases, the policies are increasing the returns to getting into a job relatively quickly, avoiding long unemployment spells, and in doing so, they increase earnings and employment probabilities. And in all of these cases, because workers spend so much more time employed, they're earning more, so paying more taxes, and they're getting less benefit payments. And all of these programs pay for themselves. The net cost to government is zero, or in the case of wage insurance, it's vastly negative. Okay, like the government's saving money. So let me tell you a little bit more about that wage insurance program in just a few moments. Ben Hyman, Adam Levy, and I have recently completed a study of this program. And the way that it works is that it's part of the broader Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, which is a program that until 2002, the US used to compensate workers who lose due to import competition or offshoring. And so if a worker group is part of a mass layoff, they can petition the Department of Labor to be certified that that layoff was due to trade or offshoring. If they're certified, then workers get access to extended unemployment insurance benefits and subsidized training. Okay, so that's standard TAA. A sort of side project underneath TAA is known as Reemployment Trade Adjustment Assistance. That's the wage insurance program. And workers who are over age 50, if they're part of a certified layoff and they take a job that pays less than their prior job, they will receive for up to 2 years a subsidy covering 50% of the gap between their old and new wages. So if they used to earn $50,000 a year and they get a new job paying $40,000 a year, they'll get a $5,000 subsidy for 2 years. And there are income caps and maximum benefit caps under this program to avoid costs from spiraling out of control. But that's how the program works. And because it has this age 50 eligibility rule, we're able to use a regression discontinuity approach to essentially compare 49-year-olds and 50-year-olds. And what we find is that wage insurance eligibility substantially increases employment probabilities in the first 2 or 3 years following displacement. The increase is 18 percentage points at 2 years following displacement, which is a huge increase in employment probability. The control group eventually catches up, which is why you see this effect going down to 0 at 4 years following displacement. So in contrast to the employment results, which do eventually fade as the control group catches up, earnings effects are persistent and long-lasting, and they last long after the subsidies have phased out. And just to be clear, the earnings effects that I'm showing you here don't include the subsidy amounts. This is how much the workers are earning from their employers. They're getting additional subsidies on top of this. And we find that those earnings alone represent a 10 percentage point increase measured as a share of your pre-displacement earnings. If you aggregate those earnings effects together, you find that eligible workers are earning $18,000 more over the 4 years following displacement, and that's a 26% increase compared to marginally ineligible workers. And I should emphasize, our sample includes relatively less educated. They're 10 percentage points more likely to have just a high school degree than is the average displaced worker in the United States. They have very high job tenure before they get displaced, 7.5 years on average. And they're primarily coming from manufacturing. So these are workers for whom job displacement is particularly devastating, and yet this policy is really providing much more favorable outcomes for them compared to the control group. It operates mostly through shorter unemployment durations. So the jobs look basically the same for the treatment and control group. They're earning similar wages. All the other features of job quality look about the same. It's just that the eligible workers get employed more quickly. And the program is self-financing by increasing tax revenue and reducing benefits by a factor of about 3. Okay, now this is a small program in partial equilibrium. And so there are some questions of generalizability for all of these programs and of scaling up. So I want to close with that. You know, the reemployment bonus experiment in Illinois had similarly favorable results to what I just described for wage insurance. It looked really great. It paid for itself, had very positive outcomes for workers. So then New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Washington ran similar experiments. And for reasons that I'm not entirely clear on, they weren't nearly as favorable as the Illinois experience. Bruce Meyer's got a nice summary paper on this. And one of his concerns is that because you had to sign up for unemployment insurance to be eligible for the bonus, he's worried that unemployment insurance take-up is going to skyrocket, and that'll undermine some of the financial benefits of the program. Okay, so there's no direct evidence on that, but it is plausible. In the wage insurance area, it also looks like implementation details matter. So there were wage insurance programs in Canada and in Germany, a smaller scale than the US program that we study, but the studies of those programs are very well executed, and they find basically nothing. That seems to be because both of those programs had very high barriers to entry, and it was difficult to take them up. In Canada, you had to find a job very quickly within 26 weeks. And in Germany, among some other hurdles, you had to get the employment agency to certify your eligibility before you took the job. Okay, so those things lead to really big barriers in take-up, and so take-up was extremely low. In fact, in the US program before 2009, we had a 26-week employment requirement as well. Take-up was incredibly low. Okay, so I think the wage insurance program can work excellently, as we've seen post-2009, but you need to make sure there aren't big barriers to entry, so implementation details matter. And then finally, will any of these programs scale up? They're all very small scale, and so partial equilibrium assumptions, I think, are entirely plausible when doing the evaluations, but we don't know whether employers will lower wages or change vacancy creation behavior. Will the gains to participants come at a cost to losses to non-participants, as in the brilliant study of Crepon et al.? Can successful programs attract much larger numbers of participants? Are there folks that can pass those initial screenings for drug use and motivation to join those sector-focused training programs that Katz et al. Have studied in order to scale them up at the degree that we might need to? And can we find sustainable funding streams? I've been involved in conversations suggesting that perhaps firms that lay off workers that take up these training programs should be taxed in a way kind of like experience rating with unemployment insurance, where that might cover some of that training. I've talked to multiple unions just in the past few weeks who are entertaining the idea of including training funds in their collective bargaining negotiations. And so I think there's lots of reason for optimism here, particularly if you had stopped reading this literature about 15 years ago. I think things look a lot better now than they did a long time ago. But there are some big questions about scaling up, and some more research on that's, I think, really where we should be focusing. Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you, Pierre-Olivier, for the invitation. It's quite humbling to be in a room with so many of my former bosses. In Cameroon, we actually don't think there's any such thing as a former boss. Your boss will always be your boss, unless he or she dies or you kill them. Great to have Kaushik, Joe, and all these people who coach me or try to coach me at the World Bank. And Ricardo, you're here. I just finished a paper for him, and a lot of the things that I'm going to be saying are from that paper. I should also mention Olivier Blanchard, because when I was a young student in Boston, I would always go to his office to annoy him about monetary policy in Africa, especially in the French-speaking part of Africa, which I thought was suboptimal, I had to put it that way. And he would always respond to me in English, even though both Olivier and I are mainly Francophone, but Olivier was always very kind, generous of his time and advice, so thank you. Well, I'm going to try to do 3 things in the 10 minutes or so that I have. I'd like to start by saying a few things about the meanings of structural transformation in today's global economy. I think that we need to kind of move away from structural transformation the way Kuznets and others define and measure it 50, 60, 70 years ago. I'm going to also say something about industrial policy and the link between structural transformation and industrial policy. And then if I still have a couple of minutes, I will share a few thoughts in terms of the policies. Now, first, the meanings of structural transformation. Well, when Kuznets gave his Nobel lecture in '73, he reasserted that definition, which is basically to reallocate resources into the most productive sectors. And he used the word sectors: agriculture, industry, and services. He felt that it was one of the key features of modern economic growth. And he also mentioned the fact that there would be a change in terms of the structure of population from rural places to urban. Well, I think that really it's almost impossible today to define clearly and measure convincingly what agriculture is. And even more so for what industry and manufacturing are. That's why I'm a skeptic of one of the dominant ideas today, including from my mentor, Joe, that manufacturing may be dying. I'll say a couple of things about that. Services. Well, when Kuznets was writing, there were basically no tradable services. Today, you have tradable services. Today, you have, if you look carefully into what is called services in national accounts in different places around the world, you have a lot of things there that I would put into manufacturing. The same applies to agriculture. I would put a lot of the things that happen today in South Africa and other places in Brazil, which some people call agriculture, into manufacturing and industry. So my first point is that these 3 sectors, quote unquote, needs to be completely rethought. We need to reassess that. I also think that we should avoid giving too much importance on the notion that manufacturing is dead because of technological transformation and progress, innovation. Well, there are always many industries around the world which have very well resisted any technological change. And I've been doing some work on that for a few months, and you would see, for instance, places like Tuscany in Italy, where they've been very good at producing wool fabric, luxury apparels since the 13th century. Innovation, technology, robots, nothing has changed because of something in economics which we call value. I could mention Harley-Davidson, which has been produced in Milwaukee, not too far from Indiana, for 200 years. People still think that it's a vibrant industry. I would hesitate to do that in this audience, but I live in Boston, Massachusetts. In Springfield, Massachusetts, you have a company that has been producing guns for a long time, and they are not afraid of any transformation. My point is, yes, there are always changes, but there are ways in which, through value, through policies, we can mitigate some of these issues. And then something which I learned really when I work at UNIDO, Pierre-Olivier, yeah, it was really a fantastic experience for me, because when I got there, I realized that everybody really who talks about industry, manufacturing, and does any theoretical and empirical work uses manufacturing value added, which is produced by UNIDO. Nobody cites UNIDO, sometimes the World Bank and some other institution. So I brought my director of research and his team, and I said, I want to understand how this is being calculated. It was eye-opening to me. MVA, manufacturing value added, they basically haven't changed the way they do it for decades and decades. Well, in a world of global value chain, all kinds of changes. I mean, you start digging in there, you don't want to look any further. Now, the United Nations Statistical Commission has issued many years ago what they call Revision 4, which every country in the world compiling manufacturing data should be using and updating. But I can tell you, in most of Africa, nobody has even heard about it. And those who have heard of it don't have money to do anything about it. So my point is, we should use MVA data, but understanding exactly what it is. So whenever we talk about the death of manufacturing, we are having a semantic problem, a calculation problem, and we should be careful about that. Now, one word about the rationale for industrial policy to steer structural transformation. Well, from the beginning, Kuznets himself recognized that market failures are just there, and you will never be able to achieve structural transformation if everything is left to the market. That's the typical. So they came up with a number of type of market failures. And in recent years, recent decades, I think especially since the 2008 financial crisis, most countries, everybody in the world has understood that there are even more various types of market failures that we didn't even heard of before. And then the knowledge aspect of it, which I think is, personally, I think is the most important, the fact that really what changes an economy is the use of knowledge, the capacity to produce, or at least to borrow and use knowledge, not just by a few firms, but also by the non-performing firms. And you need the government, I think, to play a very key role in encouraging that knowledge, this one that is non-rival, is used by the least performing firms. I think that's typically the biggest difference between high-income countries and low-income countries. The inability of low-income countries to better use the existing knowledge. Okay? So we've seen also that some of the biggest national goals, like equity, like environmental protection, well, you can leave that to market forces. So that's also a new rationale for industrial policy. Now, what is it? What is industrial policy? When Ricardo asked me, I think it was last year, to write this paper, I wanted to know what economists, how they define industrial policy. I'm sorry to report that there's no convincing, clear, actionable definition of industrial policy. Well, industrial policy is defined as any government policy to change the sectoral structure of the economy. I think we can say that about anything the government does. I just wrote a paper for Zia, who was sitting there, for Brookings, and Zia pushed back on my paper because he didn't like the title. The title was All Economic Policy is Industrial Policy. Zia thought it was too provocative. But I actually believe that. And you cannot give me any measure which is in a budget bill in any country, any year, which is not industrial policy. Now, when I said that, macroeconomists jump to the roof and they say, oh, how about broad, horizontal exchange rate policy. Well, when you pick an exchange rate policy, you always know that some people will benefit, some people will lose. Some region will benefit, some people will lose. You can even, in some economies, know which particular firms will benefit from what you think is a neutral, broad, horizontal exchange rate policy. When you pick and you design a law on bankruptcies, and you start by saying, well, if there's a bankruptcy here, derivatives will be first on the line. Well, you're picking somebody who will benefit disproportionately from that. Infrastructure. When you pick an infrastructure, you do the economic analysis, you look at internal rate of return, all kinds of tools that make you think it's a good deal. But still, the places where you put it makes a difference, and you know that there will be winners and losers. So in my view, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but let me perhaps end by saying a couple of things quickly on policies. First, I think really that it's fantastic that the IMF and the Peterson Institute are doing this. You are driving the macro thinking, not just in Washington, but really around the world. And maybe 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, Joe Stiglitz and Justin Lin and myself and others, we did a couple of books, and the title was The Industrial Policy Revolution. I can tell you that the IMF and some IMF colleagues didn't like that. What is this? They asked me, are you a communist, a new party or something? Well, so it's great to be invited at the IMF to discuss structural transformation in industrial policy. Then the question for you, the IMF, is what is the appropriate monetary policy if you are serious about it, not just in high-income countries, but also in low-income economies. Are we happy when you read most of the IMF reports on, let's say, African countries? They tend to say, well, their programs are on track, they're doing well, and so on. But you look at many of these countries, GDP per capita there is lower today than 50 years ago, including Cameroon, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, some of the fanciest economies, the fastest growing. GDP per capita in real terms, lower. How can they be so successful with such fantastic macro framework if everybody is getting poorer and poorer? So I think we need to look into the details. Look at inflation. Why should Cameroon have 2% inflation rate? I discussed with a friend who is at the central bank. He said that they are very happy with their performance because over 50 years, inflation has been quite low on average. And I said, but everybody's poor and dying. And he said, well, that's not our job. Our job is to make sure that they have 2-3% inflation rate. Well, I don't think that the central bank should be having that attitude. The debt, they all copied the Maastricht framework of saying, well, we should not have public debt, which is 60% of GDP. Well, nobody has ever explained to me where is the theoretical model to explain why that's 60%. And across Africa, from South Africa to Senegal to Djibouti to Egypt, everybody is frantic about that. So the macro issues should be really discussed seriously. The financing. I was very struck when Gordon Brown yesterday said something about the recent meeting in Paris a couple of days ago on Sudan. He said it's a meeting of people sitting there begging for money for Sudan. That's the word he used, beggars. That was a strong word, but I think a really accurate word. We're living in a world where there's still excess savings around the world. The the sovereign wealth funds from Norway just announced in January that their profit last year was more than 2 trillion. Just the profit. And that Norway, you can go Qatar, you can go even some sovereign wealth funds in Africa, which are placed outside, are making money, sometimes not making money, where they are having problems finding financing domestically and issuing euro bonds. So the financing should really be a big issue, the financing framework. And then the role of national bank, development bank, regional development banks. I was chief economist at the African Development Bank. And some people there, some board members will tell me, we really don't know why we need your position. Because the African Development Bank should simply use whatever macroeconomics comes from the IMF and the World Bank. And you should, in fact, by that rationale, these banks should not even exist. I think they should be given freedom to bring something intellectually different to the table. We have to think about that. And I think that, yeah, and then last point, Michael Spence gave me a lot of comfort yesterday when he spoke about the robots, because this is a discussion we've been having in terms of manufacturing. What are the robots going to be doing to low-skilled workers in Africa and around the world? First, I don't like this low-skilled labor. I think you're always low-skilled compared to somebody. I'm low-skilled compared to Joe, certainly. And the day my family went on vacation, and I was there alone, I had to clean the house, clean the toilets. I realized that there's no such thing as a low-skilled job. I can tell you that. But the point that Michael Spence made yesterday about robots being able to help low-skilled workers improve their productivity, because now you have language, we can talk to them directly. I think that's wonderful. And you complement that with Deron Acemoglu's work on how policies could be used to mitigate the risk that robots, automation, and technology is bringing. I think we are in very good shape if we do the right thing. Thank you.
I guess yeah. Well, thank you all, and thank you for inviting me. It's been an absolutely fascinating conference. And as Celestine said, the fact that some of us have been working on industrial policy for 40 years, 50 years, and it's come back is in a particular way is very exciting, and the papers have been absolutely fascinating. I've been asked to talk about the policies, the policy tools to support structural change and to promote the reallocation of resources, to address the distributive consequences of structural change. And I'm going to begin by talking about the most dramatic example of structural change in the United States. It's work that I've done with Bruce Greenwald, and that was the structural change from an agrarian economy, an agriculture economy, to a manufacturing economy. In the 19th century, 70% of our labor force was working in agriculture, a little bit like the pictures that were shown of China yesterday. And today, 3% of our workforce is in agriculture, producing more food than even an obese society can consume. So, it's been an enormous structural transformation. Much of it occurred in a relatively short period of time between 1920 and 1940. And that was a period where the market signals were enormous. Agricultural prices of the key agricultural goods fell by 70%. That's a big deal if the product you're selling, and it's the only product you have, falls by 70%. Not surprisingly, in the initial period, when it was falling more gradually, there was a lot of migration out of agriculture into urban area. But when it really collapsed, that migration stopped. And it stopped for two reasons. One, there are real costs of mobility, and that was mentioned. I'm going to be picking up a number of themes that have already been mentioned. There are real mobility costs. The neoclassical model that says that there's costless movement of labor is just wrong. And there was credit rationing, and people didn't have the resources, so they couldn't move. And so you had labor stuck in the agrarian sector, and all they could do is produce more, which of course exacerbated the downfall. And then there are, as we all know, nominal and real wage and price rigidities, and the downturn in agriculture then transmitted to a downturn in the urban sector, and we had a macroeconomic problem called the Great Depression. In my view, and Bruce's view, it was this that was really the source of the Great Depression. And what was different about the Great Depression, and this really picks up the point that Brian made, was it was very persistent. You know, normal fluctuations, even an event like a bank run, the 1907, we recover fairly quickly from those. But what was distinct about the Great Depression was we went down in 1929. We had a little bit of fluctuations. You know, the New Deal did help. But right after that, by 1936, 37, we were back into an economic downturn. And what was it that finally got us out of the Great Depression? Well, it's not the kind of general policy that we would want to talk about. We went to war. So the war got us out. But what I want to take out of that is not the lesson that you go to war to help us. You know, there are some people who think that that is the current appropriate policy response. I don't. But the lesson of the war was it had two aspects to it. It was a major macroeconomic stimulus. We spent a lot of money. But it was also, and this is what I think has not gotten as much attention as it deserves, it was also a structural policy. The fact that we needed to manufacture munitions and you know, tanks and airplanes meant that we had an all-out national restructuring, moving to manufacturing. You know, that was what we needed to do. When we weren't going to just let the market take care of it, we really had strong policies to restructure our economy and become a manufacturing economy, manufacturing of tanks and guns and things like that. But then at the end of the war, those were repurposed and we became a manufacturing economy. So what are the lessons, what are the principles that one wants to take out of that dramatic experience? Well, as I say, structural change involves two issues, massive reallocation of resources and massive distributive effects. And we have to manage both of those. And markets on their own are not very good at managing either of those. On the distributive aspects, it's been already mentioned that well, two things. You need targeted policies for both of the reallocation and distributive effects. Broad policies like monetary policy are not going to work. And so the way macroeconomists have often tied their hands, I think, is wrong. And there are targeted monetary policies that many countries have used, credit allocation, but have become a no-no for the last 40 years. I think both we need targeted monetary and fiscal policy, and that's one of the themes I want to emphasize. In terms of dealing with the distributive effects, we all know it's very difficult and very subject to capture. Some of the talks yesterday highlighted that. One of the things that I would emphasize as we think about the next structural change is the green transition. I was surprised yesterday, but there was not much mention of the stranded assets. The strand of fossil fuel, which is going to be the major, the energy companies are continuing to invest badly, and we're going to bail them out. We all know that we're going to bail them out. And we really ought to be thinking very much about these stranded assets. It's a problem already in our colony, Puerto Rico, but it's a problem in many other places. So we have stranded physical assets, but we also have labor. And Brian's talk was very hopeful, because when we were in the Clinton administration, we were reading the older literature, and we were a little bit depressed. And so we really thank you for those remarks that have been uplifting. That in fact one can address some of the distributive effects on labor. One aspect, and I'll come back to one other aspect which I think is important in the reallocation of labor. But the important market failure to keep in mind is that even when two market failures, there's an information market failure. Where are the jobs? There are perception market failures, I think, which have played an important role in some of those results. People don't really fully take into account the benefits. They don't really fully understand the benefits of having a job in terms of job persistence and wages. But the third is they often don't have the resources, and they may have to take the first job just to live. There are liquidity problems. Capital markets don't work well. And so there has to be a role of government in helping them shift. The same thing is true in capital, moving physical capital. Markets, financial markets, for the most part, are very short term. And a lot of the structural change is a high degree of uncertainty and very long term. Green transition is a long-term investment. Somebody mentioned that if you look at the world today, we have Ben Bernanke talked about a savings glut. And at the same time, we're talking about, do we have the resources for the green transition? It's obvious. The problem is, in between the savings on the one hand and the needs that we have in the other are short-term financial markets. And we need institutions that make that reallocation, and things like development banks, imperfect, as we all know, but better than short-term private financial markets. So what we need to try to do more is to think about structural transformation. How do we make those reallocations, understand why markets often don't work? And here is the important things of creating institutions and having those institutions learn how to make that structural transformation. So it's learning about, institutional learning about that structural transformation. Because we haven't done this for 40 years, we're not going to do it perfectly in the beginning. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. But, just because the Federal Reserve did a very bad job in the run-up to 2008, our response was not to abolish the Federal Reserve. Now, there were some people who said that we should, but the response was, hopefully they would learn the lesson. And as we make the mistakes, as we inevitably will in our industrial policy, that's what we ought to be doing, saying, how can we do it better? How can we help guide that transition? The final point on the principles that emerge is macroeconomics, including exchange rate policy, is absolutely essential. Job training programs aren't going to work if there are no jobs. It was mentioned, Brian mentioned that one of the big differences is that some of the newer programs were targeted to jobs that existed. And that was part of the success, and part of the failures in the past is they were training people either not general enough or very specifically for jobs that were dying. And I think that's one of the lessons. But if we're going to make a real transition, we obviously have to have a macroeconomic policy that is robust enough that there are jobs for those who are leaving, who are being put aside. Now, the third set of issues I want to say is, and this is based on some of the work with Anton Kornak, is the difficulty of making structural change is when the magnitude becomes very, very large. And I think our society can manage slow change, but when it gets very stressful, very large, it becomes very stressful. And that's where the broader issue of steering innovation becomes important. And when I say steering, I mean affecting the pace, the direction, the nature, the structure of the technical change, and recognizing that it's endogenous, not exogenous. And here, I'll pick up a point that Celestine made, that actually everything we're doing is, every policy that we have affects the direction of technical change. If we have a zero price on carbon or a low price on carbon, we're not having any incentive to have innovation that is directed in that direction. If the wages, if firms don't take into account the social cost of unemployment of unskilled workers, they're going to have too much unskilled labor replacing innovation, which is what we have. And if you look at the whole structure of the incentives, I think we're having incentives that are exacerbating the problem of labor markets and not doing enough about the green transition and motivating, steering innovation in the direction of the green transition, and therefore making the job of the transition all the more difficult. There's a lot to say about AI, but I see my time is up. I want to make a couple of very elliptical methodological remarks because I see there are some macroeconomists in the audience, and I can't, and this is co-sponsored by the IMF, so I can't but make a few of them. The macroeconomics really ought to be focusing more on these big changes, not the small wiggles in the economy, but the deep downturns, the big problems like the Great Depression, the kind of change that we're going through. The second is that kind of change can't be studied by the standard aggregate models. These are structural transformations going from one sector to another. And you have to have at least two sectors if you're going to have, maybe more, but you have to have more fine tuning than you have in the standard aggregate production function. So the basic way that macroeconomics has been done for a very long time isn't helpful in studying the Great Depression, the Great Recession, and the new changes that we're facing. The third thing is, these problems can't be studied with models which begin with stationary stochastic processes, where we know the stochastic process ahead of time. We don't know where AI, one of the remarks, we don't know where AI is going. Some people believe that we're going to have general intelligence within 10 years. Some people say that's really pessimistic, or some say that's really optimistic, and I'm not going to tell you which direction optimistic and pessimistic means. But what we know is that we don't know. And anybody that thinks that we can look in the past in a stationary stochastic process and use those models to make inferences about what good policies are, I think is badly flawed. That then comes to the view that you probably can't, these problems probably can't be analyzed in any model in which there is common knowledge. And the standard models of rational expectations have common knowledge. Because in the absence of common knowledge, you have differences of views, and the differences in views become an important part of the macroeconomic environment. People are making bets. It is what the stock market is. It's people trading with each other on the different basis of views. So, and finally, part of the growth process is a change in mindset. That was the core of the Enlightenment, and that really picks up the point that Kaushik made, and I think is central to our understanding of these issues.
So there's both good news and bad news. The bad news is that we have run out of time, so we won't have any questions, and we'll have to go directly into the next session. The good news is really we had a fantastic panel, and it was really worth it to let our speakers express their views. I think it was terrific. We certainly at the IMF, we now have our work cut out for us. Not sure I would go all the way towards having targeted monetary policies. I think a lot of central banks might be worried a little bit about overburdened mandates in an environment in which often what we find is fiscal policy being hampered and not being able to help and loading things onto central banks. But I thought this was terrific. I was especially, my spirits were uplifted by the recent evidence that Brian shared with us this morning on retraining programs and subsidies for displaced workers. And so I want to, have a round of applause for our speakers, and let's move on to the next session. Thanks.
So. Good. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Good. Okay, let me start. So this conference is about structural change and structural reforms. And there is a sense in which the green transformation, which is the subject of this session, is probably the most ambitious worldwide structural reform in the history of the world, just to motivate the session. But I think it's true. It's an incredibly complex endeavor, even compared to some of the other ones we've discussed already. We have to handle mitigation. We have to handle adaptation. We have to do this under tremendous uncertainty about both the nature of the threat and the speed at which it's coming, and about the efficacy of the tools that we may want to use. And we have to do it quick and big. And so that session clearly very much belongs to this conference. Now, it's clear, given the complexity of a task, that a holistic approach is needed. In general, I don't like the word holistic, but in this case, I think it works, in the sense that it really has to have many dimensions. And although I'm not a researcher in the field, I follow it fairly closely. And I would say we probably have to have a strategy which relies on 5 legs. So let me just go through the list. The first one, which is the one that any well-trained economist starts with, is carbon taxes or carbon fees, because this looks like the right Pigouvian answer to the issue. But the more you work on it, the more you realize I think it's a necessary tool, but it's far from sufficient given the dimension of the challenge. So the second one, which also is fairly standard among standard thinking economists, is subsidies to R&D. And the argument there doesn't have much to do with green, but just with the fact that R&D has externalities, and R&D is very often justified, and you can say that in the particular context, the externalities are even larger. So that's the second one. The third one, and we get to stuff which goes a bit outside the standard kind of Act 10 answer, is targeted subsidies to specific types of green investment. And I think the logic there is very much in the coordination issues which arise, for example, from supply chains, which is that you're going to change your technology along the supply chain only if the upstreamers or the downstreamers do it. And we tend to think that the price system is probably not the way to do it, probably just force somebody to do it and then get the chain to do it is probably better. The fourth one is public investment. And we all understand the example of chargers for EVs. And in practice, it really has to be done by the state, but there are many other examples of having to basically build the right infrastructure. And then the last one, which again I think would have been controversial a while back, but is less and less, is specific regulations. No more thermic cars after some date or something like this, because we understand the limits of using prices. And that's a way of organizing things in a way which makes sense. So, for example, we have to reorganize cities. And I don't think we can do it entirely by the price system. We basically have to say cars can't go into the streets and so on and so on. That's regulations. And so the mix of regulations and price incentives has to be basically the portfolio. I think that description shows the complexity of the task, and that's what I think we should be discussing. Now, in that context, I had prepared, I think, 5 questions for the panelists. I don't expect them to answer all of them, but I think these are the questions that we should have in mind. The first question is, do I have a right description of the portfolio? For example, how essential are carbon taxes in the mix, or have I missed something? The second one, which gets to the political issues, which is how far are we from the optimal portfolio given the political constraints that governments are facing. The example being, in the recent past, in my part of the world, the farmers' reaction to a number of green measures. And can we do a better job selling the need to do it? So there's work by Stefanie Stancheva at Harvard, which is extremely interesting in that respect. The third issue, which, and I made this remark yesterday when somebody mentioned French planning, is that we have to do this under conditions of extreme uncertainty about what's happening. Are there really no nonlinear processes at work? I mean, the casual looking suggests, yes, there are nonlinearities, and then the effect of the measures that we take. And so how do you basically organize institutionally the fight in an environment in which the enemy is not well defined and is changing all the time? And I think that's, again, the real issue. The fourth is, should we worry about differences of strategies between countries? And my own answer is yes. I'm absolutely struck by the difference between the US and Europe, more or less subsidies on one side, taxes or fees on the other. That's going to create enormous tensions of competitiveness, of commercial wars. Can we avoid it? And then the fifth issue, which is, I think, the one closest to, I think, Nick Stern's heart at this point, is it's just not the advanced countries. Most of the effort has to come from the other part of the world, and they don't have the means. And so the question is, can we succeed? What do we need to do in order to succeed together? So 5 really simple questions, 12 minutes per speaker, and we'll be done. Let me just say just a few words about the speakers. I mean, they are tremendous set. So the first one, I think I'll go in the order of presentation. Where's Kim? Kim. Kimberly Closing. She's the Eric Zolt Chair in Tax Law and Policy at UCLA Law School. But before that, Kim was at Treasury in the Biden administration and has worked very much on fiscal issues, but in particular on the fiscal issues associated with green transformation. She's, and I'm happy to say, a non-resident fellow of the Peterson. We're happy to have her. The second one is Jean Pisani-Ferry, who is also a non-resident senior fellow at Peterson, and was the founder and is a senior fellow of Google in Europe, which is a very influential think tank. I think the best description is both an academic and very involved in policy. He was the director of the program for programs and ideas of the first Macron run for presidency, the one that Macron indeed won. And more recently, he has done a report with Salman Mahfouz for the Prime Minister on the economics of green transformation. So he's really ideal for that intervention. And then the last one is Nick Stern. Nick is the I.J. Patel Professor of Economics and Government at LSE. He also leads a center, but it was too long to actually spell, so but he does a number of things. No need to talk about his career, which is very distinguished, both from the academic front and the policy front. I was going to say you started focusing on it in the Stern Review in 2006, but might be wrong. You might have started long earlier. But at least in 2006, he produced the Stern Review, which on global warming, climate change, which made a big difference. And then since then, he has been at the forefront of nearly all the discussions of a green transformation. So we're very lucky to have him. Each of you 12 minutes, and then we'll see where we go. Kim?
Thank you so much, Olivier and Maury and all the organizers of this conference for bringing us together to talk about so many important issues. In my remarks, I'm going to focus on a subset of Olivier's questions, in particular, how we think about the portfolio of policy options, both in an ideal sense, but also in a practical political economy infused sense, but also how we think about international policy spillovers, recognizing that we will not be successful in the green transformation unless we bring the whole world along. And so the most important North Star of this conversation is how does policy affect global emissions reductions? So I'm going to look at these questions through a tax policy lens for two reasons, a good one and a not great one. The not great one is in the US context, we often do climate policy through the tax code for bizarre Senate rule reasons. But if you look at tax policy criteria, the good reason to look at those criteria is that they're very relevant in the climate policy space. When we're trying to evaluate a policy, we ask some of the same questions. How much does it cost? Does it raise revenue for the government, or does it cost the government money? That's a very salient question in almost any country. The distributional one is very important. Who pays for this policy? And is it a regressive or progressive policy? In the climate space, of course, the efficiency one is most important. How do we respond to the existential threat that is climate change? How do we do that most effectively, since there are so many important externalities in this space? And not just domestically, in terms of responding to externalities here, but also how do our policies affect policies in other countries? And then finally, administration and compliance, while not as sexy as the other criteria, often determine whether the policy works at all. And so bearing that in mind is important as well. Of course, countries pursue different approaches. This is a graph actually from before the Inflation Reduction Act that shows that already the United States was spending more on clean energy in absolute terms than most countries. That's one way of responding, is spending money. Another way is charging or imposing a carbon price. And this is a diagram that sort of shows many of the jurisdictions that use carbon pricing. With the price on the vertical axis, you see that there's quite a bit of variation in the price used, but according to the World Bank, about 23% of global emissions are covered by a carbon price. So when thinking about fiscal impacts, clearly a carbon price has the potential to raise a lot of money, whereas spending money uses fiscal resources. These fiscal questions, I think, are quite salient. And even in the United States, where we've really lately thrown a lot of money at this problem, I think fiscal considerations are going to be very salient coming down the road in 2025 for a couple of reasons. But I think the most central of which is that we already have very large deficits and debts projected to grow steadily over the coming decades. Yet in 2025, tax cuts that to fully extend them would cost over $4 trillion. They're scheduled to expire. Congress very much wants to keep them, but that would be a very bad look, given how much that would increase the deficits. So this is going to mean, if you're a Republican, one place to get money is to cut IRA subsidies. But also, I think it's an opportunity to think about carbon pricing as a solution that can help stem the fiscal gap. Obviously, this is not a US issue alone. Every country is facing these important fiscal constraints. And in this context, I think thinking about policy design is also very important to get to Olivier's point here in terms of the policy portfolio. One interesting question on the carbon fee front is, do you design it on a consumption or a production basis? A recent work, we found that now that the US is scheduled to be ever more fossil fuel exporter, you'd actually get about twice as much money from the carbon fee if you did it on a production basis rather than a consumption basis, which is kind of interesting. But also, how do you address the political economy? And there's opportunity to earmark the revenue, as Stancheva's research has suggested, that might improve that. Turning to distributional impacts, I would point out that every policy, tax, subsidy, regulation, has a distributional impact. So for instance, the IRA subsidies, people were often like, well, you have to do that because carbon pricing is regressive, so of course this isn't, but it is. It's very much just as regressive. If you look at the Tax Policy Center analysis of repealing the IRA subsidies, it would disproportionately be a tax increase at the top because you're really channeling those subsidies disproportionately to those at the top. The point isn't that we shouldn't do climate policy because it has potentially negative distributional impacts. The point is that if you do it in the context of larger tax policy reform, you can more than undo these distributional impacts if you find them to be adverse through other tax policy tools. So, in the United States in 2025, we'll have a natural opportunity to do this, but in other countries as well, not only is there a diversity of distributional impacts, like in some of the poorer countries, carbon pricing might even be progressive, but there are always tools to undo those. Administrative and compliance issues are extremely important. I'm not going to go into them because of time, but they can often make the difference in terms of success or failure. I am going to spend more time on efficiency. And efficiency here, I'm thinking about the ability to internalize the negative externalities associated with greenhouse gas emissions. And some recent work that I did with a team that includes John Bisling, Catherine Wolfram, Jim Stock, and Neil Mahorta, we look at 7 possible policy scenarios for the United States going forward. And the 3 that I'm showing in this diagram are the red line, which shows emissions reductions sort of in the counterfactual where there hadn't been a Biden administration. There was no Inflation Reduction Act. There was no revisions to the EPA regulations. That's what would have happened. We're right now on the blue dash line. That is our forecast in these EPRI energy modeling of what will happen to U.S. emissions reductions. We don't meet the Paris commitment, but we get closer than we would have without those 2 policy tools. The green dotted line shows you the impact of a very modest carbon fee, and by very modest, it's very modest in a couple of ways. It doesn't even start for a couple of years. It starts at $15. It slowly rises to $65, and it completely carves out retail gasoline. Why? Not because that's the right thing to do, but rather because that's the sort of politically imaginable version of like what we might be able to get in the United States. That version alone raises $600 billion over 10 years. If you do it on a production basis, twice that much. And makes a serious dent in emissions, right? And carbon pricing is just such an effective tool here. What's interesting is if you look as well at household energy expenditures in those 3 different scenarios with very different emissions lines, they're only $200 apart, right? Out of a $3,000 that a typical American household is spending on energy in a year. So I think these distributional effects are quite small compared to the emissions effects. So I think finding a political economy way around them is really crucial. Most important, really, in thinking about US policy adoption or any country's policy adoption is how they work together, right? I think one thing that we've all seen looking at the world around us is that countries are falling far short of what's required to address this huge global collective action problem. Trade and finance are really important sticks and carrots that we can use to induce more incentives and make more effective global cooperation. But the trade and finance carrots and sticks will work best if they're done in an aligned and cooperative fashion and not in a misaligned and random fashion. So I think it's extremely important that we work to get policies more aligned and cooperative here, but in the meantime, we also need to handle the frictions that arise when countries aren't pursuing aligned policies. In that context, for instance, look at the US Inflation Reduction Act that has policy spillovers that are both positive and negative. The administration, of course, would emphasize the positive ones, right? We are reducing emissions in the United States. That should help solve the global problem. There will be learning that occurs when you subsidize things like clean hydrogen and carbon capture, direct air capture. That's fabulous. So those are all good things. But there are, of course, negative things too, not just the national content rules, which show sort of disregard for World Trade Organization norms, but also these spillovers of competitiveness that I think are very salient in countries that are attempting to impose costs on their firms. Take Canada, our northern neighbor, take the EU, take the UK, right? They are all attempting to impose costs on their firms. So when they see the US subsidizing their firms and they're imposing costs, you get to situations like the green steel deal that was supposed to be a deal, but was actually just like a green steel disagreement, where the US government sort of asserted that what really matters is this vertical dimension here. Are you a high ambition or a low ambition country? If you're high ambition, you should be able to put tariffs on low ambition, voila. But the Europeans were like, hold on a minute, what matters is this other dimension. You are handing money to your firms, we are charging them. We should not have the same tariff. And if the Europeans are correct about this, but what's interesting is that that tariff policy, whatever it is, there's no way to handle both of these types of policy spillovers with one instrument, right? Because unless people choose aligned policy tools, right, any one instrument will fall short in one of these dimensions. So I think the hope is to get countries more aligned. If countries were more aligned on the pricing instrument, right, then I think it's a much easier way to move towards global collective action solutions. And so this is sort of my optimistic last slide here. Let's say countries did align. Let's say there were a group that included, of course, the EU, UK, and Canada that are already going down this road and thinking about carbon border adjustments. But let's imagine a scenario where the US is able to join that in 2025. Right now, if you're another country and you want to access any of those markets and they've got a uniform approach, right, you've got a really strong incentive to consider carbon pricing yourself. And Catherine Wolfram and I have been tracking countries' announcements with respect to the EU CBAM, and we've found more than a dozen, I think it's approaching 20 now, of countries that have cited the EU CBAM as a reason to contemplate carbon pricing, right? Make that an even bigger group, there's an even bigger incentive, and the logic isn't always completely airtight for this incentive, but it's something like, well, we'd rather, you know, collect the revenue ourselves than hand it to Europe, of course, or maybe it's something that you could almost justify doing politically, but now you get to blame someone else. But those are important political economy motivations that can kind of move the world towards pricing, and I think it's a very important moment to try to seize greater alignment and pursue that. Two cautions that I will end with, even though it's saying that this is optimism. I think it's very important that you actually have a price to adjust to if you're going to join this club. There are some, including some members of Congress, that say, okay, well, the tariff part sounds great. Let's do that. But why would we impose costs on our firms? And I think that that's very dangerous, in part because you might actually be increasing world emissions with such a policy because you're undermining non-discriminatory approaches in places like Europe and Canada and the UK, right? And so I think undermining good efforts abroad, it shouldn't be the approach. A second issue, and then I think this one is particularly important, is how do you handle the differentiated responsibility of poor countries? And I think there are three important steps that one could take here. The first is, I think, for the poorest countries of the world, you can easily exempt them from the regime. And the poorest set is only 4% of world emissions. Until they're richer, you know, I think it would be perfectly justified to exempt them. I also think a tiered carbon pricing minimum required to turn off a CBAM is something that people should consider as a friendly amendment to the non-discriminatory approach. But again, done collaboratively, this is easier to negotiate. But imagine, like, if you're a somewhat poor country, the tier is $25, then $50 if you're in the middle, and then $75 if you're rich, right? And the IMF has a nice proposal, which is where I got those tier numbers from, that would do that. And if you turned off the CBAMs at different prices, while it would violate certain norms, I think in a coordinated, negotiated way, it might actually kind of bring more people to the table around this issue. And the final thing that would be useful is to pair all of this cooperation with more climate finance, to have the carrot as well as the stick. So that bring people to the table to negotiate these tiers, and then also say, while you're at the table, you get you know, these sets of benefits in terms of finance. So I think that that would be a very useful way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm waiting for my slides. That gives me the opportunity to really, you know, congratulate Maury and Pierre-Olivier for having organized this conference, which I think is very timely and very on a very essential topic. What I'm going to do is essentially to illustrate this fact that the green transformation, and that very much in line with what Olivier started with, is really a sort of policy-induced transformation. So it's a case study in steering a major transformation, and I agree with you, it's probably the most important transformation in history, and steering it with the right policy instruments. So it's not going to happen spontaneously because we know, I mean, all the externalities there prevent it from happening spontaneously. So it has to be triggered, and the whole question is with what type of instruments. Now, oops. Yeah. Just to illustrate the magnitude of the transformation, this is the world energy supply. So you have, in green, you have the traditional biomass, then you have coal, then the oil and gas. And you see that over time, the substitution took place, and that the new sources of energy replaced the old sources of energy. Now, I used the PIIE projection for net zero just to complement this graph and check what the magnitude of the transformation ahead of us. And it's absolutely major. Basically, you know, in energy became dominant moved from marginal to dominant when it got from less than 10% of the global energy supply to more than 50%. And it typically took 50 to 60 years. This time it's going to be much more because it's not going to be 50% or 60%. It's going to be the whole system that needs to be carbon neutral. And it's going to be a much shorter period. So that's the magnitude of what is ahead of us. Now, it's a special kind of structural change, and let me sort of go through some of the characteristics of this transformation. It will require massive investment, and I'm going to go back to that. It will be most probably detrimental to growth temporarily, probably not in the long term, but temporarily. I think we have to recognize that it may have a negative effect on growth. It will be costly for public finances, and therefore all the question of how to finance this transformation comes to the fore, and I'm going to come back to that. The mechanisms behind this transformation, I think, can be simplified and can be summarized in three types of transformation. One is the change in lifestyle. So basically, if you're taking your bike, if you're eating less red meat, etc., that's a change in lifestyle. It can be mechanisms are a bit subtle because it's in part it's nudge, in part it's regulation, in part it's public investment. You don't take your bike if there are no bike lanes, or you're taking risks. But that's one of the dimensions. The change in lifestyle is an important dimension. It's also an important dimension because it makes people individually actors of this transformation instead of being just those who have to accept what's happening. Second is a redirection of technical progress. So all what leads to transforming the type of technologies that drive the transformation. And the third, and in my view the most important one, at least in the short term, is the substitution of capital for fossil fuels. And the reason being that, any type of transformation we can think of is much more capital intensive. So you have to put up more capital upfront, and you get savings down the road in terms of lower operational expenditure. So that's true for renewable electricity, that's true for electric vehicles, that's true for heat pumps and building insulation. So it's a very generic system. So just to illustrate the first point, so the change in lifestyle and change in behavior, that the French electricity consumption on a weekly basis and the way it has been affected by the war in Ukraine. And what you're seeing here is that So the yellow curve is just the average the average consumption over the 5 years before the war. And the reaction to the war has been to reduce the consumption of electricity, and it has been persistent. So it's an indication that you can have changes in behavior. Now, the redirection of technical progress is taking place. It's taking place, interestingly, you see that in the distribution of patents or R&D spending. And so you're seeing more R&D spending in low carbon technologies, that's the blue bars, for the private sector. Public, it's orange bars. And so that's taking place, and it is delivering. And I think it's important to see the extent to which those transformations are delivering benefits, because those benefits, that's from the International Energy Agency. So every 2 years, it's just revise their forecast for 2030. And each time, each vintage, you had a higher, the dot moved from, very low, for example, uptake of wind, so less than 5%, to 15%. And each time, it's been consistent across time, over time, and across technologies. So it's really delivering in this regard. Now, what I mentioned in terms of the generic mechanism is this mechanism that's illustrated by this graph, which is taken from the Climate Change Committee in the UK, which puts above the line the investment into green technologies, and below the line, the effect in terms of reduction in OPEX. So that's, in my view, that's a very clear graph, because it shows that you've got to invest early on, you've got to pay price, and down the road there's a benefit that's associated with that. But does not come immediately. I mean, those numbers, they are roughly 2% of GDP in the UK case, so which is roughly what you find for many advanced countries. And below the line, you have the gains, which eventually become larger than the capex, but only eventually. So, where do we stand with this investment? This investment that's a survey that's done by an Institute for Climate Economics, which sort of tries to track investment in the EU and compare this investment to what's needed to reach net zero. And basically, we are sort of halfway. So we are 400 billion euros in 22. We've got to reach 800 billion. So we're still not there, but we're some way in this direction. So the question, and let me conclude with that, is that there needs to be policy levels. And that's a question that was raised by Olivier about how to combine, and Kim also, how to combine the different policy levels. We're not in a first best world in which you could do everything through pricing. You've got to combine instruments that affect behavior through nudge and through changing the social norms, and in some cases hard regulation, like for the prohibition of fossil fuel powered cars. And then you have to also use subsidies for technical progress, for redirecting technical progress, and subsidies also together with carbon pricing for triggering the capital fossil fuel substitution. So why do we need multiple instruments? In large part for political economy reasons, because if you were to act exclusively through prices, that would imply a much too high level of prices. But not only, in some cases, you know, I mean, the change in lifestyle that doesn't come from carbon prices, it comes from, you know, convincing people that there are different lifestyles. And so the case for a hybrid strategy, and I think that's very much the topic of this panel, is that how to combine these different instruments. And let me just make one point that, you know, if you have only one instrument, you don't make mistakes. I mean, you can set your instrument at the wrong level, but the question of how do you combine your different instruments doesn't arise in a one instrument setting. So in a multiple instrument setting, you have to adapt it to the situation. And that's the difficulty. Let me end on one thing, which is the fiscal cost. So the fiscal cost, it comes from public investment, you know, everything that is a public responsibility, and that in France, for example, you know, schools are public responsibility, so the retrofitting of schools is a public responsibility. It's a burden on the taxpayers' money, but also it comes from the fact that you're asking households to make investments, and if you compute what the cost of those investments, you see that they exceed even what is affordable for middle-class households. You know, for median income, you're speaking of an investment that represents a year of income, both for retrofitting houses and for changing the vehicle. So that's very costly, and that's not going to happen if they are not supported, if they are not subsidized. And the cost, will sort of end up on the public budget. Let me skip that because it's in the interest of time. The question is, can it be financed by debt? And I think the notion that debt is part of the answer has to be recognized in principle and in practice. In principle, the reason is that, you know, the urgent action should not be constrained by the scarcity of public funds. It's that temporary excess public spending does not put the sustainability of public finances in jeopardy, provided it's really temporary. And so that's equity and political economy consideration call for spreading the cost of action over time. Now, the EU fiscal rules do not make it possible. And that's a major problem we're facing. The EU fiscal rule leave a very narrow window for investment in climate. And that's a discussion we sort of, you know, we're supposed to have. And in fact, the decision taken was to leave very little room for financing through that, which I think is a mistake, and which I think is going to come back, you know, in the discussion, one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier, everybody here at the Peterson Institute for this occasion and for asking me along. What I have to say is largely complementary to what Kim and Jean were saying. So the fact that I don't repeat what they say should not be taken as disagreement in any way. I'm probably a bit more optimistic about growth than Jean, but I'll give some of the arguments and you can make up your mind. I also think the point raised at the end on debt is extremely important. We ran up big debt around COVID, and we were right to do so. This is not, you know, this is something which has very powerful long-term returns, and it's in response to a crisis which is bigger than COVID, so it seems to me perfectly reasonable. But let me move quickly because I want to focus on emerging markets and developing economies outside China. Emerging markets and economies outside China, probably around 5.3 billion people. Add in China, that's 1.4 billion on top of that. These are the places where growth is likely to be concentrated in the next 20 or 30 years, and if it's growth along past patterns, then we are in deep, deep trouble. So the rich countries matter enormously in what they do. They matter enormously in the kinds of finance they can bring to the table. But the bigger part of the answer is going to be in emerging markets and developing economies outside China, and a very big part of the answer is China itself. Joe Stiglitz and I and others have been working away with Chinese collaborators on trying to influence the 15th five-year plan, which is 2025 to 2030. That will be the biggest single most important policy event in the climate space. I'll make that remark. I won't say very much about China again, but again, that's something perhaps in the discussion we can come back to. So that's where I'll focus. Just to give an example of the extent to which the action is there, 80% of India's infrastructure likely to exist in 2050 will be built between now and then. It's how that is shaped that's going to be so important. For Africa, that 80% would be still higher, what is to be built. And of course, infrastructure, a very big part of this whole set of issues. So as Olivier set out, and I fully agree at the beginning, this is fundamental systemic change. And we have to think through how that can be pursued in real time. And it's a huge problem. It's outside the kind of modeling that we're used to. And we're going to have to think through how best to bring analytical perspectives to the table, which really inform that, bearing in mind that we're going to have to make lots of guesses and there are bound to be mistakes along the way. But the difficulties and the uncertainties of following this path are things that have to be faced. The worst possible thing is not to face them and not to do very much, and that is the most risky outcome of all. So everything we do here is going to be risky, but I think doing nothing is something that is, or very little or very slowly, is not something that we should contemplate. That's the biggest risk. So the big systems, energy, transport, cities, land, and water, all countries, there are not going to be huge amounts of negatives, so getting to net zero by 2050 means you have to be net zero more or less everywhere. We have to invest a lot, and Jean already emphasized that, probably an increase in investment of about, on a flow basis, about $4 trillion a year, different kinds of estimates by 2030, but then more or less in the same kind of ballpark. I'm going to respond to to Olivier's question about the portfolio of projects by looking at the portfolio of market failures that we face. I think I might end up responding to about 4 out of the 5, Olivier, but perhaps not all of them. These MDBs are absolutely central in all this because the cost of capital, for the reasons Jean emphasized, is absolutely center stage. The just transition is something that lives are dislocated as a result of fundamental change. It would be immoral not to take that into account, and of course it would be that inability to take it into account or refusal to take it into account would erect very severe obstacles to change. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on just transition. We've got some models, we've got some past practice in the UK which shows how not to do it. When we shut down the coal mines in the 1980s, we devastated whole communities for a very long period. You have to invest in people and places. It's not just changes in relative prices. Of course that matters. That does have distribution effects. But I think the bigger part of the story is the dislocation. That, of course, runs across many areas. So in this story, I've emphasized emerging markets and developing economies. We've seen there's been quite a lot of progress, and there has been quite a lot of progress in green investment. But 95% of the clean investment in the last 3 years or so has been in the rich countries and in China, 95%. And of the remaining 5%, most of it's been in India and Brazil. So that's a magnitude, that's an illustration of the magnitude of the task that I'm trying to discuss here. The action there is, why has that action been so low? I haven't got time to go in any detail, but I've sketched it out here. There's been a lot of discussion about a horse race between growth on the one hand and development, growth and development on the one hand, climate action on the other. I'll touch on that. There's an undervaluing of future generations and the co-benefits, particularly the health benefits, but particularly important is the cost of capital. As Jean's diagram showed very clearly, the cost of capital is going to be critical in determining the profitability of investments here. Solar and wind are cheaper in Africa at 6, 7, 8% cost of capital, not at the 20, 25% that they face. So that is absolutely center stage, and why many of us have emphasized the MDBs so much and their ability, or lack of it so far, but improving their ability to collaborate with the private sector to share the risks, manage the risks, and bring down the cost of capital. Issues around dislocation, pushback from vested interests, and particularly in the developing world, a mistrust, an understandable mistrust of promises from the rich world. All reasons why we've been going so slowly. Turning now to more positive parts of the story and being a bit more optimistic, I think of the growth story as having 6 elements. The first is very powerful lowering of costs by learning by doing and induced innovation, big economies of scale in many areas. In India, they absolutely crashed the cost of light bulbs, of efficient LED light bulbs by going to scale and mass purchase. So innovation, returns to scale, big potential in resource efficiency, including, of course, insulating homes, but right across the board. Efficiency is productivity, is growth. Huge issues in systems. Cities where you can move and breathe are likely to be cities which are much more productive than cities where you cannot. Capturing those potential efficiency gains or potential productivity gains is not hard to do, but there are some, is hard to do, but there's some attempts of that. Improved health. In the UK, we kill 35,000 a year from air pollution, and not all fossil fuel burning, but much of it. We kill 1,500 or so from road accidents, well over 20 times killed through air pollution. Those are big co-benefits, and you can try to evaluate them in various ways through illness, cost values of life, and so on. But you get big numbers, 5, 6, 7% of GDP, depending where you look. So for these reasons, they're very powerful growth effects. Those are not normally, those effects, very well captured in our current models. The last one, the increase in the share of investment, which does have a growth effect, is in standard models. Of course, these are nuanced because of the way in which this investment works. Again, Jean illustrated, I won't go over it again. But this is a growth story if we can get it right. It does mean investing a lot up front, and of course some of the investment up front will go with reduced consumption up front. But we're better off because they're good investments. Yeah? So we shouldn't interpret a drop in consumption as a drop in welfare. It's actually through those investments there's a really big increase in welfare. And just to remind you that there's no high carbon growth story. It self-destructs pretty quickly. So this is a little bit on tipping points and non-linearities, Olivier, here. These are diagrams prepared by my colleagues in systemic. And the green is where the clean is cheaper than the dirty. And this is without carbon pricing or without subsidies. So you can see that already the clean is cheaper than the dirty for much of electricity. It does depend on the cost of capital, of course, but that's true up to 7 or 8% for cost of capital. Road cars, the electric vehicles, essentially already over their lifetime cheaper than the all alternatives, and of course the upfront cost dropping very quickly. Aviation and steel and so on are a bit further away, but roughly speaking, probably about 30% of emissions are in areas where the clean is already cheaper than the dirty. And in 10 years' time, that 1/3 of emissions could well be 2/3 of emissions are areas where the clean is cheaper than the dirty, without carbon price, without subsidy. You have to invest to get there. We keep having to remind ourselves it doesn't happen by magic, but the change in technology is remarkable relative to what many of us were thinking just 15 or 20 years ago. Again, Jean illustrated that through the forecasts of the International Energy Agency and so on. Now, this is Olivier on the portfolio. I mean, I've come at that question through the market failures that you're trying to tackle. The first two, of course, the first two that Jean mentioned, absolutely right. But if you can think of those as at the sort of outside ends, the greenhouse gas price is at the end of the consumer and what they face, and the R&D is at the end of what opportunities available to producers. But there's so much action in the middle. Those are just sort of the two ends to the process, and the way the capital markets work, of course, extremely important. So much of this is networks, whether it's public transport or electricity grids or internet connections or recycling and reusing. Big issues around information, and of course that last one, which has the slightly flat title of co-benefits, I would include the huge health benefits in that. So those are all market failures, and we can think, and at the very right-hand side, I won't go through it in detail, on the right-hand side I've got the policy options for tackling that. But let me emphasize one really important point here. This is hugely about investment, whether you follow Keynes or von Hayek. I think you should follow both, actually. Expectations are absolutely at center stage. The worst thing governments can do is just muck about, and stop and chop and change, and that really undermines the whole investment process and pushes up the cost of capital. This is my last slide, which is about finance. What I want to do is just, the whole story of climate finance is nested within the Sustainable Development Goals. The left-hand side of this diagram is the Sustainable Development Goals. I want to concentrate on the right-hand side. The climate finance is essentially here, we're defining it as the energy transition, adaptation and resilience and loss and damage, and natural capital. That's what we, for these calculations, we use as climate finance, but it's nested within the whole story of sustainable growth. It's part of that story. Looking at emerging markets and developing countries and asking about the kinds of investments under those headings that I just gave you would be necessary as flows in 2030, we come to $2.4 trillion as a flow. Of course, it's the whole path that matters, but I'm just picking on 2030 as an illustrative of a point along that path. This is the total amount of investment, not the increment, it's the total amount of investment in these areas that needs financing. But it is probably order of magnitude 6 times the current investment. Or is that 1 minute left? Yeah. So what we argued here is that if you look at that 2.4 trillion, look at the potential for domestic resource mobilization, extremely important, of course, in all this. It means you need an external financing flow of about $1 trillion. A bit over half of that could be from the private sector, but that won't come unless they've got somebody to hold their hand and share the risk and bring down the cost of capital. Hence the conclusion that we came to in the G20 report we prepared at the request of the Indian presidency and Indian finance minister, co-chaired by N.K. Singh, Larry Summers. I was part of that. We recommended a tripling of the flows from the multilateral development banks. It's actually very cheap to do. It would require better use of existing capital. It would require some extra use of hybrid capital and guarantees, and it would require a capital increase of about $8 billion. This is all the MDBs, $8 billion a year over 10 years. $8 billion a year over 10 years. I mean, that's peanuts in this grand order of things. You know, the UK share of that might be, 400 million a year. So that, I mean, this is the kind of thing that's close to rounding error. It doesn't mean, of course, that the political willingness to do that is is already up the flagpole. It's not there. But it's very important that we understand how easily, really, it would be to equip the MDBs with the firepower that they need. They then, of course, have to perform in a way that really does bring down the cost of capital across the board and does allow the private sector to come in. There'll be some parts of the story which will need highly concessional capital or zero-cost capital, for example, investing in people and places to manage the transition as I've described, or investing in natural capital. Some of that will have to be zero-cost capital. So you'll need a blend for the job. It'll be different for different parts of the story. But this is perfectly feasible, and it's difficult. But there's a distinction between impossible and difficult. And just throwing up your hands at the difficulty is the worst possible way forward. Thank you.
You can hear me? Yeah. Okay. No, I'm amazed at how much we learned in the span of an hour. Thank you so much to all of you. I thought some of the figures were absolutely striking. And we actually covered some of the answers to my questions, which I wasn't sure would happen. We have time for a few questions. Warwick, you start.
Is it working now? Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Warwick McKibben from the Australian National University in Peterson. Great presentations. I wanted to pick up on a point that Nick raised at the end, and the issue of requiring bipartisan support within countries to sustain the policies, to sustain the low cost of capital. And I wonder if any of the speakers had a comment on using economic instruments to build political constituencies within countries to maintain the bipartisan support. I mean, financial incentives is a great way to cross the political divide, and you didn't touch on the use of instruments for that, but I think that's a way forward, and I wonder if any of you had comments in that area.
We can answer one.
In the UK, the climate change legislation and the climate change, I need to turn it on, I guess. Oh, there's a little word that says push, and I pushed, yeah. The Climate Change Committee in the UK, it's part of the climate change legislation. And that, I think, has produced some stability. Jean offered some figures and graphs from work they had done. And that's an institutional example of the way in which you can pull people together and give longer-term time horizons. China does it through its 5-year plans and the longer-term targets that it sets. And huge investment takes place in these areas in China. And again, that's because they have a reasonably clear direction of where it's going. In terms of the magnitude, they're building well over 200 gigawatts of renewables a year. The total capacity in the UK is 80. So those are two examples of different ends of the spectrum, if you like, of the ways in which some kinds of institutional stability can deliver. On the whole, it helps if the need to change covers a big part of the political spectrum, and that's more true outside the United States than inside the United States.
Good. Let me take Please, Caroline.
Thanks very much. This is a kind of political economy question. We've just seen and heard the Treasury Secretary Yellen, great economist, has been to China and criticized their subsidies for electric vehicles. And that seems backwards if we want to encourage research and cheap plans. But maybe it goes to Kim's point about taxes versus subsidies. So I'd love to hear comments on that.
I mean, I think one of the positive things, many positive things to say about Secretary Yellen always, but I think one of the positive things about the China visit was the building of consensus that China and the United States both need to be doing important things on climate. And that was another one of the messages that came out of that. I do think that a subsidy approach shows a fundamental tension between productive action on the climate and sort of beggar thy neighbor industrial policy that isn't going to go away if that's your lone instrument, right? So I think the more countries can use the fiscal moment to pivot towards an aligned approach, the better. But in the meantime, I think the WTO and other fora should work to sort of smooth some of these frictions, because I think just everybody kind of crossing their arms and tariffing each other in response would be a very harmful outcome. So I have a different paper with Chad Bound that we did about a year ago suggesting some WTO steps.
Could I just add that one of the reasons that the costs in China have been falling so much is scale and competition. You expect big markets, and my goodness, they compete like mad. It's cutthroat.
But this is, I think, the first installment of many episodes in which, whether it's industrial policy or commercial war, is going to come up. And this is just the start. It's fundamental. I had Ricardo.
Fascinating panel. Thank you very much. We notice that, I mean, the cost of capital is central to pricing of everything. But then I wonder to what extent all the solutions are very partial equilibrium in flavor and saying, well, if I had this deus ex machina here and I subsidized a little bit of capital through MDBs, then we're home free. But first question is, what we would endogenize a little bit that cost of capital. Why is it so high? What happens to the cost of capital of the things that are not being subsidized? What is the debt to GDP ratio of countries in the developing world after they have gone through climate finance? How sustainable would that level be? What is the implications for capital allocation and things that are not being subsidized? So I was just wondering how much work there has been in a more general equilibrium of understanding of what is involved in climate finance.
I think the general equilibrium work in looking at how the structure of sectors changes, how the cost of capital changes across sectors, has been pretty minimal. And I certainly take the counsel that it's the kind of thing that we should be doing. But what this illustrates for me is that we're going to need a whole set of policy perspectives and analyses. You're going to look at how cities change. You're going to look at how land systems change, energy systems change, how innovation and discovery work, how economies of scale kick in different places. So the answer to the question is that we're going to need, 7 or 8 broad areas of study in order to inform an overall judgment which finance ministers and others are going to have to make in a hurry. And the one that you put is just one of those. But the challenge is to do all this in real time. It would be lovely to be able to wait until we really understood so much of the bits and pieces. At the moment, I think we have to set out the bits and pieces, and all the bits and pieces that were set out today by Kim and John, myself, were big bits and pieces. But then I think, going to have to pursue those sometimes in partial equilibrium ways. A city story would be, of course, the equilibrium of the city, but not necessarily in the whole economy. And then we're going to have to make some judgments how we put it all together. I mean, that's the gardener's craft of being a a finance minister, and one single model is not going to do it for us.
We'll take one more question. Marginal utility of coffee is going up. Ted Truman.
Thank you. It's a bit, I maybe measure my ignorance on this topic, but I really found this very interesting, all the presentations. I came to think that maybe you're talking about systemic change, and I was forced to think about that we're actually in a multiple equilibrium situation, right? Because you're going through systemic change if you don't do anything, right? And you're describing a systemic change if you do something. So I wonder whether that's a useful way to think about this whole process, because we're going to be driven to one or the other types of equilibrium, if you want to call it equilibrium, over the future. Thank you very much.
Who wants to take it? Do you want to take it? Anybody?
Stopped.
Yeah. I think it's... I'm struck by the fact that we don't know enough on the economics of climate change. I mean, the situation is one in which we don't have a clear view on how much investment it would take, especially for the U.S. I mean, I asked the question, how much investment does the U.S. need to do to get to net zero? And basically, there is no answer to that question because there is no target of reaching net zero. And I think that's more generally the issue of, why is the cost of capital so high for developing countries? Why is how fast things can change? I think these. I'm struck by the fact that research has been lagging behind considerably in this field, for reasons probably not have to do with the fact that there was no policy action, but now there is policy action, there is policy intention, and I think it's really time for research to catch up.
But Ted's point must be right. I mean, if the UK had surrendered in 1940 and there'd been an invasion, that would have been systems change, and the UK didn't, and that was also systems change. One way or the other, it's going to happen. The question is, are we going to do it in as constructive way as possible, or do very little and get washed over by, if that's the right word, by climate change? On the numbers, Jean, I think not far off the number you used, 2% of GDP for richer countries and 3-4% for poorer countries is roughly the ballpark at the moment. I don't think we have to nail it down that precisely. The challenge is to get on with it, and we're going to learn a lot along the way. Chemin faisant, as they say.
Yeah.
Good. On this note, let me thank the speakers and let you go and get coffee. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, can everybody join the tables again? Because we have a very exciting session on technology, which we would like, which has a high value utility for each of you. So I'm going to start. Yeah, you take it. Yep. So I think this session on technology really has a lot of expectations raised here. Technology is itself a source of structural change, like AI very clearly illustrates. But at the same time, technology is also part of the solution for better dealing with other shocks like climate change or resilience here. And we have a stellar panel to deal with these issues here, so please come and sit here. So, but what makes it really different this time is that we really are living in an era what some call exponential innovation. So the order of magnitude and the speed with which technology changes is really very, very unprecedented. That's not only, but mostly because of digital technologies, and digital technologies both on the hardware side with the miniaturization, nano chips production, but at the same time also on the software side with generative AI and AI more generally here. Digital technology also is a general purpose technology, so has very important impacts also on all sectors, almost all sectors using these digital technologies. Think of connected vehicles, think of medical diagnostics, of drug development, automation, robots. So in many sectors, we will see also the impact of these technology changes here. So it's widely believed also that this ability to foster innovation, to attract talents, to adopt and adapt new technology solutions will in the end determine which firms, but also which countries will thrive in this rapidly changing landscape here. Technology competence will also, at the level of countries, will also determine very much future power dynamics. Think of the United States and China being engaged in a tech-fueled great power competition game here, and third countries trying to find their way in this multipolar, bipolar landscape here. So technology development has the potential for massive new value creation, and this in a positive sum way here. So it's not winner take all, it's really we're all winners in principle, so at least that potential is there. It has the potential to help us answering societal challenges, environment degradation, climate change, health, safety, security, including security of supply, privacy, cohesion, by offering new products, new services, and also new ways of producing and supplying these products and services here. Yet whether innovation can actually deliver that potential is not certain, and not only because we have the typical technology uncertainty here, but also because there is the danger that the innovation machine may not be directed at the solutions that society needs here. We have the market failures here that we would need to address at the same time here. There is also the danger of zero and perhaps even negative sum battles for geographic control of countries here, given the sovereignty here, and that's really devastating for an innovation machine which really relies on open international interconnectivity here. There are the usual bottlenecks for incentives of agents to be developing and adopting innovations here. On top of that, there is the path dependency, barriers to transition, being trapped in incumbency that may lead to lower performance than we would have wanted. Big gaps between winners, disruptors versus disrupted, a digital divide, threatening to leave entire sets of populations behind, ethical considerations, so a lot of dangers here that we might actually not be able to reach the potential that in principle this innovation machine can bring here. And that's why we definitely also need a new age for innovation policy making here and some innovations in innovation policy making here. And that's the challenge that this panel will be perfectly capable of addressing here, because we have three stellar panel members here. The first one, we will start with Pasquale Restrepo, who is currently professor at Boston University. He's a top researcher. His research focuses on the impact of technology and more specifically automation, robots, and AI on inequality, labor markets, and growth here, published in the top journals in the field here. Most, but not all of them, joined with Darren Acemoglu here, so very much looking forward to the insights from his research. Second will be Laura Tyson. She's currently professor at the Haas Business School at Berkeley. But she's also combining very much academic with policy work here. She was a member of President Obama's Council on Jobs and Competitiveness. She was in 93 to 95 the chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, and in 95 to 96 director of the National Economic Council. Very unique combination of these two positions here. She has published a lot on issues related to trade and competitiveness, and since coming from Silicon Valley, particularly in high-tech sectors here, with, for instance, a book on who's bashing whom, trade conflicts in high-tech. She's also very vocal, regularly writes for Business Week, the Washington Post, New York Times, Project Syndicate here. So very much here, center of the panel we're having today. And then finally, we will have Anton Korinek, who is currently professor at the Department of Economics at Darden School of Business at the University of Virginia. He's also the Economics of AI lead at the Center for the Governance of AI. He published, but also testified in Congress on AI, and particularly scenario planning for the AI future, so more the longer term here, and also worked on what the impact is of generative AI on economic research here with this Journal of Economic Literature contribution here. So we're also going to learn how we should actually use this generative AI here from the three speakers here. So can I ask Pasquale to start? I'll be very...
Thank you. Please go. Okay, awesome. And how do I load the slides? Magic. Okay, perfect. And there? There you go. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay, so I want to start by using this metaphor from futurist Hans Moravec, which I find really helpful for thinking about technology and the labor market. So Moravec invited us to think of a landscape, which is what I have here, and the different peaks in this landscape represent different dimensions of human intelligence. On the other hand, the level of the sea represents automation, or the capability of computer technology. Now you can see, for example, that in this landscape, some dimensions of human intelligence, like routine clerical tasks, for example, what administrators or clerks or accountants or people employed in payroll administration and so on perform, are mostly submerged, because these are workers who perform tasks that can be easily qualified and are therefore ripe for automation via software systems. You can also see that the mountain or the peak that represents routine manual tasks is mostly submerged. Here's where we find workers performing routine production jobs, such as welding, assembling, machining, painting, and so on, mostly in factories and in manufacturing. And these two are also mostly submerged because these jobs are ripe for automation via industrial robots or computer numerically controlled machines. Now, in the back of this landscape, you can see many tasks or many dimensions of human intelligence that have so far been shielded from automation. So you have tasks that require creativity, such as science and art, but also other tasks that require, for example, sensory motor skills, such as driving or sewing, that have proven hard to automate. And so we can think in this landscape of two types of technology, or many different types of technology. On the one hand, you can have further rises in the sea level, so that's what automation does. And on the other hand, you can have other technologies that, for example, increase the height of the mountains by increasing human dexterity in some of these areas. And so what I want to focus today is in thinking about how further increases in the sea level should change the types of policies that we want to implement in labor markets. So I want to focus on automation technologies. And the reason is because these are the technologies that have this potential to disrupt the livelihoods of some of those workers living in the lowlands. But you know that the lowlands are continuously changing, so it might be eventually us in a few years down the line. And so using this metaphor, I want to think about 4 questions. I'm only going to discuss 3 of these questions because one of those questions Laura and Anton are going to discuss in more detail. So in particular, first, I want to discuss whether the sea level is actually rising or are we exaggerating the role of automation? The second question is, what has happened historically to those workers located in the lowlands when the sea level rises, and is there really some room for policy? Is there something that we really need to do? And that's actually my third question, which is, what are the policy tools that are at our disposal, and what's the best way to meet these technological challenges? So let's get started with the first question, which is whether the sea level is actually rising. I think that there are many telltale signs that suggest that automation is indeed becoming has become an important force determining the workings of the labor market, at least since the 1980s. This doesn't imply that automation is new. We've been automating many jobs historically. It's just that it has accelerated or become a more dominant force in the last 40 years. So here I made a list of some of the facts that I believe support this interpretation. So the first comes from the behavior of wages, and it's plotted here in the right panel. So you can see that from 1960, this is data for the US, and here I'm focusing mostly on men separated by their level of schooling. So you can see that from the 1960s to the 1980s, wages for all of these groups of men grew by similar amounts. So this was a period of quote-unquote share prosperity. But starting in the 1980s, you see that wages at the top for highly educated workers continue to grow, whereas wages at the bottom become stagnant or even decrease in real terms. Now, this is quite telling because this is happening at the same time as we observe major structural shifts in the economy. So there's a vast change in the types of jobs that these men are performing. And in particular, we observe a shift away from these routine jobs that I introduced earlier on. So that's the second observation. Third observation, this also happens at the same time as the labor share in value added is experiencing a pronounced decline in many US sectors, most notably in manufacturing and retail. So for example, if you go to the 1980s, the labor share in manufacturing was around 70%. So for every dollar produced in manufacturing, 70 cents went to pay for labor. Now it is around 45 cents. So this means that there's a major shift in the way that sectors in the US are producing value. They're producing value in a now more capital-intensive way. And finally, there's also some direct evidence suggesting that automation is playing a more dominant role. So for example, we now have evidence from the AVS, which is a survey run by the US Census, which shows that 50% of US manufacturing workers and 30% of all workers in all sectors are actually currently employed at firms that are using computer-powered technologies with the purposes of automating some of their jobs. Now, AI is relevant here because AI may continue some of these trends, and Laura is going to tell us a little bit more about how that might happen. So now let's think about what happens to workers when the sea level rises. And here I want to focus on 2 historical episodes. So the first is the introduction of industrial robots in US manufacturing, which started in the 1980s. So basically what I've done in my research with Daron is that we looked at what happened to the communities that experienced the incidence of the introduction of industrial robots. And the way that we did it is that we looked at different regions or local commuting zones in the US, and we inferred based on their industry mix and the capability of industrial robots across different industries, which of these were the communities that were more exposed to the introduction of industrial robots, and that's what you can see in the map in the left. Now, in the right, what you can see is then what happens to these regions and to workers in these regions over time. So in our work, we estimate, for example, that the introduction of one of these additional industrial robots. So these robots are being developed abroad and then they're imported into the US. So every time that you import it and start using these industrial robots, we estimate that employment in these local areas declines by 3 manufacturing jobs. Interestingly, we don't find evidence of relocation. So it's not that these workers are moving out to other sectors. Most of them are dropping out of the labor force. And also very interestingly, we estimate that there's actually a negative spillover in these local communities. So you also detect a decline in employment in the non-tradable sector in these areas. And I think that this makes sense is because these robots are not going out for lunch and they're not getting haircuts, right? And so this figure in the right is showing that the adjustment is taking the form mostly of lower wages in these areas. And this is particularly the case for non-college men, which in this case are the ones that are more exposed to this particular technological disruption. So in a second paper that I wanted to discuss quickly, we've flashed forward and we've started to think about, well, what happens beyond the case of industrial robots. And here, instead of looking at regions, we're interested in groups of society. And so what we did is that we divided the whole US workforce in 500 demographic groups. So each of these balloons is one of those groups. And you can think, for example, of one of these balloons as representing white men without a college degree between 15 and 24 years of age born in the US. And so each of these balloons has one particular description like that. And for each of these balloons or these groups, we then computed what's the share of tasks that they've lost to automation in the last 40 years. So this is a measure of how much the C-level has risen in the particular domain of the labor market where these workers are located. And this is computed based on the industries where these workers are employed, but also in terms of the occupations that they perform in those industries. And that's the measure that you can see on the left. So that's a measure of how many tasks each of these groups lost to automation, and the colors of the balloons indicates the level of schooling. So you can see that automation has been heavily concentrated on groups without a college degree, and in particular among workers with a high school or without a high school degree. If you are a worker with a post-college degree, then you're in the orange group. You essentially haven't been exposed to automation in the last 40 years at all. Now, what happens when we look at what's happening to the labor market of these different groups? Well, that's what the figure on the right shows. The figure on the right shows that the more exposed you are to automation, the more the C-level rises below you, the lower the growth in your real wages. And so in particular, we estimate that a 10 percentage point additional increase in the share of tasks that get taken out of you by automation, this group is going to experience a 13% reduction in their real wages. We also estimate again here that they're experiencing a decline in their employment rates. So this is essentially saying that when the C-level rises, workers are not being able to move to the high tops of the hills. They're just experiencing wage declines and deteriorating labor market opportunities. So AI is interesting. It might continue these trends, but I'm going to skip it because I know that the other people in my panel want to talk about this, but I'm happy to return to this during the Q&A. And let me instead conclude by discussing very quickly what can be done in terms of policy. So I think that in terms of policy, the key question that we need to ask ourselves is whether these labor market disruptions generated by automation technology are broad-based in the sense that they're affecting workers in the entire economy and in many different places, or where they're creating concentrated losses at very specific parts of the economy. And that's important because the answer to this question is going to guide, in my view, what's the appropriate policy response. If we believe that automation is creating widespread losses across the economy, then maybe you can deal with this using broad-based reforms to the existing tax system and the safety net. All you need to do is have things such as UBI, a more progressive tax system, and so on. But if you think that automation is generating very concentrated losses, which is in a way what we saw in the case of industrial robots and also in the case of the broader set of technologies considered in the second paper, then that calls for a different policy prescription. Reforming the overall tax system or the safety net is a very blunt way of helping the losers from technological change, because you're trying to help a small section of society, and so you need more targeted policies. Now, the best thing that you can do is have a targeted system of transfers and assistance, but that might require a lot of information. So here is where a second set of policies can be helpful, which are policies based on predistribution. So the idea is that instead of redistributing income, we are going to distort technology in order to assist those workers during the transition. And predistribution can take a very simple form. For example, you can tax the use of some of these disruptive technologies, and it gives you two benefits. The first one is that it gives you perfect targeting, because if you tax the technology that created the disruption, you are immediately benefiting precisely the workers that got affected by the use of that technology. So it always has that informational advantage. The second benefit is that you can also do a gradual plan. And so, for example, you can have these taxes being high initially, and then you can phase them out over time as workers relocate. So it can also be a temporary policy, whereas a reform to the entire tax system can get entrenched. There's also active labor market policy. We learned a lot about that in this morning, so I'm not going to discuss that. And I'm going to give the floor now to Laura. Thank you.
I want to say at the outset that much of what I've learned about this topic has been from Pasquale and Daron. My own work has been very much influenced by my work with McKinsey Global Institute, which about a decade ago started to work on automation and work. And so it's continued that through today, looking at AI as automation, AI as augmentation, and the focus is work. But I'm going to adjust my comments a little bit because I want to relate to some of the other issues before us today. So I hope to spend a little time at the end thinking about AI and structural change. And I don't have to go through a lot of the work in my slides because Pasquale has already talked about it. So let's start with the first slide. And what do I do for the first slide? Let's see. Okay. Artificial intelligence. It's very important to just start with general purpose technology, the potential to influence every sector. I think of the structural change here as structural change that occurs within sectors. It's not that we're going to have a major new sector of AI. We're going to have AI embedded in our economy. That will lead to new products and services, but it will also lead to the way we change how we do agriculture, This is happening right now in terms of smart planning, estimates of climate, things like that. So I just want to say it's potential to influence every sector. It is rapidly improving. It's rapidly improving so fast that basically the experts have been surprised. Okay, no one expected. A couple years before the LLMs, no one expected ChatGPT. And it's spawning a vast array of complementary innovations. It is an automation toolkit. I want to say automation and go back to what Mike Spence said yesterday. There's a definition of automation. Something that performs tasks previously performed by humans, often more cheaply, faster, and better. This is an automation technology. Whether it is used as an automation technology, I would go down to the issue of deployment. Who decides how the technology is deployed? We live in a market system where the incentives are basically for business to deploy or not deploy. So the question for us is, when do they decide to deploy the technology as an automation? And when do they decide to deploy the technology as an augmentation? What are the incentives for them to do that? And I think we need to keep that question in mind in thinking about policy. So I would say we have a very large share of tasks and occupations that can be exposed. The exposure is for substitution, that is automation or augmentation. It could cause considerable disruption in the labor market. And the pace and the automation versus augmentation, I think, lies largely with the business sector. So let's see. Next page is lessons from past automation. I'm just going to mention a couple things here. Again, you saw that in those lovely slides from Pascal. First of all, Keynes has been mentioned a couple of times in this conference. There is no long-term technological unemployment. If Keynes was worried about that, and he was, What has happened is productivity growth and employment growth have gone together. They've gone together. There isn't a trade-off. Automation creates new occupations, new jobs, destroys existing ones. It dislocates people. The winners and the losers are not the same people. But over time, you get productivity benefits and you get full employment. The full employment may not be at the wages that once existed, but the employment, productivity go together. I'm going to skip, well, I won't skip it. The three broad effects of automation: displace the demand for labor in tasks that are automated, increase the demand for labor in non-automated tasks, and something, again, that Pascal and Daron have worked a lot on, creation of new tasks. And one of the disturbing things that we've seen is that, I guess I didn't put it on the slides, but one of the disturbing things we've seen is that the pace of new creation, of new jobs, has slowed relative to the productivity gains. The productivity gains have been disappointing relative to expectations. The displacement effects have occurred, the wage pressures have occurred, and we have essentially not created new activities, new high productivity activities for the displaced labor. What has happened to them? So in a lot of David Autor's work, what you see is what happens is the workers in middle skill, middle income, a lot of those manufacturing jobs where the robots come in, where did they go? They fell into the bottom. They fell into the service sector, lower income jobs. Now, some upskilled. So this routine bias technological change, which was the automation round of ICT, did create upskilling. It did create downskilling. It eroded the middle. That was the famous barbell of David Autor. And a lot of those people who fell into these lower wage jobs that Pascal mentioned. So let me move on. I don't want to repeat things that Pascal has already done. So I am going to go directly to, will AI, as a new form of automation, but also as a new form of augmentation, will it have the same effects as that wonderful slide showed if you're sinking, or will it raise your skill gain? When I started thinking about this, I thought, well, one way to think about AI is just routine bias technological change on steroids. This technology can do so much more in routine. It doesn't have to be routine manual. It's routine cognitive. It is very, very good at taking out office, middle income jobs in administration, in paper processing, in anything that's procedure, in running procedure and administration. So to some extent, AI is routine bias technological change on steroids. We can see that in the insurance industry, in the banking industry, in customer support. You can see it in a lot of places. The question is, will AI develop to perform non-routine managerial and professional tasks? If you remember that set of mountains, how high up is it going to go? So I think to some extent AI is routine bias technological change on steroids, but that's not all. That's not all that's going on. In a recent paper that I was part of a commission for the National Academy of Science, Engineers, and Medicine. And there's a volume of papers coming out on AI effects. In that paper, in that set of papers, David Autor makes an important distinction, and that is our past technology, the ICT technology that drove the robots, that drove the routine bias technological change. AI is different, in the sense that this technology can master non-routine tasks. So even though it has a kind of steroid effect on the routine tasks, it can go even further into cognitive routine tasks, it also can master non-routine tasks. And that is the fundamental difference. So now there have been some work trying to figure out the exposure of jobs and occupations to AI. This is cited all the time as probably the study, saying that if you say exposure to an LLM is at least 50% of the tasks can be completed by the AI on a quality basis, then you can see that 80% of the workforce could have at least 10% of their tasks exposed, 20% could have at least 50% of their tasks exposed. Exposure expands all industries. It's not focused on a single industry. That's what I said before about the beginning. It's about the sectors across. The lowest exposure, this remained true in routine bias technological change of the past. The lowest exposure is in occupations and jobs that require physical dexterity in unpredictable climates, unpredictable environments, I mean. So that is the plumber, that is the electrician, that is the janitor. That is someone who is doing a physical job in a not structured environment, whereas in a manufacturing assembly line job, the environment became highly structured and the automation could just do the work. So I'm going to say that in a sense that remains true whether it's AI or ICT. This technology will leave that group of workers in tasks and occupations that are not much affected. Personal care is another one. Go to the next slide. This was the Goldman Sachs report. This is an interesting report because, again, they say, generative AI, where's the greatest exposure? It's in administrative and legal services. The lowest exposure is in physical occupations, as I pointed out. And AI is likely to substitute for labor and jobs with AI exposure of 50% or more tasks. Notice that suggests for a while it's not going to have a big effect because there's not that much employment where 50% of the tasks are affected by AI. The research that we did for NASEM asked another question as well. So one was how big is the exposure of labor to AI. The second was the productivity effect. Now here, somebody mentioned they're optimists and pessimists. There are some real kind of, boy, AI is going to solve the productivity future wonderfully. Okay, there are real optimists there. I don't know, would you consider yourself one of those, Mike? Yeah, okay. So, but there are others who think, not so much. Here's a reason to be optimistic. The large share of the economy, that is the large share of tasks that are affected by AI. Okay, the exposure numbers of both Goldman Sachs and Alan Dewin company say about 50%. The large size of the productivity gains on a task. Now here what we do is we have a series of case studies. Really that's all we have right now, a series of case studies. And a series of case studies, okay, you could make a worker 10, 20% more productive in a task if they're using AI as augmentation. Well, look, if 50% of all tasks are affected and 20%, and each of them can be made 20% more productive, hey, there could be a 10% gain in productivity. We don't know how fast that will occur, but that's a big, big gain, okay? However, complementary investments in workers are going to be required. That is, and this is already coming out in the McKinsey literature, companies that try to adopt this find that they really have to essentially reorganize their business processes. And they have to get complementary investments in place. It might be training, it might be complementary equipment, but essentially they have to reorganize. This is an organizational change within a structure. Some of the tools are already in place. AI is likened to, let's just put it on top of the existing computer structure, the existing cloud structure. It's just a simple interface that goes on top, in which case it can go pretty fast. But bottlenecks could develop. I will mention some bottlenecks. The level of confidence that humans have in this, the hallucinations, the errors, the issues involved so far. The ethical and social risk of using this, privacy, bias, the availability of data. Have you read there was a recent article that basically the LLMs have used all the data in the world now. They are looking for data. They're trying to go inside of companies and find data. So basically, there's a data availability problem, and there's clearly, obviously, regulation. So there are lots of potential for productivity effects, but there's also a lot of things that can slow it down. The distribution of AI's productivity benefits. Here I'm going to go to the pessimistic view. Look, the routine bias technological change automation generated productivity benefits. They were not shared. We saw those same numbers that Pascal showed where you all of a sudden saw real income stagnation for lower wage workers. What you also saw was the beginning of a very pronounced gap between the rate of growth of labor productivity and the rate of growth of real compensation. That wasn't supposed to occur. What, economists, what? The rate of growth of labor productivity and compensation go together, don't they? They stop going together. They stop going together. The gains from automation went primarily to capital, And I think we have to ask ourselves the question of, suppose there are all these wonderful AI benefits to productivity. How will they be shared? Where will they go? And again, then I go back to the deployment effect. These decisions about how to use this stuff is being made by the business community, and their interest is profitability, and their interest is return to capital. So, I think rather than do this agenda thing, because I have the same policy agenda as Pascal, so it doesn't, I would like to end with some thinking about AI and structural change, because that's the focus of this conference. And I'm going to start with education. We had in this group for NASEM, we had Larry Katz working on this issue. If you think that for AI's productivity effects to be realized, there's going to be a lot of movement of workers between tasks and between jobs, then you're going to have to figure out the best way to train them so that they can be flexible within a company or across companies. If you think there's going to be a lot of displacement, a lot of task exposure, a lot of movement, then you have to worry about training. Now, the good news is that AI can be a very effective educational tool, starting at very young age. But if you think about things like community college training, where you actually are involved in a visualized workplace, an artificial intelligence created workplace where you can train to do the work, that's a very powerful educational tool. So maybe we can focus there on the positive effects of AI for education and training. And we know how important that is to a number of issues that have already been raised here. Healthcare. We actually already know that there are many tests now where AI outperforms the expert in making a prediction or an assessment or a diagnostic. So one of the ways to think about this, and this is an augmentation issue, is suppose a doctor or a nurse is equipped with a whole bunch better technical knowledge through AI. The AI is providing the technical knowledge. They are providing the procedures, the administration, the expert judgment, the dealing with the patient, the expert judgment. Just the expert judgment alone becomes part of the human augmentation. So I think of healthcare as a major area where AI can be augmenting of those in the healthcare industry. Even, I would say, to go to Japan, even augmenting the robots who are taking care of the elderly in Japan. Another sector here, and I'll just end because I'm trying to bring this all together to structural change, is climate. Sometimes I worry that all of these fantastic digital farms and centers we have to develop, the electricity grid in the United States is not ready for them. It's not ready for them. If you try to get the EV expansion that you want in the United States by certain dates, and you have AI drawing on that electricity grid, I'm sorry, there's going to be a bottleneck. There's going to be a problem there. Maybe a conflict in terms of what's the best way to use electricity. So that's an example on the demand side. On the supply side, I would say that, think of something like, I know about this from my work with Generation Investment, climate trace. So we are getting so much better very, very quickly at monitoring the Earth's climate and at monitoring every single place that carbon is coming from. That's what Climate Trace is trying to do. Climate Trace is trying to say, we're Google Maps for carbon. Go down the block, you can see where it is. So that becomes a very, very powerful tool to enhance climate change action. So I would say there the technology is providing new AI-driven supply on the climate side. So when I think about health, education, climate, structural change of the sort that we've been talking about here today, I really want to put AI at the center. It's absolutely the case that I do worry a lot about AI as automation, displacement of workers, downward pressure on wages, all the things Pascal talked about, because I have a feeling that when push comes to shove, a company will choose the automation approach versus the augmentation approach. That's my assumption. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But so I worry about those AI effects a lot, but I'm very optimistic about other AI effects. And I guess I will end with my optimism. Okay.
So I have a tough act to follow two outstanding speakers and stand between you and lunch. But I want to start by generating a couple of tokens about the technological developments and how I, as an economist, view them and how I think it is useful to think about them. Of course, ChatGPT has sparked public attention for the past 1.5 years or so, but the progress in deep learning that lies underneath it has been going on for more than a decade. So what has that been driven by? Well, first there's of course Moore's law, but that's an old thing, computing capacity doubling every 2 years. What has happened in this space is that the amount of computational power, computational resources employed by cutting-edge AI models has been doubling every 6 months for the past 15 years. So that's much faster than Moore's laws. We are all economists. Doubling every 6 months means it quadruples every year, grows by a factor of 1,000 every 5 years. And not only that, in addition, the algorithmic efficiency with which AI systems have been using that compute has grown at a rate of 2.5x per year. So if you multiply 4 times 2.5x, obviously that implies that the effective compute going into our cutting-edge AI systems has been growing at a factor of 10 every single year for more than a decade. We are now at the level where the complexity of these systems is pretty close to our best estimates of the complexity of the neural networks that we have embedded in our skulls. So Joe Stiglitz asked me yesterday, so are there any irregularities according to which we should believe that this is continuing? Well, and I said, there aren't a lot of regularities. That is, if you're not an economist, but we economists, we call something a law pretty easily. And so the first thing I want to just point out, there are very nicely proven results that neural networks are universal function approximators. That means that they can perform any information processing arbitrarily well in the limit if they're fed enough data and if they have enough parameters and so on. The other thing that is probably even more relevant are so-called scaling laws. So what are the scaling laws in AI? They describe a predictable relationship between the amount of compute employed to train AI models and the resulting capabilities. And these scaling laws have held for more than a decade now, and they are essentially at the heart of the bets by frontier AI companies for reaching artificial general intelligence. So these scaling laws are what enables companies like OpenAI or Anthropic to say, if we increase the compute by another factor of 10x, how much better is GPT-5 going to be compared to GPT-4, and is that worth it? And they are holding quite well to a really impressive way, much better than our economic laws, actually. So, and then we face quotes like Sam Altman telling us AGI will be a reality in 5 years, give or take. Or you can say that's industry hype, right? Or Jeff Hinton, who is the godfather of deep learning, of artificial intelligence. I have suddenly switched my views on whether these things are going to be more intelligent than us. I now predict 5 to 20 years until when they will essentially reach that parity. Now, I want to pause for a moment to really underline the gravity of these statements. This is essentially like when Albert Einstein wrote a letter to FDR telling him that nuclear fission is possible and that it will be possible to create a nuclear bomb. And we know, of course, back in those days, that was also hugely controversial. There was Ernest Rutherford, for example, who said, oh, this is moonshine. And I guess we have to be honest and say nobody knows. So far, they have had a decent track record. Well, if the scaling continues, it's going to look something like this. And my understanding is that the leading AI companies already have the resources lined up that for the next 3 years, we can be pretty sure that we're going to reach $10 billion models. They themselves are pretty sure that we're going to reach the realm of $100 billion models. They'll have to prove a few more improvements in between. And yeah, if it continues, we might have $1 trillion model to rule them all by 2030. So now let me generate tokens on the implications for economists. Well, and I want to make our job easier. I want to kind of cut through the uncertainty. And let's just take it as given that we will have brain-machine parity somewhere between 5 to 20 years from now. What are the implications for economics and economic policy? And of course, this is going to be a really huge thing for mankind. And what we economists have to contribute is just a small piece of the puzzle in a world that may be completely transformed by AI. But it's still an important piece of the puzzle. And yeah, a small disclaimer, even if this turns out to be premature, I'm quite certain that the direction is still the right one because, you know, if we combine the lessons from the previous panel and the picture that Pasquale has shown us, we know that the rising sea level is a pretty certain thing. So I guess the first question is, what will be different in an AI-based economy? I want to focus on the big picture. If we go back just 3 centuries, we lived in a Malthusian age. Back then, technology was essentially stagnant. Land was the scarce factor of production. Labor was totally dispensable. We essentially reproduced to the point that our marginal product was our subsistence level. And then the remaining children died of hunger. In the industrial age, which is really all that we know and all that we have a lived experience of, technological progress was, of course, the driving force, and labor was suddenly the scarce factor of production, and capital was reproducible, and, of course, the accumulation of capital complemented by the amazing technological advances we have seen are behind our something like 20-fold increases in living standards since the onset of the Industrial Revolution. Well, in the age of AI, we can be pretty sure that technological growth will be accelerating, as Laura has already pointed out. Capital will still be a reproducible resource. It will come in the form of two things mainly: compute, which is the chips, and actuators, which is the robots. And I didn't show any of these exponential curves for robotics, but I should have, because progress in robotics is also proceeding really fast, given that these robots are now endowed with much better brains, with foundation models as brains. And labor may well be dispensable, as it was 300 years ago. If AI can literally solve all the computational problems that our brains can solve, why should it matter as much as it does now in our still kind of industrial age? So I guess we can see a few immediate implications for output. If A is accelerating and all the factors we need are reproducible, output is going to obviously take off. There are also some obvious implications for the marginal product of labor. In the Malthusian age, the marginal product of labor was pinned down by what we need to survive. In the industrial age, it was the scarce factor, so returns to labor have grown 20-fold or something on average. In the age of AI, there's absolutely no reason for labor to play any special role. And that is, on the one hand, of course, extremely concerning for us. But on the other hand, if you put together these two things, there's also a kind of really obvious and potentially welfare optimal big picture solution to that. Just use a slice of that extra Y to compensate the L and create a Pareto improvement. And maybe we won't play the role that we are used to playing, but we could still, at least in theory, be better off. Of course, we know the history of the political economy behind proposals like this, but at the same time, I think it still is our best chance for dealing with this. So I'll just, I have to accelerate a little bit because I'm approaching the end of my time. I'll just highlight a few results in a recent working paper in scenarios for the transition to AGI. I have used Pasquale's famous task-based framework and studied what happens if we take the kind of more conservative end of the predictions and say we'll have 20 years until all labor can be performed by machines. This is an exponential graph, right? So, sorry, logarithmic, I mean. So it means you can see here output growth speeds up when we come close, but the labor share, of course, plummets. There are also implications from the perspective of concentrating intelligence. This is based on a paper prepared for economic policy. And with AGI, the market for these foundation models may ultimately be the entire economy. So that means both from a market concentration and antitrust policy perspective, we should worry about the immense power of the top players, but also from a power concentration perspective in the political realm, this has important national and international implications. And then a last point on skills. All our economic advice is based on an area of skill-biased technological change. And our mantra was we need more education. That's, of course, politically highly appealing to say. Everybody loves to hear that. Now, early evidence shows us that Gen AI, for example, benefits lesser skilled workers. That suggests the current wave of AI is actually de-skilling. And I wonder, is more education in the age of AI just a bridge to nowhere? So I have some more stuff, but I think I have to jump over this. How do we read the signals? What should we follow to understand how fast this is happening? We should look at research at the financial markets, product releases, and ultimately the deployment. But let me finish by just saying this is bringing up a lot of really important new questions for economic policy. in all subfields of economics. No matter what area you are working on, and I think that kind of mirrors something that Laura also said, ask the question of what will the age of AI imply for that area, for labor markets, for macroeconomics, education, geopolitics, for developing countries, and ultimately for our human social welfare. And right now, and I'm pretty confident for the next 2 or 3 years at least, our human brains, especially if we use these amazing new AI tools that we have at our disposal, are still the best technology to answer these questions. Thank you.
So we got 10 minutes for questions. So 2 questions to start with. Can I, in the meantime, the panel come to the... So, Olivier, so where is the mobile mic? So, yeah. So the panel raised a lot of issues and questions, but there are going to be more questions that you will have to answer rather than the AI tool. Yeah, Olivier.
This was fun, I hope. Question to Pascal. The tax to tax bad LLM or bad AI. I don't see how it actually works. I mean, suppose, LLM starts being able to code and all the coders become, or most of the coders become unemployed. Do you basically prevent these technologies from coding?
So like I think that in the case of AI, it's a little bit more complicated because AI has many applications. So you would, I guess that there is one case where taxing the technology also means precluding the good applications of AI. And so I don't think it's kind of like the best policy in that case. But I think that in the case of other technological developments like robots or like CNC machinery in manufacturing, it's clear. So what you do is you just increase the after-tax cost of using the robot. That reduces the quantity of robots used, and that boosts up wages of the workers in those jobs that are substitutable for the robot. But yeah, again, like for AI, because AI is a platform and has like these other good uses, I don't think that a blanket tax on AI would be very beneficial.
Okay. Yeah, we have a second.
So past general purpose technologies have taken several decades to show up in the productivity statistics. They make productivity go down before it goes up. One gets the strong impression from the panel that you think AI is different. And I wonder whether that impression is correct, and if so, why?
Yep. So maybe you, Anton or Laura?
Yeah, so I think it will, where our technological possibilities lie and what we actually roll out will certainly still be different. I think there are 3 reasons to believe that it will happen a little bit faster this time. The first one is we don't need any new hardware at the user level. We can just use our existing computers, phones, whatever it is, to access generative AI. And that's only the generative AI. Future levels of AI will be a lot more autonomous. Second, we don't really need any new skills because you can just talk to these things. And third, they are already being integrated into software applications like your Microsoft Word, your Gmail, and so on. So those are reasons why I expect a slightly faster rollout.
Okay, so we got room for a third question because we have 3 panel members, so...
So just kind of pulling together a number of the themes here. I think it was Laura mentioned the recent New York Times piece about how there's no more data. And so how are we going to continue to do the learning? Anton, you ended with the really provocative note about antitrust, which is so important to all of this and only came up at the very, very end. And I think, Pascal, I think you're the one who noted that actually, maybe it was Laura, I don't know, noted that many of the jobs that we're going to need the most of are construction workers and care workers. That was, yeah. So, and then all of this, there's a macro question in here, because if it's true what you said, Pascal, at the beginning, that robots don't buy coffee and they don't get haircuts, there is this, if we go to Anton's machines world at the end, who's going to be buying anything? I mean, don't we get to some sort of macro crisis long before we get to some of these other technological issues?
Yep. So, Paul, you want to address the concentration in big tech?
I didn't raise the concentration, but I think it's a huge issue. I will absolutely say that. The problem.
Yep.
So I didn't raise the market concentration issue, but let's face it here. We have a massive concentration issue already in the few digital leaders, most of which are US companies, and they are also the big AI drivers. There are a few new ones, but believe me, the existing ones are doing it really fast and really big too. But there you have to trade off the scale and network benefits of keeping these companies as opposed to breaking them up. I believe that might have been Jean-Pascal Ferry who made that point. But in any event, you have to think about, if you're going to deal with the market concentration power, it's more what behavior do you want to regulate? Not do you want to tear them apart? Not that is going to make no sense. All of the scale benefits of the data, the cloud, everything are lost that way. But so you have to do, what do you want to regulate? And I also do fear that I just don't see how we use policy to actually slow this down. I just, and then you have the other topic throughout this conversation, this whole seminar, has been trade conflict. And here it's basically the US has the major lead. China's a couple, maybe a year behind, maybe 2 years behind, maybe at most. And the US position right now, as espoused by, not by Janet Yellen, but by a recent comment by Secretary Raimondo, is the world has to choose which technology camp they are going to be in. Are you going to be with the AI technology camp in the US or the AI technology camp in China? So, I mean, we have trade issues and geopolitical issues. And then finally, just because I want to end on a somewhat pessimistic note, we are going to see in this year's election, we are already seeing, someone in the audience already had their video, a made-up image of him saying something that's not him and not what he would say, and it's all over the place. And it's going to be a main part of this election. And by the way, all of that disinformation, which is created with the help of AI, goes back into the data. It goes back into the data. The data collects misinformation. So.
So thanks a lot for the discussion. I think the panel really raised the expectations and also was able to deal with important questions here, but lunch is also very important. I'm sure that AI played no role in providing these lunch services here, and also can never mimic any of the importance of informal conversations we will have over lunch here. So thanks the panel, and enjoy the foods.
the next session. So I'm extremely happy to have three very distinguished speakers with me here today that really don't need any introduction. Nellie Lang, Undersecretary of the US Treasury for Domestic Finance, Patrick Bolton, professor at Imperial College London, as well as Columbia University, and of course Paul Tucker, who is at Harvard University. This panel is on financial sector issues, and Nellie is going to kick it off, followed by Patrick and then Paul.
Okay, so it's the wrong presentation. So maybe, hopefully, I can get my my presentation. So let me, I can start. So I'm going to speak today on navigating change in U.S. money and payments, which is the title of the presentation that I hope shows up on the slide. There it is. Thank you. So thank you for inviting me. and to a conference on structural changes that Maury and Pierre put together, and how financial regulations might usefully help to steer developments. So I'm going to speak on money and payments, navigating change in the U.S. And I guess as you know, with the title, a few natural questions you might be asking yourself is like, what is new? Why would modernizing the financial plumbing of the financial system be interesting? And would changes really be structural? So I'm speaking from the U.S. Treasury, but these views reflect my views, and I'm also have been working on a paper with a former colleague that this is being, some of the material in here is from there. So let me start with, so what motivates this discussion? Let me give you an overview of where I'll go. What motivates this discussion are two developments. First, consumer demand for electronic payments have been increasing for some time, and they really surged during the pandemic when we were all home and not interacting with others. Second, the advances in technology, just basic computing power as well as cryptography, are fostering innovations in payments to make them more efficient. So these two developments have created opportunities to upgrade the plumbing of, with two possible systems. One is fast payment systems, and the second is tokenization of money. And if we combine these two technological systems with updating regulations in the United States, I think we can foster faster adoption, ensure stable money, and modernize the U.S. money and payment system. This new system would create substantial, in my view, economic benefits in addition to increasing efficiency of payments. And I'll talk about those benefits. And finally, I would just say there is a reason to engage purposefully in modernizing payments right now because many other countries also are embracing new payment technologies to further their own economic and geopolitical objectives. So with that, that's the overview. So if I run out of time, you'll get a sense of where I'm going. So turning to the next slide. So just a little background, just for background for the US. First, the share of cash payments has been declining. In the United States, between 2017 and 22, the share of cash payments fell from 31% to 18%. The share of credit and debit card payments rose from 49 to 60. Not on the slide, the share of people who made at least one mobile payment in a month rose from about 25% in 2017 to 68% in 2021 and stayed up near there in 22. The US also spends substantially more on payment services per transaction than many other countries. This owes in part because we seem to like credit cards, but even debit cards are very expensive in the US. Debit and interchange fees are about 0.8% of a transaction in the US, and they're about 0.2 or 0.3 in Canada and Europe. So payment fees and settlement can take days in the US still. And then, as you know, cross-border payments are even more expensive. So an important cause of inefficiency in the current payment system is that a non-cash payment typically involves a gap in time between when you initiate a payment and the transfer of funds. And this means that payments don't settle in real time, and in that interval, they create counterparty risks and liquidity costs for the payees, the receivers, because it takes time to receive a payment. I'm going to use Karsten's speech he gave at the end of last year to help frame some of the discussion here. But he attributes the costs of payments to the fact that money resides in like different data silos. We call them banks, but they're different data silos. And you know, payments are expensive, and they're error prone, and they're inaccessible because of these frictions in transferring value across the banks, across these silos. So if you think of payments being inefficient for this reason, it suggests there's two ways to improve the status quo. The first is just to make more efficient the mechanisms for transferring value across the data silos. And that's what retail fast payment systems do. A second option is to move from the current system of silos to a new system in which data resides on a ledger, a common ledger. And that is what tokenized money is. So those are two different ways to think about upgrading the system. So I want to just spend a minute more to talk about what these two options are. Both, I think, which are possible. Fast payments is a very near-term possible option. Tokenization is clearly more ambitious, but we are on track. So fast payment systems, what they do is allow a payer to initiate and then make funds available to the payee in real time or near real time, and pretty much 24/7, 365, round the clock. So consumers get, how you get this is consumers get access to fast payments through banks that can transfer value in real time among themselves. In the US, there's two interbank settlement systems that enable banks to conduct these kinds of value transfers. First, there's the clearinghouse RTP network, launched in 2017, but more recently, there's the Federal Reserve's FedNow service, which was launched in July 2023. It started with 35 institutions. It now has, as of February, 470 institutions. There's clearly an upward trend, but it's limited. And there's a couple reasons it could be limited. One, it takes some time to gain network effects. Two, there may be limited incentives on the parts of the intermediaries to make fast payments available to customers. They could lose out on some of their fees. Or it could just be there's limited consumer demand for fast payment systems, given all the other available payment options. But I would point out that Zelle, which you probably all know about, is a fairly new product, and the uptake and the speed at which it has been rising in the US, starting just like 3 years ago, now has about 1,800 participating institutions, suggests that we could get some scale up, and once it starts, network effects might cause it to scale up quickly. I would just point out FSB in 2024, and their just recent report reports that actually more than 100 jurisdictions have now put in place fast payment systems. And many of these jurisdictions are establishing interlinkages with one another, but countries like Brazil, India, Thailand have shown that these payment systems, if you put in the right infrastructure, can grow very, very rapidly. Whoops, let me go back. Tokenization is a little more abstract. Probably you have less, practical interaction with it unless you use stable coins for payments, which many people have not yet done. But it could include tokenized deposits by banks, what we would call well-regulated stable coins issued by non-banks, and some digital assets by the central bank. Ownership of this tokenized money would be on a shared ledger, which is then accessible to all the participants. And they can transfer peer-to-peer on this shared ledger, and it's done in one single all-or-nothing step. And so it's less error-prone and can be faster, and it's definitely instant. So this means payments are fast, again, less prone to errors because the balance sheets no longer reside in separate databases. As I mentioned, the current use in the US is quite limited. Stable coins are usually based only to trade crypto, not yet used for payments, although there is a non-bank payment provider that is now issuing a stable coin to try to use for merchants. But there are very important initiatives being led by like the BIS Innovation Hub, to explore tokenization for cross-border payments, which includes central banks and private firms to explore. All right, so that's the background. So I wanted to just use most of my time, or the rest of my time, to talk about some of the potential benefits from what this new technology with a upgraded regulatory system could generate. And it's more than just making the payment system more efficient. And that's really what I want to talk about. And that's what, in some ways, makes it interesting and perhaps structural. And I just, as a little aside, going around this week, as an economist, we're being told that efficiency is not be-all, end-all. And I'd like to say that, like, we can have efficiency and we can have other things. It's not always a trade-off. So in this case, I think we're going to get more efficient payments, but I think we also get some other benefits. And so this is where I want to go. One is gains. I call it gains from trade opportunities. And again, I'm using Karsten's framework. He discusses the costs of current money and payment system in terms of what are the hidden costs of a payment system. And that would be the potentially worthwhile transactions that don't occur because of the time gap or the inefficiencies. So these could be small payments that are priced out by high minimum fees. They could be very short-term loans that aren't feasible if you need time. Looking back, there's examples in history of how payments can generate real changes. And there's this nice example in a paper by Schnabel and Shin in 2014. And they describe like these significant increases in trade and commerce across distances after metal coins were replaced by paper ledgers, because then you could trade with strangers without being worried about having debased coins. And so like this increased trade created like day-to-day transactions, created this relationship capital you had between your clients and your merchant banks, which then led to loans, like they call them acceptance loans. And then like that allows then, once you can do that, then you can let capital flow from where you need it to where you don't have it to where it is. So that's the kind of thing. Maybe in the modern context, I'm not saying this is quite as transformational, but you know, taxi drivers that use Square, if you pay them, there's a record. And now Square offers small business loans to taxi drivers based on their record of rides. And so it's like creating this new stuff just from the information available from these kinds of systems. So I do think there's potential, mostly maybe qualitative changes and certainly things we can't anticipate. And I think just providing that is useful, could be a great benefit. Second, advances in financial equity. In the US, faster payments could definitely reduce the incurrence of fees for like bounced checks or overdrafts, which in this country are more likely to be incurred by lower income households. Households who live paycheck to paycheck, it could help them avoid late fees on bills. You know, you just pay and it's met. It doesn't take a couple days to settle. There is some research on the adoption of fast payment systems in India and in Kenya that shows some income gains and less variation in household income from faster payments, as well as some greater higher small business creation. It's limited research because this is new adoption, but I think there's some potential. A third benefit is supporting the US global financial leadership role. Upgrading the payment rails and establishing interlinkages with other countries with similar systems, either bilateral or multilateral linkages, could support the use of the dollar. And this would certainly help support the dollar's international role, its use of national and security tools, and make cross-border payments more efficient. And as I mentioned earlier, aiming for this benefit I think is important because many countries are currently engaged in establishing interlinkages among their fast payment systems and are experimenting with tokenization. And the US should be part of that discussion. And then the fourth benefit is just greater operational resilience for our payment system. Alternative systems could definitely improve their resilience if they wouldn't be disrupted at the same time other payment systems are. And if you were to adopt tokenization, you'd have an entirely different technology. So that would provide some resilience. Okay. This next table I'm not going to go through. It just details each of the benefits under each of the two alternatives. I just want to make maybe 2 points here. First, retail payment systems, the benefits are like the rows. You can see that retail benefit systems pretty much achieve all the benefits. Like you could probably get all the benefits you'll get from faster payments with retail payment systems, retail fast payment systems. And it's near term. It's possible we could get there in the near term, and there are benefits over the status quo. Tokenization gets you all that, but there are some additional incremental benefits. But it's clearly more ambitious, and there's more challenges and some risks. But you really might get something greater. So the gains from trade from tokenization could be substantial because you're going to have these novel capabilities of being able to program your ledgers and smart contracts and all that. And it could definitely be true if tokenization were to extend beyond payments to like tokenized securities. Securities have the same issue as money and regular payments. Securities are on one ledger and cash is on another, and they always have to reconcile. And you hear about securities fails all the time. That's because it doesn't always settle. So in this case, so I think there are some additional benefits, but as I said, there are some costs too. Okay, and just to be, this slide just says there are some costs, and just to round out the picture, there are some with tokenization, illicit finance. It is new operational. That raises some risks. You know, how much do you want to put in? There's potential financial stability risks. Smart contracts could generate outcomes that we haven't anticipated. So you want to think about that. But those are areas to consider when you're going in. I just make just one point on this slide. Part of the tokenization, so in the US, I think you also need to update the regulations for non-banks. Advances in technology on their own aren't going to ensure that we get these benefits. Non-bank payment service providers are regulated at the state level. Many of these frameworks were introduced in the 1930s for wire services like Western Union. So our current payment firms are quite different. The firms are growing, they increase competition, they can create efficiencies from innovation because they specialize. They just do payments, they don't do everything. But they can also introduce risk because they're creating money that is from non-banks, not banks. So there's some risk in the way they transfer value across account holders. So I would argue that as part of these advances in technology that I believe we should be trying to adopt, you also want to update the framework to address the risks, but also perhaps to encourage faster adoption. So just for those who are, we spend a bit of time on stablecoin legislation, which includes requirements regarding the assets to back the stablecoin, as well as high standards for operational risk and illicit finance. And these would sort of, they capture the elements of what an important, like new payment regulatory framework should cover. Okay, so then I'll just conclude, because I'm probably over my time. As I said, adoption and research and development of new payment technologies is accelerating. It's ongoing and it's accelerating. I believe the US should be prioritizing modernization with these new technologies and updating regulation. Potential gains are significant, and the risks of not doing so are rising. And just to reemphasize, a reason for current prioritization is as other countries are investing resources, the US should also engage to help develop global standards that are consistent with democratic values and privacy, and to be part of the development initiatives that support the use of the dollar and the use of its economic and national security tools. So with that, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Nelly. Patrick.
I would like to thank the organizers, Pierre-Olivier, Maury, and David for inviting me and for organizing this really very fascinating conference covering so many different topics in depth and originality. One additional topic that we are now considering is the financial sector, structural reform, steering structural reform in the financial sector. Before I start with my remarks, I want to make a comment on this notion of structural reform. What does it actually mean? Now, one view could be it's a paradigm shift. We've heard the word paradigm mentioned a few times in yesterday and today. And on that note, I read recently a very interesting critical review of Thomas Kuhn's book on paradigm and paradigm shift. Now, it turns out that he was very surprised by the success of the book, and he thought it was just a sketch, and then he felt that actually in the notion of paradigm shift, there's actually a conceptual flaw, specifically with respect to the idea that you have different worlds before and after the shift, that this is not something that really hangs together logically. So that may be a word of caution on what we think about structural reform. Of course, there's another much more pragmatic view on structural change, and that's I would associate that with Deng Xiaoping and his reference to the very famous folk saying in China about reform is about crossing the river by feeling the stones, and that suggests a much more gradual and experimental approach, which I would say is maybe more suitable for understanding the incredible challenges that we have faced when it comes to structural reform in the financial sector after the great financial crisis. Many things have happened. We've had huge pieces of legislation, in particular the Dodd-Frank Act after the financial crisis, other efforts, and we've had episodes, two scary episodes. One was in March 2020 with COVID, and the other one much more recently with the crisis at Credit Suisse, which is what I want to talk about. And so we coordinated what we will be saying on this panel. So I'm going to give a very focused take on Credit Suisse. The implications of Credit Suisse may be more narrow than typical interventions, but then you will have Paul giving you a much bigger picture to follow. So what you have here on the slides is what I would like to talk about, which is the particular aspect that generated a lot of interest and also a lot of debate, is how the Swiss regulatory authorities dealt with so-called AT1 instruments at Credit Suisse, or the contingent convertible bonds. Now, before I dig in, let me give you a few, just a little bit of background and a few facts. So in my view, the Credit Suisse crisis was probably the biggest crisis we've had since Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, and basically, 08, the crisis in 08. Now, when we came out of the crisis, there were huge reforms. Dodd-Frank is like the biggest piece. It was meant to address the too big to fail problem of the financial crisis. And the biggest piece of too big to fail, how do you solve too big to fail? Through resolution. You don't bail out, you try and resolve and bail in, right? That was the thinking. Huge amount of work had gone into this, and Paul has been one of the main architects of this new model, and I've done a fair amount of research around it. So what happened with Credit Suisse, and what was supposed to happen? Okay, so the Swiss authorities, they chose not to do resolution. They chose to do a fairly standard purchase and assumption merger with UBS. The Swiss authorities had many more powerful tools than US authorities to organize that. They had an emergency law. You didn't need a shareholder approval. They had the 81 instruments. 81 instruments, roughly 17 billion, could be wiped out just like that by the Swiss regulatory authorities. Contrast that with how US authorities had to struggle to find a sort of a financial support to resolve Bear Stearns. They had to go through incredible hoops, create a maiden lane, a special purpose entity, all kinds of very challenging things, and it was ultimately a successful purchase and assumption deal, but it was a very problematic one in many respects. So all these things Swiss authorities didn't have to deal with, and in some ways, they chose the easy option. They didn't go for resolution. Now, that's the most, if you want, the most problematic take or consequence of how the Credit Suisse deal was solved. Now, just as an anecdote, about 10 years ago, I was fortunate to be on a panel with Jim Milstein, who had been appointed by U.S. Treasury to be the Chief Resolution Officer of AIG. I was giving a presentation of the new model of resolution under Title II with bridge banks, OLA, single point of entry, TLAC, etc. I had really done my homework. It's complicated stuff, really complicated stuff. And I was basically saying, this is progress. This is substantial progress. This is a really major step forward in how we're going to deal with too big to fail. And still remember Jim Milstein's comments and reaction. He didn't go into much detail. He commended all these efforts that had been put in. But then in the end, he said, it's never going to work, because ultimately, when push comes to shove, the regulators will scare away from triggering resolution because they will fear triggering another financial crisis. And that was probably very much on the back of the mind of the Swiss regulators and why they chose not to choose resolution. So that's what we live with. I think there are important consequences from that. And so what I want to maybe very, very quickly still touch on is what can we do given that it's going to be so difficult to do what we were hoping we could do, sort of an effective, too big to fail resolution. And so that brings me to the AT1s and the COCOs. So you can see here some of the comments. There's an excellent expert report that was just published a few months ago, and how what the thinking was of the Swiss regulators. But let me turn to the AT1s. So there's really two types. Before I develop that, this is an important picture. I'll return to it. This is you could see how the stock price of Credit Suisse started diverging from the banking stock index quite a long time before it really ran into trouble. And you can also see that the price to book ratio started going towards 0, when in all appearances were that Credit Suisse was very well capitalized. Yet the markets were not reflecting this. Okay, this is really important because the way these COCOs are designed, they're not based on price changes, on the equity price changes. They're based on triggers that have to do with how well capitalized the bank is. So that's one feature. And the other feature is that the regulators have discretion to trigger the COCOs, and this is what FEMA used. The other big point about COCOs, and let me go fast here, I don't want to take too much time. The other big thing about COCOs is that there's this distinction between so-called going concern COCO, that's AT1s, and gone concern COCOs, that's the other TLAC stuff, right? So this is very confusing, right? So you have two different instruments, they're meant to do two different things, you have multiple triggers, very confusing. And you can see also here how they're being treated in the priority ordering. Typically, people think equity is the most junior instrument, followed by AT1, followed by TLAC and subordinated debt. What happened when FEMA converted? Everybody said, "Oh, what's going on? The priority ordering has been reversed." What people forgot was that actually it's not quite right to classify AT1s as senior to equity. They're actually not, and that's an important point. And that's an important point about their function. Okay, so why do I spend so much time on COCOs? Well, because if we're going to say resolution is not going to be an option because it's too scary, how do we make sure we don't face another Credit Suisse? And imagine if another Credit Suisse now would mean UBS. UBS, there's no purchase and assumption possible with UBS. So how do we make sure that we don't run into a major problem? And the simple answer is you have to rely more on going concern COCOs. You have to rely more on AT1s. But in order to be able to rely more on AT1s, you need reform of AT1s, okay? And so here's the last point I want to make about what is needed. So putting all the pieces together. So what we need is we need a new form of going concern COCO, which is not based on a capital trigger, but based on a price, the stock price. As you can see, the stock price is much more informative about potential problems, moves much faster. So basically, I've done some extensive work on this. The best structure is to have what's called a reverse convertible bond. Why reverse? Well, because instead of the investor choosing to convert, it's the issuer that chooses to convert. Okay, and it has a lot of very good properties. And if you can imagine, if we had that for Crédit Suisse, so when the price started going down because of all the corporate governance scandals, at some point your reverse convertible bond would have been in the money, and it would have been in the financial interest of Crédit Suisse to convert, and conversion would have also acted as a sort of like a red flag. Something's happening where we need to pay attention, and would have helped in getting more prompt corrective action. So you get the general idea. Of course, this is not the place to give you all the full detail, but it's a very narrow proposal as a way forward. One step forward. But it's an actionable one, and that's why I want to spend so much time on this. So with that, I'll end my remarks.
Thanks so much, Patrick. So let's turn to Paul next.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Lovely panel to be part of. Thank you very much to the organizers, and most especially to Mari for encouraging me to be here. I'm really grateful for that and flattered to be in my old habitat. I need to ask Tobias a question. Is the 2:15 cutoff sharp? What if the answer is that's fine? I can adapt.
The cutoff is 2:20, so
okay. I'm going to make two big points. The substantive point that I'm going to come to, what matters for those of you that follow these things, is that I think what I'm going to describe is quite likely to happen. And therefore you should listen not just because I am saying it, but because it may be something that policy institutions are heading towards. Of the various types of structural change that were discussed yesterday, I think by far the most important, more than generational, is the geopolitical change. And I didn't hear anything that dissuaded me from the thesis of my book, Global Discord, that it is a tangible risk that the major international organizations, certainly the major international economic organizations, will become orphans in the new geopolitical setup. This, curiously, has a read across to the subject of this panel. This capital city has grasped that many parts of public policy are now part of geopolitical policy. And in the economic area, that includes the dollar, as Nelly alluded to. This city, nor my own capital city, nor the major capital cities of continental Europe have grasped that banking stability policy is also now part of geopolitical policy. The great beneficiaries of the 2007-8 collapse were in Beijing. A number of us had said before last year's banking collapses that the West could not afford another financial crisis, and yet we teetered very close to that last year. And I think the toings and froings in Congress and elsewhere around the latest iteration of Basel, on which I offer no point of substance, is that it is conducted as though we're sitting here 20 years ago, when the costs and benefits of banking crisis were visited upon the populations of countries and domestic politics, rather than in the great game that, like the great struggle between my country and France in the long 18th century, will dominate the century ahead of us. I have two concrete points about that, the second of which I will set out slightly more than the first. The first concerns the US banking crises last year. there is nothing of substance to be learnt from these crises that was not already well understood, and understood actually for generations of policymakers. And I'm open to tests from any of you on that if you disagree, which of course is your prerogative. But I think there is a massive issue that comes out of it, which is moral hazard, not the moral hazard that plagues the banking sector, but moral hazard within the official sector itself. How is it that official sector institutions can know what the correct regime is for medium-sized regional banks, but choose, actively choose, in fact, and choose against publicly available advice not to pursue those policies? And here I think there is an issue for the economics community. When in my previous life I was a middle-ranking official, the monetary regimes were enormously improved thanks to the work of Kydland and Prescott, Barrow, Gordon, Rogoff, Walsh. Everybody knows those papers. And actually that was tangible in that it affected the design of monetary regimes around the world. There is no such contribution from the literature to the design of financial stability regimes and the problems of committing to good policies. There were good policies for heading off the problems in SVB, but a choice was made, partly in the Federal Reserve, partly in the FDIC, partly in Congress, not to pursue those policies, notwithstanding public advice as to where it would likely lead. That's the minor point I want to make. Credit Suisse is a massive eruption into this. I think Patrick understated its significance for policy. I think it is the first thing that has happened in many decades, which actually raises a series of new issues for policymakers in this field, and I don't remotely have time to articulate them all. To underline it, I think, and I actually say in a report that was published last week, I think that some of the issues should be keeping the governors and finance ministers awake at night, yours, mine, and in Frankfurt and Berlin. I do not mean that metaphorically. I mean literally Jay or Andrew waking up in the night knowing that the flaws revealed and the issues revealed by Credit Suisse are not things that they currently have answers to, or rather more carefully, can be sure of having answers to. There's one point on that I will skip because I want to move to a substantive point. For not far short of a decade, Mervyn King and I have been promoting the idea that banks, meaning not just holding companies and the main banking entities, but all the significant banking entities within a banking group, and arguably shadow banks as well, should pre-position with central banks collateral that would cover 100% of their short-term liabilities. Now, it is sometimes claimed that this would stop runs. I don't think that is correct. It is sometimes stated that it would remove the need for resolution authorities. I don't think that is correct. But it would do something else that is highly germane to the Credit Suisse case. And I say this having written a report on lessons for lender of last resort in the light of Credit Suisse. Typically, the case for pre-positioning collateral is made in terms of the run comes and you know what you're holding as the central bank, and you know how you're valuing it, and you know what your haircut is. And all of that's true, and I will come back to it. But there's something else as well. It's actually a mechanism for revealing information that crudely, Nellie, I'm going to turn you into a bank, and I'm going to turn myself into something I no longer am. You come to me and you say, well, I'd like to pre-position stuff with you, and here are my short-term liabilities. And I say, what have you got? And you put some assets on the table and I say, no, I'm not taking that. And you put some more assets on the table and you say, I'm not taking that. And you put some more on and I say, I'm not taking that. What have you got? Oh, I've got this. And I take a look at it and I say, well, I'm not going to lend against any of that. Now, that sounds as though the central bank's being stupid. And the Swiss National Bank had too narrow, let's be clear, it had too narrow a list of eligible collateral. But actually, a liberal-minded central banker, of which I may once have been one, can face that. If you, one possible example is a private bank whose main assets are lenders to tycoons, the founders of companies, collateralized on the equity in the business they founded. So that's wrong way risk. Another one, another type of asset in private banks are the yachts, which are really ships bought by founders and others that are owned by companies in the Turks and Caicos maybe, registered in Libya maybe, and moored off manual labor maybe. Imagine going to collect that. Central banks shouldn't accept as collateral any assets that they can't understand and manage, and most of all, collect in the face of default. Having revealed that information, the answer is to change the business model, including terming out the debt or funding those kinds of assets with equity. And I think as preposition is extended, as I believe it is likely to be in slow motion, I think this will have profound effects. It also has effects at the level of political economy, the incentives of central bankers themselves. First of all, the excess collateral you take, which has to be financed by equity and common bonds, effectively drives the capital regime. But it drives the capital regime that is more, I assert, more incentive compatible for the central bankers than the current supervisory arrangements. And that's because the central bankers are politically damaged with a small p when they suffer defaults. And so tying the capital mechanism to the incentives of the central bankers and turn it into a daily activity where each day the collateral that's been prepositioned is revalued against market values or against estimates of fundamental values. And suddenly what you've done is made lender of last resort look something more like the monetary policy process of a central bank, which is essentially a factory. It's routinized. People don't realize this from outside. The monetary policy parts of central banks are factories. And at the moment, the lender of last resort parts of central banks are artisans. And that depends on great artisans being present. And I was lucky to know some, Jerry Corrigan in this country, Eddie George in mine, both long dead, sadly. And actually the key thing is to routinize this in a way that harnesses the incentives and central banks and also bolts it into the day-to-day life of them. And I believe that this should happen. And I believe if it doesn't happen, sooner or later, inevitable runs will happen again, and it will benefit Beijing, and it will hurt us. And I think you need to start saying to Congress that this isn't about the lobbying of banking interests domestically. This is about whether our way of life is sustainable. It's only one tiny part of that, but it is an important part of it nevertheless. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. So that was a very deep discussion of three somewhat disparate issues. So given the time, I was going to open to the audience to see whether there are any questions. I can perhaps take 2 or 3 questions, and then we can turn back to the panelists. Yep. I think there's a microphone in the middle of the room.
Thanks for the comments. My question is to Nelly. You mentioned a lot of positive aspects around kind of payment system reform, but I guess there's a question around the use of any sort of payment system for national security purposes, and it seems like that has been sort of one of the reasons why you're seeing fragmentation and alternative payment system being sort of stood up. So, I guess the question here is, is a payment system that is sort of subjected to national security priorities something that can be adopted internationally? And how do you think about that?
Thanks so much. Any other questions from the audience?
Okay, if not, let me turn back, perhaps reverse the order and allow the panelists to react to each other. Paul, do you want to give any comments or questions to Patrick or Nelly? And then I'll go to Patrick and then Nelly, and then we conclude.
No, I think it's better to come to this national security question.
All right, Nelly.
So I do think the role of the payment system is not to be a national security system. The role of the payment system would be to support the role of the US dollar by having it maintain its technological status aligned with the rest of the world. As I mentioned, about 100 countries now have fast payment systems. There are many countries, they're looking at tokenization. Many are looking at CBDC, which is one form of tokenization. The US needs to be engaged in those discussions. It's not a tool. The payment system is not a tool. It's a tool for national security. It's a tool just to support the continued use of the dollar, which has many other advantages for the United States other than national security. As you know, we benefit from the role of the dollar in the global financial system as its use generates many, many benefits for the U.S. And I think that it's important then for the U.S. to sort of keep up to date with the technology of the rest of the world. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Look, people can see inside payment systems, and you saw that with SWIFT. And that was a crucial moment. I was in the room when the central bank governors got the message from the politicians that that was what wanted to happen, what they wanted to happen. And the politicians thought that this was an easy win. And some of the central bankers at least thought this would be a Pandora's box. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. That means for all of these things, there's a threshold. And the judgment about where the threshold is should be taken at political level. And I wanted to say that because I think that the US is in an incredibly difficult position with all of this central bank digital currency stuff, precisely because the Federal Reserve is the most important central bank in the world. It has tended to follow rather than lead in innovation. Certainly during my 33 years in central banking, and I think since. And when it has tried to lead, as it did with the review of its monetary regime, it has been abysmally poor at doing that, which actually I don't think is at all surprising, because unless you are in the habit of innovating, you don't learn to kind of have checks around it. And the changes to the monetary regime can be corrected. The costs of being too slow in this central bank digital currency thing are high, but the costs of you blasting ahead in front of others, I think, would be almost reckless. And I think actually you've struck a pretty good balance with that, and I think Jay's comments on it have been kind of measured. I think the whole of the Western world was slow to recognize that Beijing will have far fewer constraints on what is an acceptable digital currency world than in the liberal democracies. And I actually think the central bankers at the BIS spent far too time being dazzled by technology rather than thinking about the great architectural issues that feed into politics. But that said, I think you've caught up with that now, and I think you're striking a balance. And I wouldn't much tell people what you, the United States, are going to do, however much people shout at you to do so. Because after all, we all live under your security umbrella, and it's important for us to remember that.
All right, that was interesting. Patrick, do you want to react to this?
Yeah, it's not really my area, but let me just add a couple of points to what have already been said. So I want to come back to one observation that Nelly made on the interchange fees in the US on credit and debit, 0.8%. In China, if you pay with Alipay or WeChat, it's 0.06%. That's a major reason why there is this drive towards digital payment systems. It's because the two leading credit card companies, Visa and MasterCard, have been collecting a very juicy rent. Imagine you're collecting, I mean, the interchange fee used to be at 1.5%. At some point, it's come down. You're collecting 1.5% of US GDP, or maybe even more than that, because that's the size of the volume of payments. And yeah, I mean, so that's a big reason why we've had a drive towards a digital payment system. Now, so it's all great, and as was emphasized, there are all these benefits that come with this new technology. Potentially, there is a concern in terms of how you handle organized crime and how you handle money laundering. And I haven't, maybe you will have a way of reassuring us, but I haven't yet heard, a sort of a foolproof answer to, how do we address all the, these massive volumes of all the drug trade is all in crypto, and that's a major reason why these payment systems have attracted interest.
Yeah. Maybe I can just say a little something on that. Cash is, so there's no question that some of the crypto is being used for illicit finance. Cash is very anonymous. Cash is by far still, crypto is growing. Illicit finance has generally been regulated sort of by the institution that issues the money or the currency, and not for every transaction that happens. It's not monitored at the transaction level. But I have noticed, and I'm not a deep expert on tokenization and the technology, Tobias probably knows quite a bit more about this than I do, but for enforcement actions, they almost always seem to be able to backtrack who was behind the trades. And it is on a blockchain. It is forever there. It is anonymous at the time, but it is trackable, it seems. So cash is not. Cash is pretty hard to track down. So I just want to kind of keep that in mind. But
good message to give.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are unfortunately running up against the time limit. So thanks so much for the three panelists and fascinating discussion.
Please take a seat. I'm Ricardo Hausman. I'm at the Harvard Kennedy School. I'm professor there, and I direct the Harvard Growth Lab. If you don't know what it is, Google it, Growth Lab, Harvard, and you'll find out what it is that we do. We do a lot of industrial policy, this, among other things, but this is a session on industrial policy. And we are going to have three fantastic presentations that are going to take a broad view of the topic, industrial policy. I think the session is called The Return of Industrial Policy. I think Nathan Lane is going to tell us that there's no such thing as a return. It's a return to Washington, because I first came to the then called Institute of International Economics some 40 years ago to some seminars. I remember 34 years ago an important seminar where John Williamson coined the term Washington Consensus. I wrote a paper for that seminar, and the Washington Consensus had 10 commandments, and none of them was industrial policy. About a decade later, John, who was a fantastic economist and friend, he wrote, the Washington Consensus at 10, and he added 10 more commandments. So now there were 20, and industrial policy didn't make that list either. So I guess it's the return of industrial policy to the IIE or to the PIIE. So in those days, there was a lot of talk about the comparison between Latin America and East Asia. Latin America was a mess. East Asia was a success. And there was a big debate as to whether industrial policy had anything to do with that or not. In those days, the conventional wisdom was Latin America was in a mess because it was a macro mess. If you fix the macro, other things will take care of themselves. And that's partially true, but we know now, so many years later, that it's sadly very partially true. The session, the seminar is about structural transformation, so I'm assuming that this is industrial policy about structural transformation. And I think the debate is going to be made a little bit easier if we were able to sort of clean up the language, because as my good friend Len Pritchett says about institutions, he says institutions are like, say, furniture. You don't know what you're talking about, if it's a table, a chair, a sofa, a desk, a bed. What are you talking about? Industrial policy has a little bit that flavor. It's a name for a whole set of things, so you don't really never know what it is that you're talking about. Sometimes industrial policy is seen as a goal of transforming the structure of the economy or a set of tools. Some economists hear tools and they hear subsidies. And the moment they hear subsidies, they say this can become very expensive, it can challenge macro stability, it can distort things, it can have spillovers. Consequently, the IMF has to have an opinion on it. And that's why Pierre Olivier is one of the organizers, because now it's sort of like industrial policy as a nuisance. Okay, to some extent. Now, in industrial policy, there are essentially, there are many ways to classify things, but one way to classify things is whether, as a tool, whether you're trying to intervene in relative prices to make some things more profitable and some things less profitable. So there's a whole set of things that intervene in relative prices. But there's a huge dimension of industrial policy that has to do with simply providing the relatively specific public goods that impact particular industries, right? So it's the provision of public goods. So, there can be a market for a car, but there's no market for roads, for traffic lights, for traffic signs, for traffic rules, for traffic cops. So every technology lives in a space of public goods that are relatively specific. And because they're public goods, they have no market, so there's no information, there's no prices, there's no profit motive. Profit motive in the public sector is what we call corruption. And there's no capital market that's allocating resources automatically to their goods. So they can become a huge headache. And in my practical experience, I find that that's a hugely important aspect of industrial policy that needs the government to be embedded in society to be able to figure out what's missing, what's not missing. Now we figure out that, electric cars need the assurance that, you'll be able to charge them when you run out of battery, so that becomes a public good. But medicines, there's 1,001 of those. So there's a very large distinction in the kinds of things we're trying to do. Are you trying to work on the intensive margin of the economy where you want to grow the productivity in something of the industries that exist? Or do you want to grow at the extensive margin? Structural transformations has to do with you starting to do things you were not doing before, moving into manufacturing, moving into new things. So what's the difference between industrial policy at the intensive margin versus at the extensive margin? Industrial policy for existing markets versus new markets. There's no market out there for carbon, for green hydrogen, for all of these things are new markets. So what's the difference? Are we talking about mature technologies? Are we talking about new technologies? Are we talking about technologies that need local adaptation in order for them to be effective? Or these are just plug and play technologies? What are the kinds of agents that are involved in industrial policy in terms of those that are going to do the investment? Is it going to be SOEs? Is it going to be national conglomerates, national champions? Is it going to be multinational corporations? Is it going to be startups? So who are you dealing with? Who is going to be responding to whatever you are doing? And then there's this whole issue about industrial policy in the context of green, of the energy transition. And here I say that in the whole discussion that we've discussed, including in the session on green stuff, including in Nick Stern's talk, I thought there was a huge dimension of the whole discussion that was missing. And that's the following. Everybody's focused on the idea that we're emitting too much CO2 and that this is a common pool problem, so there's a coordination problem, so we have to all agree to reduce our emissions. And then we have a whole mechanism on how it is that we're going to reduce emissions. In addition, we're going to have a mitigation, that's national mitigation, nationally determined contribution, adaptation, just transition, and then climate finance. And that's the story. I say that's half the story. Because if you're going to lower the emissions, and the world needs to lower its emissions, the world is going to need a lot of stuff. It's going to need to electrify everything that needs to be that can be electrified. It needs to make that electricity in green ways. It needs to electrify transportation, so you need EVs, cars, this, that, and the other. You need all of that stuff. Who's going to make it? Who's going to make it? Why not my country? So why do you want me to think about concentrating on lowering my emissions? Why don't you ask me to help lower global emissions by supplying the things that a decarbonizing world will need? And the countries that are able to do that are countries that are going to be able to grow, because the more the world tries to decarbonize, the more you sell. And that's a lot of the theme of industrial policy these days in the countries I work on. Okay? So it is the supply side of decarbonization, and we don't talk enough about that. So to discuss these issues and to say much more intelligent things than the frame I've put on it, we're going to have three fantastic speakers. First, we're going to have Emily Blanchard from the Dartmouth Tuck School of Business. Emily is an expert on international trade. I love her papers on the interaction between trade, comparative advantage, and human capital that have these very, very inconvenient truths about maybe free trade leading to trapping countries in a low human capital environment and many other ideas of the sort. She's an award-winning teacher. She's one of the founders of the National Economic Education Delegation, and you can read her bio. After after she speaks, Anne Harrison is going to address us. Anne is the Dean of the Berkeley Haas School of Business. She's the second woman in the job, because we have Laura here who preceded her. She has some fantastic, she's probably the leading authority on multinational corporations, because she started to write about multinational corporations with a major paper on Venezuela, which is my home country. So you see that's the little contribution of my country to economic knowledge. So, by the way, interestingly, that paper showed that the spillovers were negative, and the spillovers of multinational corporations in that particular context were negative, which is interesting. And then we're going to have Nathan Lane. Nathan is now at Oxford. He got his, he was a postdoctoral research fellow at MIT. Before that, where did you get your, UBC? No. No, IIES. Okay, so, but Nathan is having a sequence of super cool papers. We were talking about AI. Well, this is AI in the hands of an able economist. He's using AI, natural language processing, to generate new data on what industrial policy is, and so this is AI empowering. What was it? Not substitute? Augmenting. So, and he's going to tell us, beyond all the highly ideologized discussion around industrial policy, what is the reality of industrial policy. So guys, you have 10 minutes each. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks.
Well, tough act to follow. Let me keep my clock here. Oh, there's a clock right there. Okay, that'll keep me a little bit more disciplined. It's an honor to be here. It's delightful. I know it's the afternoon, so I apologize in advance. Maybe it'll help that there are no slides. Maybe it won't, but it is what it is. I'll start with an admission. I am not an industrial policy wonk. So what on earth am I doing here, especially among these incredible moderator and fellow panelists who are bona fide experts in the area? Well, short answer, I don't actually know. I was just asked to come. And when Maury asks you to do something, you do the thing. No, there are two things. One, I'm a trade economist, and I'm going to argue that that's useful. Particularly now when we think of the current resurgence, if not outright renewal or recreation of industrial policy. A lot of industrial policy is working hand in glove, or sometimes at cross purposes, with trade. Also, when we think about managing industry in the modern economy, industry is global. This whole global value chain thing, production fragmentation, it means that industries are efficiently and incontrovertibly spread across different countries, different geographies. And so trade economists have been working on measurement, modeling, and thinking about policy nudges across borders, have a little something to extra, I hope, to add in this space. I'll also say some things about international rules. As a Stager student, how could I not? The other thing I hope to bring a little piece of today is my most recent set of experiences, or battle scars. I just got out of government. So I served, it was my first time, no idea what I was doing, but maybe I shouldn't say that publicly, I think I just did. So I served for 2 years as the chief economist of the US State Department, and I had the privilege and, frankly, enormous responsibility of having a front row seat to a lot of the changes that are underway. And I saw a lot of the motivations and the actions, and some of the actions that haven't happened, but again, motivated by really important changes in the global economy. So I think I have a sense of what we're at least trying to do with industrial policy today. So I'll talk about that. Okay, so 10 minutes, and I'm already 2 minutes in, so that's fun. I'll divide my remarks roughly into 3 parts. Part 1 will be articulating the goals. What is it we're trying to do?
This is, Econ 101 territory, but it's worth some time dwelling here, because I posit that if we are not very precise and very deliberate in defining the objectives of our industrial policy today, then we cannot possibly hope to get it right. Point number two, or part number two, I'm going to talk a little bit about key design features of industrial policy if we hope to succeed. And it's a high bar, but there are a few here. Some are obvious, so I won't dwell on those, but some of those might be a bit newer. And then the third part will be to focus on how we help new initiatives, new industrial policy attempts around the world fit together in a way that we, frankly, do not blow up the rules-based trading system, that we do not alienate our closest friends, and that we do not make life harder for the economies and the individuals who already face the greatest challenges to accessing economic opportunity. So again, what is it? 3 pieces: goals, design, and the rules in the rest of the world. Before I proceed, quick definitional point. I will take, and here I'm going to borrow from Anne, a very broad definition of industrial policy. I don't mean just subsidies. I really mean anything that's driving wedges in the incentives that shape firm-level private sector decisions about how to invest and allocate resources. So this includes managed trade. It includes subsidies. It may include very specific tax policies. Think big picture. So if you're comfortable with that, and I hope you are, you have to be, because I get the podium for just a few more minutes. That's where we're going here. Okay, as promised, 3 pieces, starting with goals. What is the problem that we're trying to solve with our industrial policy? Of course, there are the age-old, and these things are still there, the age-old reasons for having governments intervene in markets, often through subsidies, but also through other mechanisms. So public goods, classic spillovers, external economies, yada, yada. Those are still there. But to these, I'm going to add 3 more reasons that are taking increased prominence and focus today. So 1, decarbonization, combating the climate crisis. We've heard about this a lot today. Everybody in this room understands the problems that we face, and everybody appreciates the facts that markets and the private sector does not have the incentives, especially absent carbon pricing, to get this right. So we've got a role there. The second big one, new one, huge elephant in the room is national security. That's a big deal now. And anybody saying, well, we should really leave economics apart from national security, that's not going to happen. Sorry, we don't live in that world anymore. I wish we did. National security, though, means a few different things. So let me just articulate some of the different contours, some of the different hues of this color family of national security. One is supply chain resiliency, right? So these are things like you have to have sufficient stores or production capacity of critical goods, think PPE, right? Personal protective equipment, all that other stuff, maybe vaccines. But then, we add to that import dependencies. And I'll say the new geopolitical twist is weaponizable import dependencies. So for example, European dependence on natural gas shipments by pipeline from Russia. If you think about the lock in global market production and processing that China has in many critical minerals, rare earth elements, right? That is another form of import dependency that has been deemed, and I would posit rightly so, a national security risk, a problem that needs fixing, and therefore industrial policy might be one way to get at that. Third, a little bit different, embedded security risk. There's something fundamental about a product, a good, or a service, or data, information being traded that brings a national security risk. That applies to both imports, so it could be classic things like poultry and avian flu, pork and African swine flu. We've dealt with those issues for years, and the WTO has been, GATT before it, very clear mechanisms to deal with that kind of risk. But now we're really focused on surveillance risk, or embedded, intentionally or not, cybersecurity vulnerabilities that imported systems might bring with them. So that's another reason potentially for governments to get involved in this space, maybe try to localize or friendshorize certain kinds of production. There's also things going outward, dual-use technologies, obviously front of mind if you think of the October 7th, 2022 controls that were updated last year. This is clearly the concern there. And there's a very, I sort of call this a fourth, this is like 3.5. National security, but I'll call it the defense technology horse race, right? That's another issue. That's not about embedded security risk of what you're exporting per se, but this is the idea espoused by many, not least our national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, articulated very clearly when the US put in place new export controls on frontier technologies not to be sold to China, saying it is imperative that the United States remain at the very frontier and as far ahead as possible in the development of certain weaponizable dual-use technologies. Okay, that was a lot. There's one more piece, one more rationale for rising focus on national security, particularly here in the United States, but not only, and that's economic inclusion or combating inequality. This is a little bit different, not a market failure per se, but a recognition that market outcomes, even when they are efficient, even when markets work, there is no guarantee that market outcomes deliver a distribution of income, wealth, or economic opportunity that's in any way, shape, or form consistent with a social contract or democratic norms. And for other reasons, there are lots of folks who have said, citing history would be an easy way to go, you know, in many countries, especially the United States, not least Congress, are not very good at distributing income ex post. And so we need pre-distribution or market-based redistribution. We should support some industries that support some jobs, some incomes, and that has value too. Okay. So I spent a lot of time talking about goals, but that was for the reason that when we think about interventions in the market, we need to remain clearly and pragmatically and dogmatically focused on those goals and crafting policies so they actually work. So that's my second point, is how do you design industrial policy that actually works? And I'm mindful of time, so I won't be too slow, but I think I'm okay for now. Okay. How do you design policy that works? I'll say maybe 3 principles here. I teach at a business school, so I apologize for going for the catchy stuff. Optimism, pragmatism, and imagination. Very fluffy, but you know, MBAs. So optimism. First, we have to be optimistic that industrial policy can work, because if not, then we claim it's all a fool's errand, and then we don't put in the hard work, the time, the effort as hard-headed, obnoxious, difficult economists to get it right. So we have to be optimistic so that we put in the work, so that we try, so we have our best chance. Because whether you like it or not, we're doing this industrial policy thing. Just look at the evidence. 2, pragmatism. And here, for me, pragmatism is really about focus and discipline. Again, focus first and foremost. What are we trying to do? Let's focus on the ends, not the means to an end. So if the goal is increasing the wages, the market value, the time and the talents of certain groups of workers in your economy, make sure that remains the goal, and we don't somehow slip and say it's about creating this kind of job in this kind of industry, in this kind of factory over here. Right? So we just need to be disciplined in that way. That also means that when you keep that focus on the ends and not the means, we're prepared to use whatever tools work, and it'll often be a constellation of tools. So subsidies, maybe with trade policy. Oh my goodness, that makes me uncomfortable. I'm a trade economist, but it's true. We also have to be prepared to pivot. When something's not working, try again. And that's maybe the most important thing. We just cannot afford to engage in magical thinking. The problems that have been identified by both the political left and the political right, they're real problems with the status quo structure of the economy in the United States and, frankly, in the world. So if we take seriously that those are real problems, then we need to take seriously the need to get it right, which means we need to be focused not on our intentions, and not even on our actions, but on whether or not they're working. So that's that ferocious pragmatism, that being kind of obstreperously difficult, I think we need to do. And we need to do evidence and use evidence to have a prayer of getting this right. Third, imagination. That sounds very fluffy, but I'm an economist, so this is an imagination, a rich imagination of all the things that can go wrong. We need to anticipate likely and sometimes completely obvious bottlenecks that will keep a policy from working. We need to do that in advance. And that's kind of unfortunate because it means you take industrial policy focus to do a thing over here and you start to widen the scope because you realize, for example, if you've said it's absolutely imperative that we build semiconductors here in the United States, then you start to realize, well, that means where's the binding constraint? One of them, labor markets, labor force. How long is it going to take to train all of our workers or to get all the construction workers to even build the fabs in the first place? It's going to take a while. We need this thing to work, and we need to work it to work now. Let's talk about immigration policy at the same time. Ooh, so inconvenient, and yet absolutely essential. If we're disciplined and focused, we just have to do it. Okay, that broad ecosystem approach means, number one, sometimes we're gonna have to go big or go home, and that's a little bit scary. So that's got two corollaries. Corollary number one, pick our battles. We cannot do industrial policy and have a prayer of it working, targeting too many sections. Pick very, very carefully for the things that keep us awake at night the most. Corollary number two, already we need big solutions for big problems. Industries are global, so you have to adopt a global mindset. That brings me to the third and final point I wanted to offer, part of my remarks, which is you have to think about industrial policy in an international context. We do not live in autarky. And thank goodness, we should not strive to live in autarky. It's not going to work, and it would be very unpleasant. If you have any doubts, I invite you to try to visit North Korea. So how do you actually internationalize your industrial policy? Number one, you have to understand how an industry is knit together across borders. It's really complicated, it's really hard, but we gotta try. We need a lot of data to do that. We also have to design our policy accordingly. You actually see this in the US Chips and Sciences Act, for example, just one example. Yes, $52 billion investment by the US government, almost all of that focused on the United States. But of that $52 billion, half a billion or 500 million was allocated to the State Department. So this is where my front row seat becomes a little bit useful. And that $500 million is for building complementary capabilities upstream and downstream explicitly outside the United States, so the US doesn't have, for example, a whole bunch of fantastic new fabs that use all the inputs from one particular geography that might be problematic, or doing all the assembly, packaging, and testing in a particular geography that might be very problematic, right? So makes sense. We need to do that with all our industrial policy. There are similar examples. I won't go on, but offer me a beer later and I'll tell you all about them. Final point, we cannot burn down the rules-based order. It is absolutely essential. Number one, it would be morally wrong because those rules are way more important to the vast majority of the world's population and humanity who will not do well in a power-based economic order. But number two, it's also just super pragmatic. We need the rules as much as the rest of the world does. And now I will not dwell, but here, one piece of good news. Bob said it earlier. Most of the features of the current rules-based system, maybe a little bit less of the WTO, but certainly of the GATT, of the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade, still apply, still work, still hold. Do not throw that out. Keep it. But here's the unfortunate tweak. There are a few things that don't sync really well. And so what I'm going to argue for is the artful kludge, or maybe we adjust our industrial policy a little bit so that it fits with rules, and maybe we also adjust the rules a little bit. So for example, if we're trying to tackle something like global market concentration of production, MFN by design does not give countries the ability to shape the pattern of production and trade outside their borders. It's just not gonna work. So we need to think about tweaks that would allow us to get there in a way that doesn't blow up the entire system. So in a different panel, I would go on about ideas about that. But for now, I'll stop there. Oh, though I was told to end optimistically, and I just ended up with blowing up the rules-based order. So let me just put in one plug. Not all of this is rocket science. There is one thing, one industrial policy, I would argue, creatively and broadly defined, that we can all use, and it works. It's economically efficient. It's incredibly high return on investment. It's consistent with our institutional structures. It violates neither the SCM nor any other international rules out there. And it is virtually the only guaranteed way to boost long-run sustainable economic growth. And it makes us more agile, responding to shocks. It's education. It's just start by investing in people. With that, thank you.
That was terrific. So I just want to start out by thanking Maury Obstfeld for inviting me to have this opportunity to be here today, and Adam Posen and Pierre-Olivier Gouranchat, and also Petya Topolova, who's over there. Petya, I understand you're one of the organizers of this conference. Petya did a paper for me for a book called Globalization and Poverty. What was it, 30 years ago? It was a great paper. So it's really wonderful to be back here, and really appreciate the opportunity. So what's the motivation? I'm just absolutely obsessed with industrial policy. Have been obsessed with it for a long time. Notice I'm not calling it, what is it, seeking structural transformation? Steering structural transformation, which seems a little bit possibly, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Might as well just call it what it is. So what fascinates me is these kinds of transformation. So this is the major thoroughfare in Beijing, Chang'an Avenue in the 1950s. And go forward a couple decades, and this is Chang'an Avenue today. Tremendous, incredible transformation. And so what has always fascinated me, and which is why I started my career at the World Bank, is, how can we affect this kind of transformation? How can we bend the arc and reduce poverty across the world? And what's the role for governments and for international organizations in affecting this transformation? Now, others often, when I used to talk about this in my years at the World Bank, often people would say, yes, but what is the counterfactual? Is it the case that without using industrial policy, countries like China would have done even better, right? And so we can think of the case of China, which has been struggling lately, we're all aware of that, and for whom the stock market index has not recovered since its peak in 2007. So the naysayers will say, yes, but if only they hadn't used industrial policy, would they have been better off without it? So these are the kinds of issues that I'm fascinated by. Like Emily, I'm going to start with a definition. And I really want to emphasize in this talk, I must say I'm doing a book for Princeton University Press on industrial policy. So this is kind of where I'm going, and I'd love your feedback on it at some point. Laura has already given wonderful feedback. The point is that there are many cases of both successes and failures of industrial policy. So I've come to believe that it's the how it's done that is really critical to its success. And I'll give you some examples of that. I'll talk about some of my own research on China. I'll also talk about some failures, and I'll use an example from India on some of the failures of industrial policy and what happened when industrial policy was removed in the area of small-scale industry. Also, being a good business school dean, I will use a catchy framework that I'm calling the 4 C's to summarize my knowledge from Louis XIV to the IRA. And then I'll conclude in doing all of this in hopefully maybe 15 minutes instead of 10. I don't know if I'll get away with it. But anyway, so what do we mean by industrial policy? So I did a handbook chapter years ago now with Andres Rodriguez-Clare, where we had 250 pages on industrial policy, which pretty much summarized at the time everything that we knew. And our working definition was any intervention that shifts incentives away from policy neutrality. Beyond the ones associated with optimal taxes or revenue constraints. Now, as was said earlier, that's a very broad conception of industrial policy, and it spans what Andres Rodriguez-Clare and I called hard versus soft. It includes what we think of as hard policies, which is shifting price incentives. You heard about that. Could be tariffs, could be subsidies, tax breaks, new businesses, for new businesses or FDA. But it could also, and I think many people do believe, that industrial policy includes a kind of the broader, softer approaches. Trade promotion. Trade promotion agencies are a form of industrial policy. We heard about the mercantilist state yesterday. Infrastructure provision, a Green New Deal, putting in charging stations. That's a form of industrial policy. Overcoming coordination failures through industry associations, another form of industrial policies. So there are a lot of different kinds. The rationale for hard industrial policy always relies on some kind of market failure. So this gets back to Emily's point about the importance of definition. Agglomeration economies could be one. Latent comparative advantage, which Andres and I defined, and I'll show you a visual image of what that could be in a minute. Lack of competition. We are now in the most concentrated tech sector in the world. Lack of competition is a form of market failure. Pollution, that's been mentioned several times. Always when you mention these things, people come back to you, and this was certainly true for me in my years at the World Bank, with, well, what about government failure? And I do believe that it's a balancing act. So how important do you think in a particular situation is market failure versus government failure? And by government failure, you could think of weak institutions. You could think of rent seeking, picking the wrong sectors. Maybe you have the best intentions, but you simply don't have the information you need to make the right decision. So is government failure worse? In my years at the World Bank, a lot of the conversations hinged around this balancing act. So I want to talk a little bit about latent comparative advantage. I'm proud to say that this diagram is taken from the Obstfeld undergraduate trade textbook. And I don't know if this picture is still in the textbook. I hope it is, because I have found this picture a very useful one to explain. It's Paul's picture? Okay, so you're saying that it's Krugman and Obstfeld, but Obstfeld denies knowledge of the Krugman component. Well, I think it's useful. So I have found this useful for understanding the concept of latent comparative advantage. So let me take 2 minutes to talk about it. You have downward sloping aggregate world supply curves. The Swiss produce watches at above the cost of the tie. Notice with this downward sloping aggregate cost curve, the intersection of world demand prior to industrial policy is at 0.1. At 0.1, the Swiss are selling watches for price P1 and Q1. Now the tie, if you see their average cost curve, their aggregate cost supply curve, it's lower, right? It's below the one for the Swiss. Yet they aren't producing watches for the global market. They have what Andres and I would call a latent comparative advantage. The reason is if they started producing Swatch watches today, they would actually be at the price where C0 is, because they don't have the scale to get to those lower prices and lower costs. And so in order for the tie to enter and take the market away from the Swiss, they need to produce a certain quantity, right? They need to get to that higher scale, lower cost. And that provides a rationale for where this is a particular kind of market failure where you have agglomeration economies. I find this incredibly helpful. Now, in our handbook chapter, we actually went beyond the undergraduate textbook. We have more fancy graphs and much fancier theory. I'm not going to talk about that here. It's based on, again, a market failure, non-convexity. But so there's the rationale for it. So now I want to talk about the evidence, because for me, you can always come up with a great model that would rationalize industrial policy, but what does the evidence tell us, right? And I, somewhat unashamedly and unabashedly, I'm going to refer to my own work. This is a paper with Philippe Aguillon, former PhD students Jing Kai and Louis Chadou, Mathias de Watripon, and Patrick Legros that appeared in the AHA in 2015. One thing about this paper is that it got the prize from the Chinese. Every 2 years, they give a Sun Yat-sen prize for the best paper in economics in China. So the Chinese think that this paper was a useful contribution. So what does this paper tell us? It tells us very simply that industrial policy works when it promotes competition. Now, why would that be the case? Well, competition is a way of weeding out bad projects. So if you did some really dumb stuff, if you subject those companies and those projects to global or a large internal market competition, you're going to get rid of the failures. Also, in this particular framework, what happens is firms, in order to get away from competition, they tend to differentiate horizontally by going to produce new products rather than staying within the same market and cutting market power and reducing prices. So this kind of industrial policy preserves competition. So we show that when you have more competition, then any industrial policy will be much more powerful and effective. And in this case, the market failures, there's simply not enough competition, which means there's not enough innovation. Ultimately, there's not enough growth. And in this case, IP is indeed welfare enhancing, as the theoretical appendices will show you if you go and look at them. Now, one of the things we show both theoretically and in the data is that if you target younger enterprises, think of promoting entry, right? That's going to yield a lot more gains. This is not about preserving old steel factories, okay? This is about creating new innovative companies. So I already talked about the competition. Now, one interesting thing, this data is based on Chinese firm-level data. It's interesting, even in China, different kinds of instruments have had very different effects according to the work that we did. So we saw that firm-level innovation was higher as a result of subsidies, tax holidays, low-interest loans when they were allocated more competitively. And by the way, one of the things that's always fascinated about working with these Chinese firm-level data is that about half the firms report getting subsidies or tax holidays or low interest loans. So that means that industrial policy was extraordinarily widespread in China. There are some policies that have clearly negative effects, and in particular, tariff protection. So the data shows very clearly that tariffs have led to lower productivity, lower innovation, lower introduction of new products. And think about it, that's consistent with what I'm trying to argue, which is that tariffs deter competition, they don't promote it. So in the data, you see that some policy instruments have not worked at all, quite interestingly. And then I really want to reiterate that the positive impact of things like subsidies is 3x higher if you target younger firms. So there's a really positive impact of promoting entry, promoting competition. I don't know how I'm doing for time, but then I wanted to flip to another paper that I did with also two former PhD students, Leslie Martin and Shanti Nataraj, where we looked at the elimination of small-scale reservation policies in India. And this was a case of a misguided industrial policy which was promoting small and medium enterprises by restricting the ability to produce a lot of goods to these kinds. So at the height of this policy, which was in the mid-1990s, there were 1,000 products that were reserved for small and medium enterprises, you know, from shoes to apparel to footwear to consumer goods, et cetera, et cetera. Starting in the mid-90s, India got rid of all of these. And so by 2015, there was no more small-scale reservation. So this is nice because it's not quite a natural experiment, but it allowed us to see what happened when India got rid of this. Somebody in India liked this because the chief economist for the government of India, they put out some and put it in there. So clearly they thought, the Indians also thought that you know, this criticism of small-scale reservation might have been warranted. Here's the results. And we separate by incumbents and entrants. Oops. So incumbents were hurt by this policy, no question. However, entrants more than compensated for the losses. So employment went up, output went up, investment went up, wages went up, and productivity went up. And even though it went down for the incumbents, if you add up the cost to the incumbents and the benefits to the entrants, the positive effects completely outweigh the negative effects. So this is a case of a bad industrial policy, which again restricted competition. So that leads me to my framework. What do we need for IP to work? We need to be correcting a very specific market failure. Consultation is absolutely critical. So the IRA was created and designed in consultation with many parts. This is true for many, many successful industrial policies. I mean, back to the Japanese, back to the Koreans, very strong consultation. There needs to be competition. And finally, the policy needs to end. There needs to be, so we heard from Geeta Gopinath yesterday, the importance. Okay, Maury is telling me I have to stop. So I'm not going to talk about the biggest market failure in history. Many of you have talked about this. This would be the biggest reason why you might want to enact an industrial policy. It's the biggest reason why you might want to have a green industrial policy. Unfortunately, the most obvious and correct policy hasn't been implemented, a carbon tax, and there are other problems. I was going to talk about the IRA, but I don't have time. So let me conclude. Yes, we can talk about it afterwards. So industrial policy is back. Competition combined with industrial policy is absolutely key. You need to weigh the government versus the market failure. Just to conclude, there are many cases in history of successful and unsuccessful industrial policy. Countries are using it more than ever today. As I said before, in the data for China, half the firms were receiving subsidies, including multinational firms who were also being compensated. And to be successful in an intervention requires what I think of as the 4 C's: correct, consult, compete, and conclude. And I will conclude on that. Thank you.
See it loading here? So this talk is going to be a very high-level one. It's going to be thinking about what is going on with the relationship between research, in particular this kind of wave of empirical research, which Anne has kind of spearheaded and was inspirational for us as empirical economists digging into this territory. And what are we learning and how do we evaluate this and kind of what's emerging from this literature, which is just kind of ascendant at a time where industrial policy there's been a renaissance, even prior to the start of this literature. And so I'm going to think about 3 takeaways. First, the emerging evidence and what's coming up in this empirical literature, both some of it is laudatory, some of it's positive, some of it is very skeptical. But I think what's emerging is a much more nuanced, context-dependent picture of industrial policy. And when you start thinking about what industrial policy is, it gets to the definitions we all talked about. When you start getting serious about conceptual issues around industrial policy, this kind of binary way of talking about industrial policy and thinking about industrial policy just seems very inadequate and wholly incongruent with the world we're living in. And moreover, like, it's inadequate too because a lot of fundamentals are still missing. This is an emergent literature. This is kind of new stuff, with the exception of some kind of older empirical work, right, from just like 10 years ago. That relative to practice, relative to the ubiquity of industrial policy out there in the world, we know very, very little. I mean, there's a lot of strong lessons, but it's kind of shocking how much of a wedge there is between the empirical surface and empirical body of work that there is, and just how widely practiced this stuff is when we take it seriously. And when we start taking it seriously, you kind of get the sense that, well, a lot of things are working. These market failures absolutely matter. Competition absolutely matters. The technocratic details of industrial policy surely matter. But once you kind of start combing through this and start kind of excavating lessons, it just kind of hits you straight in the face right away that, these things surely matter, but industrial policy is political economy is everything when it comes to industrial policy. But in the world of political economy, you actually know we have the least amount of evidence and least amount of research when it comes to the successful deployment and efficacy of industrial policy. So I'm also going to start with a definition, but I'll go quickly past it. But the point I'm making here is a point everyone else made too, which, like, let's get serious about the definition. Let's get ex ante about the definition. Let's not succumb to a definition of industrial policy that's merely ex post, or merely falling for the trap of industrial policy is tariffs, or industrial policy is stuff I don't like. Let's get serious about broad legalistic definitions of industrial policy. And when you start, and this definition comports with the old US ITC definition, the OECD definition. It dovetails with all the other definitions out there that we saw today. And I'm not emphasizing this to be pedantic, but I'm emphasizing it when we actually kind of get serious about this stuff conceptually. You realize really quickly, oh, that's a lot of stuff, right? That's a large set. You know, this is furniture, like Ricardo Hausmann was alluding to. Thus, this kind of way of thinking and talking about industrial policy as this binary, it's all bad or all good, it seems just empirically the wrong way to talk about industrial policy. And I think that way of thinking about industrial policy, is it good or bad? Well, it's empirically unsustainable because we're talking about a lot of stuff, right? But it also means we're aiming at the wrong margins of attack when it comes to empirically understanding this stuff. We're focusing on the epistemology of whether market failures exist. I had a debate with someone at Duke. The margin of the debate was, is industrial policy literally impossible? I think that's completely the wrong question, right? We should be thinking about the points that were emphasized today, thinking about the how of industrial policy. And these kind of debates, these very, very high-level academic debates about whether this stuff is possible or not, is kind of very, it's uneasy when you actually start measuring industrial policy in the real world, when you actually start seeing the scope and the ubiquity of practice out there. And that's what we're doing in recent work. We're trying to kind of dig into fundamentals. Let's go out and measure this stuff. Let's take that definition we saw. Let's take a principled ex ante definition of industrial policy, a legalistic one. As Ricardo said, let's weaponize LLM to measure industrial policy. Let's subject it to and kind of take it to the largest commercial policy database that we have, and let's start counting stuff. This is inspired by the work of Steger, the work of others, who did the same thing with, and kind of implored us to do similar things with non-tariff measures, non-tariff barriers, things like that. Let's do the same thing with industrial policy. Let's go out there and measure it. And so we scaled this to a global database and kind of come up with imperfect measures, but measures of industrial policy at least at the country industry year level for this kind of contemporary renaissance that we're referring to. Now let's deliver some stylized facts about this world, right? And right off the bat, you see industrial policy is really important. Again, you disagree with the definition, but when you see as a share of total kind of state action out there, and this is taking it to the largest database that we have, the Global Trade Alerts database. A lot of policy out there can be called industrial policy, and it is industrial policy, right? It's important. It's an important thing being practiced out there, right? So it's kind of beside the point of whether industrial policy is literally possible or not. The world doesn't care, right? They're doing this. Let's start exploring it and unpacking it and decomposing it. And we see that too in the trends. Industrial policy has indeed been ascendant, right? It's nothing new. These are new flows of industrial policy coming into being. And no matter how you cut the data, you see the thing that everyone is referring to today. The industrial policy is ascendant. It is returning. It never went away, of course, right? It never fully disappeared. It took on different forms, as we will see. But right, there is indeed this renaissance. There is indeed this kind of flourishing of it. And 2023, 2024, there's even more. And moreover, what I should say is when you decompose this further, not just across time, but when you decompose the countries doing this stuff, this is an artifact of high-income economies, G20, OECDs, right? And this isn't to say we're probably massively mismeasuring industrial policy. No, we're probably mismeasuring industrial policy in middle-income and low-income economies. But the point remains, this isn't an artifact of faraway places or different places. This is an artifact of merely China. No, it's stuff that's happening here. And it's not just recently China. Even if you take China away, that trend stays, right? To think of it as merely something that's Orientalist, as merely part of faraway places, no, it's in our backyards. It has been for quite some time, right? People in this room have remarked on that. And if we kind of decompose industrial policy further and look at, well, what are people doing, right? Industrial policy is disaggregated by the type of lever that's being used, right? And on the right, by the way, we see that we can't take for granted that a lever is necessarily industrial policy. Import tariffs right there, 40% and are used for import tariffs, but import tariffs could be used for a whole source of other things. Right? They could be used to raise revenue in low fiscal capacity environments. Right? But we also see that tariffs make up a kind of small share of what we're measuring in the world. The industrial policy looks a lot different from this kind of monolithic thing of the 19th century that Rekha Juhas and I study with the Industrial Policy Group. We started as economic historians, as people studying subsidies, pure tariffs, but the world is much different when we actually look at what people are doing. It's heavily financialized. It's very outward-oriented. It's very export-oriented, right? It's kind of different than this caricature that we paint. And so, if you kind of think about the measurements, we have a measurement project, the IMF. This has inspired a measurement project with the IMF. We are kind of fellow travelers with people at the CSIS and also the OECD who've also done this hard work. And when you do this hard work and kind of look under the hood of what's going on out there, if you decompose the kind of renaissance that has been underway, you see industrial policy is much different than the way we kind of talk about it. It's definitely incongruent with the way we kind of talk about it as like necessarily things that look like the Trump tariffs. Surely that is industrial policy. Surely quantitative restrictions and tariffs exist and are a tool and a way we kind of deploy industrial policy. But these look a lot different from the kind of post-war artifacts of the past. They're very fiscally intensive. They're state capacity intensive. They're much more technocratic. And importantly, they're in our backyards. These are not artifacts of a bygone world. These are not artifacts of a past period of time, right? These are things that look different. They're much different. And so I dissuade us from actually kind of painting industrial policy in the picture and with the brush that we're usually using. And so evidence is emerging, evidence that Anne started and evidence that other people in this room have worked on as well, right? And we've made a lot of progress in one domain, especially when it comes to, let's take the applied econometric toolkit, whether it is structural, whether it's taking careful natural experiments and decomposing and understanding the mechanisms of industrial policy. Are market failures at work, or are they not? And we've made a huge amount of progress here. It's where I've spent a lot of work with Rekha Juhas. I've done a lot of work with this on the East Asian Growth Miracle. We're doing work with this elsewhere. But there's something uncomfortable about that. Is it kind of, well, as we present to audiences, they're like, well, of course. Well, of course, when industrial policy, when you condition it on it working, when you condition it on working in places like East Asia, well, of course, you're just showing us that you drive investment and firms grow. We might, argue and kind of parse words about whether there's learning by doing externalities and things like that. But you suddenly realize that it's important. And I think we need way much more of this work. But there's this whole other set of questions. Whole other set of questions I think are sympathetic to probably people at this institute, people at the Peterson Institute and the IMF, which is, well, that's fine if industrial policy works in one place, but why is there variation, right? Why is there variation in this? Why are we talking about East Asia versus Latin America? What are the institutional determinants of this policy heterogeneity we exist, or this historical heterogeneity that exists, right? And we have very, very little work on these comparative episodes. We have rich work from the qualitative world. Peter Evans was referenced multiple times. But that's kind of the best thinking we have. When it comes to quantitative work, we don't have good quantitative work on that because we haven't measured this stuff. Because to make these quantitative comparisons, we need measures. We need quantitative comparison case studies. We need to do the hard work, just like people did the hard work in trade with measuring things. This is kind of a battle cry of Penny Goldberg and Nina Pavchnik. We need to do the same thing with measurement and comparison when it comes to industrial policy, because there's a lot of practice out there that we aren't aware of and aren't measuring and aren't kind of talking kind of off the cuff about. And importantly, too, it's like you have a hunch. As economic historians and as people kind of embedded in this, the industrial policy, the political economy is everything when it comes to industrial policy. And so we're also trying to kind of think about what are the political economy determinants of industrial policy working or not, right? And we have a new paper coming out, if we haven't alienated our editor too much, in the Journal of Economic Perspectives, that is trying to kind of revisit this kind of political economy language, this analytical political economy language that people in this room have contributed to, that allowed us to talk very nicely, very concretely about fiscal policy institutions, the monetary policy institutions that people alluded to as well. I think this political economy language, talking about what are the political constraints to doing technocratic policy, what are the state capacity constraints to doing good policy making. Let's think about the constraints operating on and often delivering us to deleterious outcomes. Let's analyze these things. And so I think we need more political economy theory, much in the spirit of kind of this older literature that was successful and showed the utility of what political economy research could do when it came to monetary policy and thinking about fiscal policy institutions. I think we desperately need that when it comes to industrial policy. And we propose just a kind of framework, an application of doing that when it comes to the contemporary world of industrial policy. And really, the best work is the work from the past that's been done in other domains. That's been done in, again, Adam Poston's work on political economy monetary policy, Alessina's work. And when you read this work, you get an appreciation for these problems were not insurmountable, right? People worked on these kind of political economy issues and thought about institutional design, thought about independence, and thought about these things. And we're, again, measuring things like Peter Evans alluded to. What's the independence and autonomy of the bureaucracies deploying this stuff on the previous slide? And that's a thing we're pursuing in recent work. But I should also show for the people who've been doing this all along. There's a lot of political scientists, your colleagues at the CEA, Jonas Nahm, Jonas Meckling at Berkeley, have been doing this amazing qualitative work as we were asleep at the wheel, having these debates about whether industrial policy was impossible or not. Political scientists qualitatively have been doing very, very good work, high quality work, on thinking about the political economy of what's been making successes and failures when it comes to green industrial policy. And I highlight the work of Jonas Meckling in particular and colleagues who have done amazing work in this space. We need similar work done in economics as well. And just to conclude, I want to make a point here. I want to make a conclusion here. I'm obsessed with the East Asian growth miracle. So are many people in this room, and we should be. But there's a fetishization of it, and there's an emphasis on this kind of big industrial policy. I think it blinkers us to the other types of transformations that are going on all around us and have been going on for the past 20 years. And we don't emphasize these smaller transformations enough, where people worked, they worked with the state capacity and political constraints they have to do much more incremental change and to do much more incremental successes when it comes to industrial policy. The Mesa's work that Ricardo has worked on, the work on EV and renewables in Morocco, citrus in South Africa. There's all these case studies of successes. Of course, there's a lot of failures too. But we have not begun to kind of excavate and understand and parse these smaller transformations because we're trying to pursue sometimes transformations that were very particular, very large, and required a very particular set of political economy to do really, really big stuff. That stuff's important, but so are the smaller revolutions. That's it.
So why don't you guys come up, and we're going to take 2 questions from the audience, if I see any hands. Patrick. Patrick, you need a microphone. Can you take the microphone to Patrick? Okay, 1 second. Oops. Yes? No, it's not working. It works better when it's on. Can we
hear me?
Okay,
oh, it
yes.
works.
Okay.
Yeah, a fascinating topic and a fascinating panel. And so I'm just curious here about what I could, looking as an outsider, see as a major success story of industrial policy, but you haven't mentioned it. And I was wondering, am I off track here? And the example I want to bring to you is Operation Warp Speed.
Absolutely.
Let's get another question. Yeah, Tristan?
Thank you. This is a question, I guess, for Emily, but everybody as well. I think we talked a lot about hard industrial policies, subsidies and tariffs, but a thing which has been emphasized are the softer things about coordinating public goods and information and so forth. How is the U.S. doing on the soft side so far? I think we've heard less about that. And then a sub-question to that is that I think an advantage of the Chinese system is that they have competition between local governments to provide these public goods. And is that something that can also be exploited in the U.S. federal system? And have you seen examples of that? Thanks.
Very good. One final question back there.
Yeah. Han Kuya, the Peterson Institute. Thank you for the fascinating presentation. I think, I'd like to ask Professor N. I think the new features of this return industrial policy is a national security, issue, which is very, very different from the previous Asian industrial policy. So your 4C, 4C framework seems to be very interesting. How that national security, this element could play out or fit into this 4C framework. Thank you.
Okay, with that, why don't we go in reverse order? Nathan, if you...
Yeah. Is this thing on? Okay. So I think we probably all have our pet examples of successes. In my last slide, I have a couple that I myself kind of like. I like the Morocco example and their kind of entry into EVs and renewables. Bentley Allen has a great kind of working paper on that that's lovely. But the point is there's all these kind of little nice examples that litter the space. Again, I study successes. People can debate whether they're successes or not. I think there's successes in some cases of these hard industrial policies in East Asia with export promotion drive. Myself and Rick, I have other work coming out on that too. But I think more importantly, there's all these kind of smaller cases abound of structural transformation in miniature. And I can talk your ear off about some of those. I think Ricardo could as well, and probably surely anyone on this panel. Should I keep it to that one or also touch on the others? How's the U.S. doing on soft side industrial policy? Mm-hmm. I think you're better positioned to. I have some thoughts there, but I would cede my time to you for sure.
Okay, so let's go to Anne.
Yeah, I'll also cede my time on the U.S. soft. But the Operation Warp Speed's a great one. I gave a talk at Stanford a couple weeks ago, and I actually mentioned that specifically as a great example of my second C, which is the collaboration between the government and private industry, as a great example of something that worked really well. So I totally agree with you on that. Definitely plan to include that in the book. book. That example is a great one. As far as local government efforts in China, we heard yesterday, maybe you missed the talk, about one of the reasons why the promotion of solar panels, China is just an incredibly successful story of promotion of solar panels. And a lot of that was done through very decentralized support at the very local level. And then the last question I'll briefly address, because I actually have to take a cab to the airport. The last question, what about national security? What a great question. Emily touched on that. I would say that in my first C, this conversation about identifying the market failure, I know that national security concerns are, in the past, were not considered examples of market failures, but in this case, the threat of the stopping of all economic activity because of the few numbers of chip producers in the world, to me, that constitutes a form of market failure.
Yeah, and before I pass you, I just wanted for you to take note that Patrick's question was really first to advertise the importance of contract theory, and so that maybe you can add a fifth C to your...
That's how it's done. That was very clever. So very briefly, because I know we're already over time, Warp Speed is an enormous success. It's a leveraging of multiple policy tools at the same time and keenly focused on a very distinct objective that was pursued with enormous discipline and haste. And I will say it's like a perfect example of the 4, maybe now 5 C's that Anne outlined during her talk. So a fantastic example of when it can work. On U.S. Success in softer sides of industrial policy, what a fantastic question. Couple of responses that will be incomplete, and I would love to cede my time to Heather, but that's probably not fair to put her on the spot. So number 1, it's very early to tell. Number 2, everything's really hard because some of the most important softer elements of industrial policy is about setting expectations and changing expectations and building an expectation that government policy and policy objectives are not just temporary, but will last. And so we're all living under the sword of Damocles, which is the potential for a sharp reversal and a truly existential challenge if Trump is elected in November. I'm out of office, so I can say whatever I want on that, and that's what I'll say. So that makes it really hard. So notice we have to row upstream. I will note the U.S. policy, we've done really well on soft and hard with carrots. Sticks are much harder. And that actually brings me to a point answering your other really great question around local policy. So one of the key challenges with setting local policy in the United States to complement industrial policy goals at the national level is a lot of what needs to happen is hard, and it's from a political policy perspective and political economy perspective really unpopular. So NIMBYism, not in my backyardism, sort of resistance to build necessary infrastructure, to build out things that are really boring but absolutely essential, like transmission lines for power and new solar arrays and wind farms. Like, it's not going to work. The whole EV transition isn't going to work if you don't have green renewable energy and the transmission lines to move it from where it's made to where it's used. And local public finance and local political economy is a binding constraint. I think the Biden-Harris administration is doing a great job, but this is not easy.
Well, with that, I hope you agree with me that this was a really interesting and wide-ranging panel and that we learned a lot. Thank you.
most exciting panel of the conference, which I'm contractually obliged to say, as I'm the hype woman for this session. Okay, hoping the people at the end of the room will clock that we're about to start. Okay, so I am Sumaya Keynes of the Financial Times. I believe I've already been announced several times during this conference. But my biggest claim to fame is actually that I used to co-host the Trade Talks podcast, which was kindly supported by the Peterson Institute. And I was just kind of reflecting as I heard everyone's contributions how much the discussion has moved on, right? We're not talking about whether to do industrial policy, we're talking about how to do it better. And this panel I am super excited about because I'm hoping that we will get into those questions of how to do it better. What are the concrete, specific things that we have learned? How can we iterate to make this thing work well? We've got a wonderful panel. We have Mari Pangestu of the Peterson Institute, who's, I hope, delayed, but hopefully she'll be joining us. We have Cecilia Malmström, who served as the European Commissioner for Trade and is also a senior fellow here at the Peterson Institute. I can confirm that she has been on the Trade Talks podcast, so well done her. We're going to hear from Rania Al-Mashat, who is Egypt's Minister of International Cooperation, formerly of the IMF. Delighted to have her. And then we'll hear from Heather Boucher, who is a member of the US President's Council of Economic Advisors and chief economist for the President's Invest in America cabinet. Okay, so the structure will be, as we've had, I'm going to ask each of them to talk for about 10 minutes, then I'm going to have a discussion and then open the floor to questions. I think that the other panels, I think the moderators have been quite kind and polite. I will not be those things. I promise to be extremely aggressive. I won't be violent, but I will just look really upset if they go over time. I pledge that to you. Okay, so first, can we hear from Heather?
Maybe we're going to change the order. How can I just fix this? Okay. So, hi. So I have noted on many other panels that people have said that they have had to, they were told to say something optimistic. That is not my problem. And so I just want to give you that to start. You know, I'm going to talk to you about what we've been doing with the president's economic agenda, Bidenomics, but really focusing in on the industrial strategy. And I want to, I'm going to shorten some of my remarks because some people already said some of those things. I want to give a hard agree to Ricardo, your opening that it's on the supply side. And Emily really got the goals down. So I will whiz through some of those points. So the purpose of what I want to talk to you here about today is how we've been thinking about the challenge of our industrial strategy, what we've been doing, and some metrics of success. So first, it's always good to start off with the why. Again, this has already been discussed, but I would say that one of the core reasons, or the core reason that we are doing so many of our industrial strategy tools is because of the existential crisis of climate change. This is the number of billion-dollar disasters in the United States, 1980 to 2023. The number just keeps going up. And we know that we have this problem of climate change, and as Ricardo pointed out, this is, we can think of it as a carbon tax problem or a fossil fuels problem, that's all well and good, but until you have the clean energy and the clean energy technologies that people can buy and use, you're stuck in a very challenging economy, because energy is everywhere and it's in everything, and if you just make it more expensive, you're gonna make prices higher, and I've learned over the past couple of years, people do not like inflation. Different conference. So I'm really focused here on we need to fix the supply side problem. So these two charts on your left is the estimated average needs for global clean energy financing by sector for public and private. The OECD and the International Energy Agency each estimate that we need to be spending somewhere between 4 to 6 trillion every year globally to advance the kinds of clean energy technologies we need. Now, the Inflation Reduction Act was scored at $370 billion over a decade. Even if you think that score is a little small, add your larger number, divide it by 10, it comes nowhere close to getting close to the US's share of this 4 to 6 trillion a year, let alone the fact that we are a rich country. So how do we think about, we have all this need for money. And then the right-hand figure is we have all this need for new technologies. And it's been said before up here, and I had to miss some of the sessions, so apologies, I'm going to stop shouting out particular people because others who I missed might feel bad. But we have so much need for new innovation and development in technologies that are not at scale, that have not been commercialized, and that there's so much opportunity. So we all talk a lot in the industrial strategy here in the United States, in particular about solar and EV batteries. That's great, but wind, electrolyzers, heat pumps, geothermal, there's all of these technologies that are new global supply chains to build and things to do, and we need to do it as quickly as possible. So the president's economic agenda, when he came into office, was to address the economic crisis in front of him, but not just to build back, but to build back better. And the better part, the build part of the agenda, of course, they're all a little bit of build, but the American Rescue Plan was about recovering from the crisis. But these next 3 pieces of legislation that were put in place, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, are all core to the president's Investing in America agenda. And what I want to focus on in the remainder of my remarks are the idea that we believe in the Biden administration that what we invest in our country, what we make in our country, is important to our economic success. But just as important to that is the how. And I believe that's also been said up here today, that the how we are making this is very important. And it's important for our economic growth. The president, if he said it once, he said it 1,000 times, that his focus is on growing the economy from the middle out. But it is also important for making sure, as a part of that growing from the middle out, that we bring communities along, that we bring workers along, that we make sure that this is growth that delivers for people all across the country. I came to this basket of issues. I studied industrial policy in college and in graduate school, and then none of the other cool kids were doing it, so I stopped for a while. So I'm back. But in between, I've spent a lot of my career focusing on labor markets and economic inequality. And one of the fundamental challenges facing the United States is we've had 50 years of rising economic inequality. And whether or not that was automation or trade or whatever reason you have for that, the reality is that, as Laura said, wages in the United States have not kept pace with productivity gains. American workers have not received their fair share, and they appear to me, as someone who works for an elected official, they appear often angry and frustrated with these economic circumstances. So as we are thinking about steering this structural change, when the president says he wants to grow the economy from the middle out and he wants to invest in America, making sure that we're not just thinking about the what we do, but the how is so important, that this is an inclusive, equitable growth. So on the what, so I often get asked a question that, where does it end, Heather? Where does it end with America's industrial policy, or industrial strategy, as we like to call it? And from where I sit in the White House, and we are focused on a few very specific targeted sectors. Key among them are investments that we're making to build a clean energy economy. This is a systems-wide change. It is across a variety of technologies, but it is all about changing from a fossil fuel system to a new system where we're going to manufacturing things that pull energy out of the air and pull it from the sun. That is core to our industrial strategy, all the things that are attached to that, and the things that are high carbon intensive. And then, of course, semiconductors, cutting-edge technology. Emily already went over all of the national security reasons, and other folks as well. But so I'm going to spend less time on that. And I'm going to focus on the clean energy pieces today. So I was listening to the last panel very carefully, and I think that our policies resemble many of the must-dos. So we can argue about that later. But this is a mapping, and there's a little fly up there. This is a mapping of how we are making investments from the innovation through commercialization pipeline. That is how we are making investments across all parts of the to spur clean energy, from innovation to commercialization. And the lines at the bottom are the different government agencies that are actually administering these investments. And these investments are happening on both the supply and the demand side. So we are investing in the supply of new technologies. We are supporting firms and industries. We are also supporting the consumption of things like electric vehicles or heat pumps, consumer goods through tax credits. So this is happening across two kinds of spectrums, supply and demand, and from innovation to commercialization. One thing that we have learned in recent decades through the work that has happened at the Department of Energy is that you can invest in R&D. This clock isn't working, by the way. Okay, great, thanks. I just realized that. I was like, that doesn't move. That was a trick. So we realized many years ago that you can make these investments in R&D, but there's many of these, what they call valleys of death, from innovation to commercialization, because you're setting up whole new systems. And someone asked a question on the last panel about soft tools, and one of the things that we've spent so much time thinking about is coordination failures. So the one that is just the easiest one to understand, of course, is in electric vehicles, right? It's very difficult for me to drive my electric vehicle if there are not charging stations. That is in many ways a public good, and certainly actually the sharing of data for these charging stations, a whole different conference. But making sure that you are making it easy for consumers to use this new technology, as well as making it easy for them to buy this new technology. But there are so many examples of solving those coordination failures that I think are so key to clean energy. So a few metrics of success. So we have been tracking very closely what we've been doing and our goals. So I'm going to show you these two slides and one more that look similar to this, that show you projections of what we believed that what the industry experts and forecasters believed would be the projections for solar capacity over time and grid scale storage over time, pre the passage of the President's Invest in America agenda and after that, and then where we are in practice. And we are releasing these numbers on a regular basis. You can see that this transformational change was spurred by the passage of this legislation, but, and the actuals are doing pretty good. In some cases, our actuals are off the charts. I know you've all read an article in a newspaper, I don't know, like the New York Times, that we're not doing great on electric vehicles, but let me be the first to tell you that we are doing better than expected. And the metrics of success that I hear bandied about in the media about our industrial strategy are not connected to the goals, nor are they connected to estimations of what we could possibly achieve. And so if you talk to the media about our industrial strategy, I encourage you to focus on that. I'm going to just do one more slide. Sorry, Samaya. I mean, because I'm up here, you can't take me down. Just really quickly. Actually, 3 more slides. Sorry. So the other thing I wanted to just note before I sit down is that we have been focused on making these investments all across the United States and making sure that they're inclusive. So this map shows you where the investments, these are private sector investments happening all across the country. And in fact, disproportionately in places that need that investment the most. We've also seen that the investment, and I'm sure you've all seen this before, the investment has been gangbusters, far greater than we'd expected. This is investment in private manufacturing construction spending, which, by the way, for the past 3 quarters has been contributing more to US GDP than at any point since going back to when we started collecting that data in the 1950s. And I'm going to leave you with the president likes to say that. I'm going to leave you with a chart on, this is from my friends over at Treasury, and they have looked at where those jobs have been created. And they have found that disproportionately, the jobs that have been announced for the Inflation Reduction Act investments are in areas with below average college graduation rates and with lower incomes. So in terms of the president's goals of investing in America, empowering and educating workers, and I didn't get to how markets are fair and competitive. If I had more time, but I don't, I could get to that. But this, I think, just shows that our goals to make sure that we are bringing people along have been core to the goals, and we are seeing early signs of success. Thank you very much.
Does it work? No. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for being late. I think I had an old program which said this session started at 4:30. But anyway, here I am, perhaps just in time. I would like to probably take a very different presentation than what you just heard, because I'm coming from a developing country perspective. And what I'm going to talk about is really, this is a practitioner's session, they call it. So the perspective of myself as an economist who became a policy practitioner or had to go through doing policy reforms in government, and I guess continuing even now as an academic, sort of scrutinizing what the government does. And I think I just wanted to start out by saying that having been in policy making, what's important is not so much the what, but the how to undertake these policy reforms that you want to do to steer structural change. And I'm deliberately trying to avoid the word structural reforms because they are still very negatively perceived in our part of the world as something that's conditionality for doing things and by IMF or by the World Bank. And I wanted to say that, you know, as I learned my lesson, I came in government as an economist and had a long list of reforms that I thought should be done. And then I found out that this is really just impossible. Even if you could just achieve 20% of what you thought should be achieved, you could declare a victory. Just because there's so much constraints, policy, political, government bandwidth, fiscal constraint, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to perhaps I know I only have 10 minutes, but I thought that I would like to begin with some stylized conventional wisdom of structural, I'm not going to use structural reforms, of reforms that countries have undertaken over the course of the last 3 decades. Just because I think some of these lessons still are relevant, but others don't become relevant just because the world has changed. The first is, of course, a lot of the reforms that happen in our part of the world is because there was a crisis or a regime change. So the question, you don't want to wait for a crisis for reforms, but I used to say the crisis scares governments or policymakers and allows technocrats to use the crisis to push for reforms. Second, of course, political will, leadership, and champions within the government. And we have different variations of that. And they differ between autocratic and democratic regimes. We've experienced both in my country, so they're very different. And it is important to have the right political narrative. I noticed your slide, you had jobs created. Jobs created is absolutely the number one narrative you have to have, and how to compensate those who are affected. And you know, in the IMF structural reform paper, they talk about first order liberalization or reforms, which is where a lot of the reforms happen about competition, openness to trade and investment, and conducive business environment, and so on. And unfortunately, we thought we had solved that back in the 70s and 80s and even in the 90s. Unfortunately, we're back to having to address first order reforms just because of trade protectionism that has come about. Fourth, external anchors. I sort of was a great believer in this, you know, the role of multilateral commitments, WTO discipline, your regional integration exercises, your free trade areas, because they actually worked in the 80s and in the 90s and even up to the early 2000s in the East Asia region. It disciplined industrial policy and had lots of framing of the policies. And I think what I've learned is that success of reforms is one thing, but sustaining the reforms, even after you've gone, after you're no longer the minister, sustainability and institutionalization of the change is yet another cup of tea. So it's not enough to pass the regulations. You've got to have implementing regulations. You've got to implement it. And you've got to hope that when you're not there anymore, the bureaucrats don't go back and change everything back to what it was before. So how do you pass these regulations in terms of making sure that they're simple and can be implemented so that it's not subject to gray area interpretation by bureaucrats and no face-to-face? You know, these are some of the best practices. And sequencing. We talk a lot about sequencing. How do you order reforms? And I don't think you know, even first order liberalization before second order, real sector before financial sector, and so on. I don't think any of that works, by the way, because at least practically speaking, what happened in my country was whichever one was the easier one to do, you go with it, even though it ended up creating other problems, right? So I think I spoke for about 5 minutes there. I've got 5 minutes left. I'm not sure I can get through what I wanted to get through. I really wanted to talk about the now rather than the past. But just quickly on two periods before I talk about now. Under the Suharto regime, the crisis was the fall in oil prices in the mid-'80s. That led to a whole lot of deregulation and reforms, and the technocrats utilized that really well. And then we joined the free trade area, ASEAN free trade area in 1991. Up to that point, the word free trade and liberalization was a no-no in Indonesia. It's just to give you a reflection of the sentiments that still remain to today, that you could not use free trade, you could not use liberalization. But the moment Indonesia by then had got enough confidence that they could actually export and diversify away from oil, they said, okay, we're going to be the leader of the ASEAN free trade area. And then there was a whole lot of tariff liberalization that happened. You remember Bogor Goals, 1994? That was another turning point for Indonesia because we chaired APEC and we liberalized our foreign investment in that year. We allowed 100% foreign investment in that year. And then we had the WTO in 95, discipline on industrial policy, local content requirement, TRIMS, remember TRIMS? And trade balancing requirement. And we disciplined. The reason why we have a WTO ambassador was because we faced our first dispute settlement case in 1996, national car case. It was Suharto's son who wanted to violate everything, non-discrimination and all that. And the ministers had given up trying to convince the president this is a bad policy. We were brought to dispute settlement by everyone, and we lost, of course, and that disciplined a kind of a vested interest policy, right? Okay, so I just wanted to give those as example. Then we had Asian financial crisis. We had IMF LOIs, which were really change change the whole dynamics. And this is an IMF Peterson conference. I think the trauma of having gone on an IMF program is still very real in East Asia. And it is about not wanting to be told what to do or determine that you have to do this, and that. And we got off the IMF program in 2003, and then we paid back our IMF loan early in 2006 to get out of the so-called IMF clutches. And maybe I won't talk about actually the period where I was government. Let me close by the now, okay? Because we have a resurgence of protectionism, nationalist policies with the main instruments being used as trade and investment restrictions. Tariffs remain low, mainly because it's controlled by the Ministry of Finance. So this is an institutional thing. Non-tariff measures are not controlled by anyone. They just proliferate. And we have 70% of our imports covered by one or other of non-tariff measures. Tariff equivalent is 30%. So if you look at the graph of non-tariff measures, it went down during our time because we were very conscious of it. Now it's like this. And we don't use tariffs as a protection instrument. We use local content requirements now. No problem. We don't care about TRIMS anymore. And we are also using industrial policy. As you know, the nickel, the ban on nickel. Instead of using export taxes, we're having a ban on nickel. It did increase the exports to 30 billion, but it has a lot of other problems regarding the further downstreaming to EV batteries and so on, and the risks of substitution, which is already happening. I think I'll close there, but I actually have been very busy and not being able to participate in this conference because the last 2 days I've been participating in the Just Energy Transition Platform of Indonesia, which is a G7-led platform, and I think I'll be happy to talk about that in the Q&A, just because it's an example of how the G7 it's kind of an example of when the IMF came in and gave us all these policy recommendations that ended up having a lot of problems for us, including having a political, financial, and economic crisis. It's kind of like you don't want this, you can't have top-down recommendations on this just energy transition. The original ask was, you have to get out of coal, sort of without any consideration about the conditions that a country like Indonesia faces. And 2 years later, things have moved with kind of a better understanding. And just want to close that I think what we've learned through this, even though we haven't succeeded in coming out with the projects that are needed for this just energy transition, is that it has to be country-led and country-owned. And that was all the lessons that we learned from the IMF programs and the World Bank programs. But I'll be happy to talk about that in the Q&A, because I've run out of time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I'm going to talk about something related to how we steer structural change, namely the citizens. We need to have the citizens with us. As you've heard today, the European Union, under the leadership of President Ursula von der Leyen, has embarked on a mission to become the global leader in the green transition. It's called the Green Deal, and it's a landmark priority when the Commission President presented her priorities 5 years ago to the European Parliament. And it aims to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, while maintaining economic growth and prosperity. And to achieve this, there's a whole program called Fit for 55, meaning to reduce emissions by 55% to 2030 compared to the levels of 1990. So this is the first step in achieving climate neutrality. And the package Fit for 55 is not a boot camp for Middle Ages. It's a whole bunch of laws, new laws and updating old laws in a variety of fields to make society ready. Biodiversity, circular economy, forestry, agriculture, transport, infrastructure, housing, you name it. And this is an industrial revolution with unprecedented speed. Negotiations have been difficult on all these laws, but the co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council, have agreed on almost all of them. And they will enter into force gradually, and of course there will be additional details and regulatory details as soon as the new European Parliament and the Commission enters into office later this fall. Since 2005, the EU applies the emission trading system, and you will have heard as well that we are gradually phasing that out and phasing in the CBAM. So the transition to climate neutrality demands solid economic governance to manage the macroeconomic risks, financial stability, and it also includes a very strong social ambition. It's been clear from the beginning that there had to be a plan to include social and labor protection to prepare the citizens for this transition and for the adaptation of the decarbonization. So it involves a lot of distributional additions as well. The estimated changes in prices of fuel, electricity, housing will propose and established a social climate fund of 72.2 billion euros, which would use the revenues from the emission trading in buildings and infrastructure to support vulnerable households and small and micro enterprises. And in addition to that, we have the Resilience and Recovery Facility. The Commission is a master in inventing fancy names. And this is part of the recovery plan after COVID to catch up with the green and the digital investment. And this has a budget of 648 billion euros borrowed on international markets and available to all member states as loans and grants. And in addition, there's the Just Transition Fund, available for all member states, but focusing on the most vulnerable regions, mainly in Southern Europe. So Europe, as well as the rest of the world, we have seen figures and graphs on this, has seen an increase in climate-related dramatic weather, floods, droughts, extreme heat, etc. This has, of course, humanitarian consequences, but also huge damage costs to crops, infrastructure, and housing. So opinion polls have shown that around half of the European citizens consider that the fight against climate change is a priority for the European Union. It is top in most countries. But it varies from 69% in Denmark, who think this is the most important thing, to 35% in Poland. And you can go in different countries, but I won't do that. So what measures have been taken to mitigate the negative social effects? Well, it's really hard to say, actually, because we have these funds, a lot of money, they are available, but there are also a lot of other different funds. So the Commission provides the funds, but the member states have to apply, and then they have to invest in different things. And the proposal is to invest in transport, education, lifelong learning, skills, different ways to have affordable energy, tax benefit systems, etc. But there is not clear what the impact of these measures have been so far. There are some reports, for instance, one from the European Parliament Research Service, confirming the lack of academic research, but also pointing out how difficult it is to get money from these funds, because there are so many funds and they have almost the same objectives, but it's really bureaucratic and difficult to apply from them. So this is a major problem. But they also point out that the majority of the climate investment have not done sufficient recognition of the potential social economic impact in their impact assessments. So, of course, we need more data, we need more research, we need more analysis. Then comes politics. A majority of members of the European Parliament and ministers have supported these policies, but discontent has grown. The politicization of climate was inevitable. The strange thing is that it took so long. The largest group in the European Parliament, the centre-right EPP group, have called earlier this year for a break when it comes to climate legislation and objective to some of the acts and trying to dilute them. President Macron, who has had les Gilets jaunes protests, you might remember that, he also called for a, I'm quoting him right, a regulatory pause last year, because he saw the risk of losing to the industrial players. And on the far right, there is, for instance, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, who is the strongest politician right now. He has called these different laws not for climate policy, but climate terrorism. And many parties from the extreme right are echoing this. And then we have the farmers' protests. You might have seen in the news thousands of tractors blocking the streets of European capitals. That's not really unusual. I've lived in Brussels for 20 years. I have seen many. Angry farmers are protesting against EU policies on climate change, claiming that this is expensive, bureaucratic, and burdensome for a group that has already suffered from high energy prices and inflation. So this is not rare, but this time they've been extremely coordinated. And you might remember, you've seen them also in Mexico, Indonesia, and Japan. So politicians from the European climate skeptic right have embraced and fueled this debate, encouraged by some fake news sponsored by Russia. We have elections to the European Parliament in June. 720 members of the European Parliament will be elected. Today, it looks as if the extreme right, most of these parties are pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine, anti-climate skeptic, anti-migration, and a whole other anti. And they are doing very well in the polls. So, of course, when the farmers are complaining, they have been very quick to embrace those farmers as well. The farmers have also been complaining about unfair competition from Ukraine, which has led to a renegotiation of the free trade agreement with Ukraine, which is, we can talk about that. But it has also led to something else, and coming back to climate, that there is a slight dilution of some of the climate proposals, because to respond to the farmers' anger, politicians have started to make concessions. Now we have to remember that agriculture support amounts to 1/3 of the union's budget already, primarily benefiting the big farms. Agriculture is 1.4% of GDP, and it employs 8 million people. But trade in agriculture has a surplus of 33 billion euros per year. So to calm the protesters, some proposals have been withdrawn or amended. There has been call for a greater consultation with the farmers, and the Commission has promised to cut unnecessary red tape and bureaucracy. A planned increase in diesel tax has been paused. A proposed 50% cut in the pesticides used in agriculture by 2030 has been withdrawn. And there has been longer phasing in periods and more flexibility in several of the laws. Different gases linked to farmers who would be cut by 30% for 2040. That has also been excluded from the proposal, nitrogen and methane. So the Green Deal, and I'm winding up, is a very ambitious approach, and Europe has been keen to show global leadership here in the green transition. It is true that lots of this legislation is very bureaucratic and very inflexible, so probably a lot of things can be done just by simplifying here. The funds need to be more strategic, they need to be more focused and much easier to use both for municipalities, for regions, for countries, and other stakeholders. Consultation of these funds must also improve. This is fundamentally a democracy issue. How can you push necessary climate legislation without losing the citizen support, or even better, having them endorsing this? So what needs to be done is less bureaucracy, better focus of the funds, and a new narrative. There is a lot of research, some have been discussed here today, showing that inaction in climate change will cost so much more than action. This needs to be promoted much more, and have all the figures here as well. The Commission estimates that the green transition can create 1 million jobs by 2030, 2 million to 2050, and there are lots of other calculations showing the same way. So in order to maintain the support for climate legislation, which is still strong, but to maintain that and to increase it, there is a need of political leadership, you talked about that as well, and a new narrative to find an action plan, how to engage with the citizens on the future implementation of the climate policy. They need to be involved, the citizens, and they need to support the measures, and unfortunately not enough has been done here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming last gives me a little bit of inspiration on what to focus on. I have a presentation where I was starting to talk about the different types of macroeconomic policies that then push us towards structural reforms. And that when you do macroeconomic stabilization policies, they are much needed so that structural reforms and investors and everything that Mary talked about can actually come in. So for example, currently we are in a world where there are so many crises, crisis after crisis, and therefore countries, even when they are put on a structural reform path, they are pushed left, right, and center just because they have to go back and reprioritize. And the political economy question that was, that was presented always comes in: who's gaining, who's losing, what is the priority now, what do we do with the social safety nets, particularly when we have inflation and we have a very tough geopolitical situation that is taking place. Another important aspect with respect to macroeconomic stabilization and then structural reforms is that when we're talking about convergence theory, we are trying for countries to catch up, but these shocks are pushing us more and more apart, and therefore the speed by which we need to do these structural reforms has to be so fast, but at the same time there are political economy questions that come with it. So this is just to summarize that we need macroeconomic stability. Again, we need to think about convergence. There are several policy trade-offs, particularly when we're thinking about those vulnerable groups that are affected sometimes by removing subsidies, for instance, which are needed for fiscal space, role of state. In many cases, particularly in developing countries, there is a role of state, and now trying to move out of that also requires a lot of work, and we put it under what was mentioned as structural reforms. There's industrial policy, and I will speak about the climate side of things, and then knowledge sharing, the South-South collaboration. What are the lessons learned from Indonesia, from other countries that over time? This, again, is what we learned from Maury Obstfeld, that inflation targeting, flexible exchange rate systems, fiscal cons, all of this is so much needed to be able to actually create a very convincing and credible story so that investments can come in, and therefore structural reforms have the lasting impact and are sustainable, and you can move forward. Policy trade-offs, again, how can we strike the balance between addressing immediate socioeconomic concerns, but make sure that the jobs are created so that over the medium term, people are buying into these reforms and seeing that they are very much conducive. Industrial policies, I'm happy that I attended the previous talk, but again, so much academic research, so much in terms of examples, but there are the very bright examples, and then there are what we're seeing more are that the small marginal increases that are important, but at the same time may not do the turnaround as fast as needed to be able to overcome the policy trade-offs that we are facing. Then comes the idea of the greening, and this is where I'm going to focus most. For any developing country today or emerging market to be able to access finance, to be able to export to Europe, Egypt is a very strong partner for Europe, but again, many of the rules that are being put today means that industries need to reorient the way they produce in order to be able to export. And if we take a look at some of the gaps that are quantified in terms of how much money or resources are needed for this to take place, they are very, very sizable. And therefore comes a very important concept that was mentioned also, country ownership. We need to be convinced as countries that this is the way forward. And then when this is a conviction, political commitment is there, there needs to be clarity with different projects that you want to be able to implement. So here, this is again, in our case, we are very keen, have been keen since 2014 on the green transition, particularly on renewable energy. Egypt is very rich with wind and solar. We have, again, a very proximate partner, which is Europe, that needs this type of energy. For instance, the share of green projects and public investments went up from 15% to 50% this fiscal year. There are strategies related to enabling the business environment, accessing well-connected service land to be able to invite investors to come in there. And then some of the work we're doing with the World Bank and other IFIs to be able to push that forward. There's something on tourism, since I was Minister of Tourism before, and there was some talk about this being the practitioners' panel, and thank you for adding that on the agenda. But again, one of the key sectors that are being discussed globally today, and that you need to do different reforms in order to, and it's a very high labor-intensive sector, and therefore the jobs that can be created. Role of state, but let me go to the renewable energy, because this is, again, I think, a nice way to conclude. Indonesia and other countries have the G7 initiative, which is the Just Energy Transition Platforms, JETPs. Egypt hosted COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November 2022. And in preparation for COP27, I wanted to be a JETP country. So I called the G7. I said, I want to be able to access financing to do the green transition. They said, but you don't use coal. And this is for countries that are using coal intensively, so we want them to move out. So I said, okay, we can create our own country platform, a country platform where it's based on very clear commitment from the government when it comes to our NDCs. We will be very clear with the set of projects that we want financing for, and we have credibility with the different MDBs. So this is where we put together Egypt's country platform for the nexus of water, food, and energy, the NWAFI program. And NWAFI in Arabic means fulfilling pledges. And COP27 was from pledges to implementation. So the word in Arabic has a meaning. And the idea here was we're not only going to look at mitigation, not just the energy, but we're also going to put food and water, because adaptation is important for countries, particularly in Africa, when it comes to water security as well as food security. And then, because the just transition is so important, you need to provide the financing, the grants, the debt swaps, the concessional finance, the de-risking that the private sector needs to be able to invest in these projects. And therefore comes this concept that NWAFI is a country-led platform. The projects come out of the 2050 National Climate Strategy.
quantified in terms of the investments that are needed in each project, and then the platform provides us with different innovative financing tools. We have guarantees, we have debt swaps. We have a debt swap with Germany for renewable energy. We also were able to mobilize concessional finance for several of the private sector companies to invest in renewable energy, be it from IFC, EBRD, and otherwise. And also the NWEFI program creates or provides feasibility studies, technical support, and also, as I mentioned, attracts different types of investments. The other thing is that the platform itself enabled us to bring forward our NDCs. So rather than having 42% of the energy mix in renewable by 2030, we were able to bring this forward to 2030. So instead of 2035, it's 2030. The carbon emissions that are saved by these 5 years are quantified, and they are related to the projects within the platform. So again, this was another example of platforms that several partners are with us. So we have on the energy pillar, EBRD is the key partner. When we say key partner, it means that it is sort of our strategic advisor when it comes to the details of the projects. On food, it's the IFAD, again, given the experience with the International Food and Agriculture Department. And then we have on the water, it's the African Development Bank. So again, for each of the different pillars, there is a key partner that, or international institution that is working with us. Some of the financial measures that the government has to do in order to be able to move forward, subsidy reforms had to be eliminated. This is when you are moving into renewable space, encouraging public-private partnerships, trying to efficiently use ODA and map each and every dollar of concessional finance to the different SDGs, particularly SDG 13, which has to do with climate action. Again, green bonds on the rise and very, very important. We have done that. Debt swaps, as I mentioned, and then carbon credits. How can we, as emerging markets, start going into that space, creating the different mechanisms for quantification and so forth. Again, this is the timeline for creating the enabling environment. This process of renewable energy in Egypt started in 2014. We had, for the first time, introduced feed-in tariffs, and this opened the space for private investments. And then we go from 2014 all the way till NWEFI and updating the NDCs. Europe was mentioned earlier, and there is a lot of new opportunities with respect to the green hydrogen sector, but this can only, or now we can speak about that because earlier on we were able to invest in renewable energy, be it wind or solar. So this is some of the stuff I wanted to mention. Maybe on another occasion we can talk about the Sharm el-Sheikh guidebook for just financing. This is a practitioner's guide when it comes to how we can use the different pockets of international finance and the different funds here and there that would help developing countries move towards their green transition, not just on the mitigation, but on adaptation, because we need a lot of private sector investment. And the view is that adaptation does not generate money for private sector. That's not the case. And we show, particularly in Africa, very important examples where that is possible. I was racing through this. I hope I left some, but thank you very much.
Wonderful, and thank you so much to the panelists for sticking to time. I felt at times there was maybe a bit of a hostage situation going on, so sorry about that. But that means lots of time for discussion, so that's great. Okay, so my job is sort of to create, some excitement here. So I'm going to draw on some of the other issues that were raised in some of the other sessions, and obviously we've been hearing a lot about we've been hearing a lot about the green transition, and so I'm going to kind of make a sort of statement, and I would like the perspectives of all four of the panelists on that. So I want to talk about China, tariffs, and the green transition. Okay, so the statement is this. China, I think it was raised in one of the previous sessions, China has become competitive in the EV space, not just because of subsidies, I'm sure there are plenty floating around, but also because of scale, because of competition. Essentially, they've been quite successful, one of their industrial policies. So from the perspective of an importing country, where delivering on the green transition is so important, right? It's this monumental task. It's so important that we switch. Isn't there an argument for just letting the cheap imports come in? So I suppose, this question of when is it the right thing to do tariffs? And actually, isn't there an argument for not applying them? I'm going to come to Heather last, but I kind of... But I'm in, so clearly this is a live debate in the US, in Europe, but, I'm interested from the rest of the world, who, what's your perspective on that? All right, can we start with you? Yeah?
Yes, obviously from our perspective, we would like to import from the cheapest sources, right? And what's happening, I think, is, I didn't get a chance to explain this, but is there a crisis that will lead to changes in our industrial policy or in our reforms? And I do think, and the external kind of discipline, it's not the WTO, because we were taken to the EU, by the EU, to the dispute settlement on our ban of nickel. But then we said, okay, let's just put it in the appeal, and it goes into the void, since the US has given us such a good example on this. So, but I do understand that we are having some discussions also with Europe to see whether because we are negotiating a bilateral FTA on this. And the reason why I say that, it's because our nickel and the processing of our nickel that is intended to go into EV batteries and EV vehicles, and intended also to attract Chinese investments to come in and manufacture in Indonesia, is 70% dominated by Chinese investments, right? And so our issue is not that when we talk about the external environment, it's actually navigating the CBAMs and the pressures on having to be part of a sustainable supply chain, which is directly affecting our exporters and our producers, but also navigating the industrial policy of the advanced countries, right? So I'm coming to the opinion that maybe we'll end up with 2 supply chains. and because that seems to be the way, we are being pulled right, left, and center. So at least for the EV batteries, we tried to get a limited free trade agreement with the US, and it was pushed back. They said, okay, bilateral, what was it, a bipartisan letter from the Congress saying no to Indonesia because it's China dominated, it's labor rights violation, it's environmental violation, So then what do we do, I think we might have to end up having partnerships, different clusters with different partners. And the last thing I would say is that on EVs, this is the exact race for automobile production that happened in the 90s with ASEAN. Everybody wanted to have their own EV value chain. And that's not going to happen because, you need scale, yeah. And I think I'm of the opinion that we need to build regional supply chain, both on the critical minerals as well as on the EV, that will actually reduce the dominance of China. It won't eliminate it, but it would reduce the dominance of China, and that might be the way forward for our region.
Thank you, Rania.
I think that was a very elaborate answer, but I think when COVID happened and the supply chains got interrupted, a lot of the projects related to solar and wind got interrupted in developing countries. And that again showed concepts related to localizing industrialization. Can we have partnerships where companies from Europe or China or what have you come and set up their firms in the country, therefore have a little bit of technological transfer, less interruption in the supply chains, but also open up maybe exports within Africa. So this is, it was an opportunity to think about that, to create incentives, policy incentives within different zones, maybe free trade zones within the country, to invite the firms to come in. But again, the tension related to tariffs is why would you deprive citizens from lower prices of cheaper goods? So this is always going to be, again, going back to the political economy question, put aside, of course, any of the disputes and the WTO rules that might apply as well.
Thank you. Cecilia?
Well, basically, I agree with you. We need electric vehicles of high quality and of reasonable prices, and we don't have enough in Europe. So, yes, there is absolutely a case for this. Now, then we don't have enough charging as well. I mean, that's an infrastructural problem. We're working on that. But that's not the political reality, of course. So the European Commission has started an investigation against this. We'll probably present some results. Maybe it will come beginning of June. It just happens to be the same week that there's elections to the European Parliament. It's a coincidence, of course. Probably there will be something there. But this is difficult because you have 27 countries in the European Union, and the biggest party in Europe is called the German Car Party. And they do not want this because they're afraid of retaliation. But then you have other car parties who absolutely are afraid of competition. So this we'll see how it goes on, but how this where this lands. But basically, I agree with you. But that's not the political reality, unfortunately.
Heather?
Yeah, so this is a group of policy practitioners, so we have to deal with the politics as they are, perhaps not as we might want them to be. And certainly for President Biden, his trade policy has been focused on addressing, putting workers first, addressing some domestic concerns, and has been very clear that he's going to do trade differently. Certainly when it comes to something like EVs, where yes, China has jumped ahead, they have been able to make cars cheaper, across the country, their country. We have a long-standing industry here, and it's important for those workers, for those communities, for our economic security, for national security reasons, that we do what we can to make sure that we smooth this this process to making this transition, and that we honor the fact that we need to deal with those domestic economic realities at the same time. So this has been, so many of us from the administration have continued to make this point that we are focused on doing trade differently, because it's got to, as Jake Sullivan has said and others have said, this is part of the whole foreign policy for the middle class, that it needs to work for American workers and American communities, as well as not letting go of our commitments to collaborate on the global stage.
Okay, great. I'm going to needle a little bit further. Okay, so another sort of theme that came up in one of the previous panels, I think it was Kim Klausing, she was talking about this tension between a subsidy-based approach and a price-based approach, right? And we had this recent negotiation over, green steel. She said it was a kind of agreement to disagree. So I suppose the question is, are there any kind of lessons learned from that process? What should we take away from that particular dispute? And then for Rani and Mari, I was wondering, again, what feels least comfortable, right? If you were having to choose between the advanced countries all going for subsidies or all going for carbon pricing, which would you choose? Heather, I'm going to go for you first.
Okay, you're going to go with me first. So, certainly in the United States, and I said this in my remarks, as we are thinking about how we are building out a new clean energy economy, we have prioritized the use of subsidies because we understand that energy is in everything, and we are trying to get the United States to make this transition to how we use energy as quickly as possible, but in a way that works for workers and families and communities. So the idea that subsidies is the first place to start has been the place that we've been able to get legislation across the finish line. Had we not passed the Inflation Reduction Act, then I would be sitting up here, perhaps not working for the president, maybe doing, because maybe we wouldn't be here, but with people saying, gosh, why isn't the United States doing their part? So that has been core to the political strategy to be able to get things across the finish line. I wasn't here for Kim's comments, so I didn't quite know where you wanted me to go on those. Sorry, because I just wasn't here for that today.
Well, why don't we go on to Cecilia, and then we'll see if you have anything to add.
I missed some of that as well. I was out for a little while. But in the European Union, we have a very long tradition of state aid disciplines. And why do we have this? Well, it's true. That's a whole idea of the common. And why do we have this? Well, because we have a common market, an internal market. And if one country starts subsidizing and another there and another there, it risks collapsing. So that's the history of strict rules on subsidies and on state aid. Now, obviously, that has eroded a little bit, the first under COVID, and now as well. And coming back to the discussion, what is a bad subsidy and is a good subsidy, it's a discussion that is ongoing all the time. Obviously, there is a case for subsidy in the green sector, absolutely. But still, you have 27 countries, and some have deeper pockets than others. So you can't really allow total anarchy there because it will go out. But of course, the view on this has shifted towards and the whole transition funds and the whole recovery funds very much focus on the digital and the green transition. So it is there, but still it has to be weighed, and this is also very, very political. There are some countries, and you know that when the UK, when you were with us, the balance was slightly different. And now it is shifting towards another balance. And this, in the end, has to be the joint decision of 27 countries. And the euro is still out, and this is what is being discussed at basically every European Council, which is the occasion where ministers meet, and then when prime ministers meet from the countries to see exactly where is this balance. And there's no evident answer to that. But of course, it has shifted a little bit towards less discipline for obvious reasons, because as we have discussed here for 2 days, the market cannot fix everything. And especially in the green transition, we do need subsidies, but how do we do them? And that's also, in relation of the Inflation Reduction Act. Well, we can discuss that later. But and of not having a forum where this could be discussed. Ideally, WTO would be such a forum, but there is no possibility today to have that debate, unfortunately.
Heather, did you want to add anything, or shall I go on to any? Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Great. Rania?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that one of the which one to choose from, that needs a lot of quantification. But I think what this is leading to is one of the risks that is, has been mentioned at the IMF, which is fragmentation. This is, again, we are today in the spring meetings where countries are supposed to come together. International cooperation is supposedly the narrative where things are done in a multilateral way. But a question like this just pushes us exactly to the reality, which is it's a very fragmented world. And there are different powers, those who have the ability to have that discussion, and countries which unfortunately have to deal with the ramifications or the repercussions. And this goes back to the point that in the world where we are pushed by shock after shock, and there is this divergence in development, and countries some have moved so fast with the green transition, others are trying to catch up and do the best they can. But for example, carbon markets, still the quantification of that, the systems to be able to, in emerging and developing markets, it's still not fully, internalized within the operations. Even if the government wants to do it, the firms are not ready. The amount of money that is required, the technical advisory, this takes time. And so there's the question itself is again putting many countries at a disadvantage. So that's how I see it.
I think you were trying to contrast the US using subsidy compared to Europe using carbon pricing, even though now Europe is also undertaking subsidy. And I sort of recall the lunch talk you gave here in Peterson, where we had this discussion. And if you believe Danny Roderick's analysis of this green industrial policy, it's fine. It's fine if you can diffuse it internationally and not sort of make it restrictive and confine it only to countries outside of China, because the whole solar price going down, wind turbine going down was because of this diffusion of technology. But confining the subsidy through IRA and all that doesn't allow this technology diffusion to happen and causes distortions is not the way you want to go, right? So it's the way you do the subsidy, I think. and then on carbon pricing, I actually think CBAM was a good thing, even though we may not agree with the way it's been going to be implemented, but because it was a big wake-up call for developing countries, for exporting countries. Oh, okay, we better get our act together, even though, as you said, it's going to take us time to get there. And one of the key, and this is linked to the energy transition platform, just energy transition platform. You had it on your slide as well, removing fuel subsidy and coal subsidy, because that's the first thing you have to do to get relative price of carbon right, and that's so politically difficult, yeah. But you have to start with that, and then you have to start introducing carbon tax, and we are starting with $2 carbon tax, and it's a beginning, and also the emission trading system, cap. What is it called? Cap and trade system. But it's still all at the beginning, but I think it's a good beginning. It may take us time, and this is where CBAM will put the pressure, but we need to also, as developing countries, and this is where I think the discussion should be happening in the WTO. Can we have these carbon intensity measures be, scientifically based, transparent, blah, 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 and provide the capacity building for developing countries to reach there.
Okay, I'm going to ask Heather to give very brief thoughts, and then I would love some questions from the audience, so get thinking.
So one thing just to add to that conversation, and I talked about this a little bit in my remarks, but as we have been doing these subsidies, particularly for clean energy, we have, the analysis shows that these subsidies should lower the cost globally for certain technologies by upwards of 25%. So that's a really important piece of the puzzle. We are a country that can afford to make these investments, and to bring these technologies to commercialization at scale is a core part of our goal. But we also do need to make sure that we're doing this within the context of on the CBAM side. I'll point to a speech that was made yesterday by John Podesta at Columbia, where he laid out that we have just launched a new climate task force to look into the trading issues. One of the core issues is the lack of, at this point, we still do not have the ability to measure emissions in the way that we need to set up any sort of these systems. So we need to invest in that, and so the second calls for that, and then third is to continue to do what we can at home. But core parts of that speech focus on how, as countries need to make this transition as quickly as possible, countries need to be able to use the tools that work for them domestically. We don't have time. So just riffing on what your last point, Mari, about how much time it takes if you're going a tax route because of the adjustment, making sure that we give countries, that the countries have that flexibility to do what they need to do is a really, really important piece of the puzzle.
Great. Okay, questions? Anyone? Yep. Sani Piri, and then should we get three, and then we'll come back to you. So yeah.
So on the auto issue and the discussions in Europe and the U.S., I'm reminded that the U.S. built a significant part of its auto industry through voluntary export restraints, which basically forced foreign companies to come here, and they've set up an amazing auto industry, and it's been very good for competition for the U.S. firms and very good for global competition. So it was a trade restriction, an odd one. Now, when I think about autos today, and I even think about green tech today, what I'm really worried about is the conflict in the goals with the conflicts in doing nothing with China. And that's where the auto stuff comes in Europe. So China has subsidized its auto industry. It's got probably the best EV industry in the world now. And, frankly, rather than fight that, I would say, and some of the firms in Europe are doing this, to say, okay, we'll take the competition, we'll encourage you to come and produce here, we would like you to produce here, and we will compete with you. And we will sell in your market, you sell in our market, we produce in your market, we produce in your market. The problem for the US, and it's just a real fissure in all of our industrial policy, is we want to do nothing with China. And not only do we want to do nothing, we're not going to import anything, we're not going to have foreign direct, that's our goal. Our goal is. And I just think it undermines the other objectives. It undermines the other objectives. And I truly think that, unfortunately, Jake Sullivan has mentioned a lot here, the tall fence, small yard. No, the yard is huge. The yard is anything we don't want China to produce in the United States, or anything we don't want to import from China. And we want to put pressure on our trading partners all around the world to do the same thing, So there's real tension here.
Thank you. Yep. We're going to have a lightning round to respond.
Thanks. I'll be fast. Tristan Reed from the World Bank. I want to ask not about autos, but about solar panels. Heather, I noticed in your chart that was actually one where the progress is now a little bit slightly below the projections. And we have tariffs. And unlike in autos, there's very little labor involved in production of solar panels. Even in China, there's not many jobs. So what is the rationale for that policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And Jean Pisani?
Yeah, I'd like to challenge a bit the sort of narrative there is in part in Cecilia's and Heather's presentations of what's at stake, and perhaps beyond. I get the impression that you're telling people who are worried it's going to be easy, and don't worry. It's going to be easy, it's going to create jobs, it's going to be, be good for growth, etc. My worry is that you don't mobilize people for a war by telling them it's easy. You're telling them it's going to be, you're going to do everything we can do to win this war. It's not a war against anyone, it's a war against nature. For that reason, realism has to be part of the answer, and fairness in the distribution of the burden, fairness in sacrifice. So that's a different narrative from the one that's implicit in what you said, and I wanted to just to challenge you on that.
Thank you. Okay, lightning round responses. I think the most direct question was why have tariffs on solar panels if they don't create jobs? Anyone on the panel want to take that?
I actually would like to start with Jean's question. I'm just going to start there. I don't think. So I would beg to differ a little bit with respect to climate and clean energy. I think what actually we've been telling people for my entire life is that this is going to be very, very difficult and it's going to be very, very expensive, and that is true. I think where we have started at in the Biden administration is that is our job as policymakers is to make that as easy as possible for people, families, and communities, and that the path to addressing climate change goes through human systems. It goes through labor markets. It goes through how communities are coping with it. So I don't mean to imply that it's going to be easy, but we as policymakers, this is what wakes me up in the middle of the night every night. How are we going to help? What tools can we use to make this as easy as possible on the people that we are serving? Because I don't think that scaring them that this is going to be costly and terrible and it's going to ruin their lives, I don't think that's a political winner. So I think it's just I think that is hard, but the challenge is that this is enormously hard. The U.S. was an early investor in solar panels. There are small businesses and medium-sized businesses all across the country that are invested in this. This is an important part of how we think we're going to do the clean energy supply chain. However, let me point out, when I showed that chart from innovation to commercialization pipeline, many of those tools are tech neutral. So we are not just supporting solar panels in the wide array of tools that we're using. We're supporting a wide array of technologies, and we are letting markets decide where to do those investments with using many of those tools. And then also many of the early adopter tools are really trying to, those game-changing investments in clean energy. I've been given a lightning, so I have to stop there.
Okay, but do the next one very quickly.
What was the next
The solar one, solar tariffs.
Well, I did.
You did? Okay,
I
fine.
did.
All right, Cecilia, solar tariffs?
No, the two other ones, actually.
Okay.
The solar was more... On China, yes, I agree. And the European strategy has been, yes, there is a problem with the level playing field. Yes, and China, there's a problem with transparency and fairness and a whole range of human rights problems and others. Yes, but that doesn't mean totally decoupling from China. It means de-risking on some issues where there is really vulnerable metals and so on. But on green technology, in general, including EVs, we need to work with China. Absolutely. China has some of the best green technologies in the world. It's a fact. So yes, we need to work with China on this. On the transition, yes, Sean, it's going to be tough. It is tough already. I'm just, and we had so little time, so I wanted to develop these more. I cannot do it yet, but the narrative needs to include, yes, it's going to be tough, but it also needs to include this is the costs of not doing it, and there's a lot of doing that. This is the benefits of doing it. I mean, it will create jobs, it will create new technologies, it will lead to eventually to less emissions, and we need to do it in a fair way. That's why we have plenty of money in Europe in funds that are totally untransparent. They are very hard to access. So we need to use them in a fairer, clearer, more targeted way because they have been set up without dialogue with stakeholders. So yes, of course, we're not going to paint a rosy picture that this is going to be super easy. It is going to demand sacrifices. And I agree with you that we need to make that as smooth as possible from policy side, but the narrative needs to be very comprehensive, and today is not, unfortunately, and that's why, with just some protests, we are eroding important parts of the climate policy, and that cannot happen.
Okay, I have one job, which is to make this end on time, and I've basically failed at that. So, in one sentence, your preferred narratives of how we get this change?
That the word "just" has to come in. And there's a lot of disparity, U.S., Europe, but then you have emerging markets, developing markets, and so just and justice means time and money.
Right, Marie?
I think I would say just and affordable climate transition, because we all know this is the whole thing we're going through with the Just Energy Transition Platform. The average age of the coal-fired power plant in our part of the world is 11 years compared to the US and Europe, which is 40, 50 years. So imagine the cost. And then you have to deal with the cost in terms of the increase in the price as you're going to do it. So it has to come with support in terms of the policy changes as well as the financing. So far, the financing is not necessarily concessional or grants, so it doesn't really help the case, and that's where we're at now.
Okay, so the optimistic note that we've definitely just ended on is that we have a bunch of new narratives to go forward with. Thank you so much to the panel.
The free food is almost gone, so I think it's time to start drawing things to a close. Joking aside, it's been an incredibly rich couple of days that we hope will have repercussions for policy, for thinking, for research, for important conversations and decisions in the months and years ahead. This is the time when we try to pull things together and thank people. Just let me start the thank yous by repeating what I said up front. Petya Tepelova and Maury Obsfeld, Petya of the IMF, Maury of Peterson Institute, did an amazing job in shepherding the substance, the personnel, the structure of this conference. It's up there with the best of the Rethinking conferences, which are up there with the best of any conferences. So thank you for that. Applause, please. Also, I am proud and grateful that the Peterson Institute for International Economics has the best meetings team in Washington. Michal Roca, Jessica, Sarah, and everyone who's come forward, many of whom behind the scenes who you don't know, our press office, Carlos Gomez, our building staff. I went to another think tanker later today, and it's just not as good. So we hope to continue to be your venue of choice and the venue for partners like the IMF, which we're very grateful. Their team has also been terrific, and Pierre-Olivier Grinchas, and obviously the support from the top, the even more top we got from the MD and the FDMD yesterday was huge to have their time in this schedule. So with that, let me now turn it over to Pierre-Olivier, perhaps, to say a couple things, and everybody can get on stage.
Well, thank you. Okay, I'm going to speak from the podium, but then I'll join everyone at the table. I'll be very brief. It's been 2 days of really very intense discussions. My day job kept me from attending all of it, but the parts I could attend I thought were very, very good. And the amount of collective knowledge that was assembled here, really impressive. One of the things, so I want to make 3 quick points. The first one is a lot of the themes we've been talking about here in the last 2 days are themes that are very much at the top of mind for us at the fund going forward. The very issue, I mean, the name of the conference, how do we really make progress on implementing structural change, is something that we are struggling with, and we're really trying to understand better. And so a lot of the contributions from the last 2 days are going to irrigate our own research at the fund, and we're already planning to have some of our analytical work extending and building on some of these themes. So that's my first point. My second point is I've been struck, it's a point I made very briefly in passing when I opened the panel this morning, but I want to reiterate now, is the extent to which when we're looking at the pushback that we're getting, how a lot of it is focused on trade policy, and then it has ramifications when you think about climate and how it might impact other dimensions, but really trade is kind of the front line of what we're seeing, and some of the rollback in terms of multilateral institutions, and I think I can't help but think that somehow this is very deeply related to the political economy aspects, and that somehow we're trying to use trade policy to deal with distributional issues. And I was struck by the terms Heather used in the panel that just concluded: foreign policy for the middle class. I mean, what about domestic policy for the middle class? That's where I would start. And then we could think about, and I think there is a sense in which, because governments have become less able to engineer the kind of redistributive policies domestically, and for a variety of reasons, it's easier for executive branch to put tariffs than it is to pass a fiscal program, and therefore that's going to be the direction of travel, because that's the line of least resistance. And it doesn't, of course everyone can understand that it may not be efficient, et cetera, but that's the thing you can do compared to the other things that maybe you cannot do. And I think that's very problematic. But I think it's very deep. The last comment, I know we were trying to lift spirits, but my last comment may not be too uplifting, so I'll end with that. We're at the Peterson Institute. This year is the 80th birthday of the Bretton Woods institutions. Last year, actually in this very room, we had a conference organized by Maury on the 50 years of the floating rate era, which is another way of saying the end of the Bretton Woods institutions. And I'm kind of struck, and I'm wondering if somehow we're not a little bit like in 1970 or 1969, when we kind of see the writing on the wall, and we know the system is not going to stay the way it is. And something is about to change, and we can't really quite put our finger on it, and we see that it's fraying. And we, just like in 1969 or 1970, there were already concerns about the sustainability of the Bretton Woods system. And then we were ushered in, without much preparation, into the new era. Now, it turns out, well, we survived, so we made it. So maybe that's the good thing. But I have this feeling that we are in a sort of, in this moment where we see the writing on the wall. We're not quite sure what's on the other side, but we keep traveling in that direction, and that's worrisome, because I think this is not just about the exchange rate regime. This is much more profound than this. So with this uplifting note, let me turn it over to Maury. Thank you.
Well, I wish I could promise more uplift, but we prepared our remarks independently, so, and I'm going to take it just from here.
I have a closing uplift, so after you're done.
Okay, great. In the very first event of this conference, Gordon Brown, who I thought gave a great speech, pointed out that we've sort of moved from a world in which economics dominated politics to a world in which politics dominates economics. And I think the challenge that I take from this conference is that we don't want to go all the way back to that first world, because that didn't work out so well, but we need a much better balance between economics and politics. Unfortunately, if we look at the events of certainly this millennium, the faith of voters in many countries, this is particularly true in the US, but I think it's true in many other countries, both advanced and emerging, as shown by the emergence of populist leaders and populist parties. The faith in governments has been eroded. Not everywhere, but in significant portions of the population, faith in government has been eroded. Now, we've been there before. Pierre-Olivier just talked about the late 60s, early 70s. I think in many ways there were similar issues. And we did survive in a sense. We also may have taken some wrong turns because of that. But just look at what has happened in the last 25 years. 9/11, the Iraq War, the global financial crisis, the Euro crisis, social crisis, which is very severe in the U.S. You could probably point to several social crises, as Angus documented on the first day, but I think also in many other countries. The COVID crisis, the shock of the Ukraine war, the threat of a bigger war in the Middle East. And all of this is rocket fueled by social media. So I think this is a pretty grim landscape, and it's understandable why many citizens feel this way. Governments have failed to keep them safe. Just basic economic safety, security safety, health safety. There have been failures all along the line. The problem is that this political challenge arises just when we need effective government the most. We don't want governments that pander to the worst political instincts. We want to move back toward more sensible economic policies, but that's hard to do, and that creates a vicious circle in which bad policies, missed opportunities, make things worse, fueling further resentment and a further fear in populations that governments can't serve them. I think we have to understand this challenge, the tools that are available, the political realities that constrain their use. And from that perspective, I found this conference to be very illuminating. I think reaching this understanding is a necessary first step. It's not the last step, but I feel we made a good start in confronting the reality that we're in.
Well, as an IMF employee, I have to follow up on the MD suggestion to end on an optimistic note. So when I was working on putting together this conference together with Maury and Pierre-Olivier and Adam, I was really approaching it and thinking about through these issues of this looming structural transformation from the point of view of an IMF practitioner. Until recently, my job was to try to give constructive advice to a small advanced economy, Slovakia, which is particularly exposed to all of these transformations that we were talking about. Slovakia had been extremely successful in transitioning to a market economy. It integrated into the trade system, established a very strong, a very specialized manufacturing sector, and became the biggest per capita producer of cars in the world. So, but even before COVID and the war in the neighboring Ukraine hit them, they were extremely concerned about the green transformation and the implications that that would have for the car sector, which was fully specialized in internal combustion engines, on the effect of automation that automation would have on their very solid manufacturing jobs around which the economy was built, on the skill mismatch that they observed between kind of the demands of the labor market and many highly educated youth that they have that were still unemployed. And added to this concern now is the risk of fragmentation. So as the mission chief for Slovakia, I often found myself at the loss of trying to provide some kind of a practical and implementable advice of how these challenges can be met. But over these past 2 days, I think I learned a ton. There is some hope for optimism. There is some solid evidence that some solutions can be found that can work, such as the work that Brian presented on labor market policies that can ease the transition of workers who will inevitably be losing jobs over the next years to come. Of course, for many of the proposed solutions, we will have to take a leap of faith in the context of the extreme uncertainty that Olivier emphasized. And for certain, mistakes will be made along the way, and hopefully these mistakes will be taken as opportunity to learn and improve. And I see a big role for the IMF to at least provide a platform for countries to learn not only from their own mistakes, but from the mistakes of others of how to manage this transition. So now I want to ask you for one last thing. Our task now is to make all the things that we have learned today, all these illuminating discussions, to make them available to the public. And for that, we need your inputs once again. So this is now moving on to the logistical part. In a week, you will receive transcripts of your interventions. So please take a couple of weeks to go over these, edit them, put them in the format that we will distribute along, and send them back to us by June 15th. So the four of us will be reviewing these and putting them together as a book, which will be published by MIT Press. They have already agreed to publish it. And just again, a very important note that MIT Press requires that we report any use of AI and large language models in your work. So please make sure to indicate that to you. So we have promised to send MIT Press the draft of the book by the end of the summer. And we hope that you will help us achieve that, because the policymakers need your solutions now in real time. So this is an urgent request.
In Reagan fashion, because I paid for the microphone, I get the last word. Just to say, I did sign the contract with MIT Press officially today, and it does say that about AI. So believe Petra on that. I want to conclude on what I hope is also an optimistic note, because the title of this series of conferences and very genuine intent is Rethinking. And I think we need to rethink. I feel that our community of policy economists, policymakers, scholars adjacent, political scientists adjacent, I feel we underestimate the ability to see positive change. I think this is partly because we overestimate the importance of economics, so we tend to see interest groups and losses and concentrated losses and diffuse gains and just get paralyzed. I think it's partly because despite all the talk about economic imperialism, we actually do get scared of politics. I was fascinated by the four practitioners that we just had, but you know, the sense is, and this is true if you're a responsible public official, in some sense you play the hand you're dealt and you do not overstep your role, constitutional or otherwise. I understand that. So it's not I'm asking any of these distinguished people or others in their shoes to go rogue. But what I want to emphasize, I'm not asking, but anyway, I'm suggesting. But what I do want to emphasize is I think we end up in a spot where everyone's like, opposition to change has to be because people were suffering. And people being mad now means they're going to stay mad forever. And I'm not sure either of those claims is empirically true. And if we think about just how much the public debate has shifted repeatedly over the last 20, 30, 40 years, go back to the 60s, whether it's on gender issues, whether it's on industrial policy, it's risen up, it's come down, it's risen up, it's come down, it's risen up again. Whether it's on fiscal policy. I mean, we all remember when the fund was mistakenly, it's mostly fiscal, and was selling nonsense like expansionary fiscal consolidations, and which eventually we killed. And so even if we, and as a triumph, frankly, of the Biden administration, you know, what was considered impossible to do in fiscal terms in 2008-9 in response to the financial crisis was considered very possible and done in response to the COVID crisis. So that doesn't mean the entire world is out there, and even if you do go rogue, but the point is, as we're rethinking, we should be ambitious in our rethinking. We should not assume that today's losses or today's gains are necessarily determinant of how people are going to think and how they're going to adapt. And we shouldn't assume that because the political coalitions today look very set, that they are going to remain that way. That doesn't mean we get a good outcome, but it means the chances of getting something very different than we have now are much higher, I think, than we always allow ourselves. So there is room to dream, to aspire on climate, on inequality, on growth, and thank you all for sharing the next step in that journey with us. Thank you very much.